certainly the best.
Hello, viewers. Welcome to Viewpoints on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji, and today on Viewpoint, we're going to be talking about the current electricity issues and situations that we as business owners, as individuals, are facing in Nigeria, as over 80% of households lack adequate access to grid, as Nigeria's electricity sector suffers from chronic liquidity trap and infrastructural decay, leading to frequent national grid collapses, with generation dropping below 4,200 megawatts, far short of the 4,000 megawatts required for its citizens and population. It is a Viewpoint on ITV, and we're going to be looking at some of the key issues affecting our electricity sector in Nigeria. I am Caroline Okonji.
In terms of security of it, we need light. And based on that, in some areas, it makes it difficult for us when we are on patrol at night. And we are even begging the state government to try and do something, at least by supplying street lights in some area that are dark in the night. In most cases in our community, there are places that is very dangerous, that without light we cannot do anything of such. For so doing, we want, as a matter of urgency, the Edo State government to try and do the needful, so that the security will be okay for us, so that we can be able to work effectively.
The issue of NEPA issue that you came from is very rapid to us, in the sense that the NEPA look as if we are not a citizen of Nigeria, because since a month there's no light in us. We have been passing through. Which NEPA, anytime they came, a minute or 30 minutes to, they will come and they will bring the light to us. That is, we are not expecting them to come and collect their bill. Indirectly, we are expecting bill from them to come and collect. Within that hour or 2 hours, you will see a number of people with a LiDAR. They will come. They will come. And after their collection, there is nothing like light again. They will block us up. I think before we have this light, they mandated us to buy a meter, which we bought individual. We pay through the NDC, we have our transformer here, not through NEPA. Before we got out this light, they mandated us to write an application of submitting it to the NEPA as a will to them. And we work for it. We should not claim ownership. And we fought for the transformer. And after that, again, they came that there is no oil in it. We pay up to 1 point something again. Before, after all that, they came up again, said it was meter issue again, that every community, every houses had to have a meter, which we did. We have to. I have my own receipt. I have my paper meter in my residential house here. So after all that again, they came up with a past bill. We, before we make that transformer, got that transformer, we been glass out for 10 years here. They came with a bill to us again that we need to pay a standing bill. We went to Tesame, their office there. After we left the one at the bypass, they were delivering us before they now refer us to the one at bypass. I don't want to mention name of the manager there. Got him there again. He said we have to go for all those things. We need to fulfill all those things which we did. After that, they now on the light for us. As they on the light, not up to a month, we were still in blackout again. So at the end of it, we went again. They said it was according to them that the electric wiring merge. That was the cause that they now cut us off again from Iyowa again, which we not pick. We that match again. The Chiri community, which is the Kabetu, Igbo and Igbekimi. After that, they brought a light for a week again. After a week, they cut us off again. They said Iyowa is owing. We now went to the office again and told them that if Iyowa is owing, does that mean it affects our community? We are blackout throughout all this. So before we sort all those things out, we have already made up our mind. We can do away with our neighbor. When our father was living with a lamp and all these things, we were enjoying it. We cannot be paying for what we are not using. We cannot be paying for what we are not using. So if they feel they want to cut us off from this NEPA issue, they should cut everybody off totally, so that we will know that we are not with NEPA. Not that after 3 weeks, they will not bring a light under 2 hours or 3 hours. They will come and collect their money. It's unfair to the masses.
The electricity issues and challenges that BEDC in the state is devastating, in the sense that as a minister I suffer a lot in terms of electricity. As an individual, not only me, the entire people of Edo State, and not only in Edo State, Nigeria as a whole, we are really facing electricity challenge in the country, in the sense that we are not getting constant light. Even though the tariff of electricity is high, people don't even get the light. I don't know how the government will enhance constant light for the Nigerian people, especially in Edo State here. We are seeing the government are not taking a proactive step towards this direction. But if the government will be able to ensure that people are paying for electricity and they are not getting electricity, government should take a drastic step in this direction by making sure if people have constant light, people will want to pay for it. But a situation where you don't see light, at the end of the month you see BEDC personnel coming to people's house to come to cut lights, is really a problem. My major concern is that let them provide us electricity and people will pay for it. But a situation whereby we don't have constant light, out of 24 hours, people cannot boast of 3 hours light in a day. It's a problem that we are really facing. People who are doing business cannot do business effectively. People who are doing business, they want to make sure their food stuff does not get spoiled. Nobody can preserve their food again. Even though they cook, you cannot preserve it. Even though electricity for our artisans to work, they cannot get electricity to empower their equipment in order to boost productivity for the entire society. It is really a problem. The state of electricity in our country, in our state, is very poor. Very, very poor. We don't know how government is creating effectiveness on this aspect. We say Nigeria is generating electricity and the neighboring are getting electricity, and the people that are in this country are not benefiting it. Nigerians, we are crying. As a person, I am crying. We don't say as an individual we don't want to pay for electricity. We are not saying that they should give us light for free, but let them make light available and let people pay for it.
They often tell us the national grid is collapsed. So ultimately it's to develop enough capacity, the whole process of generation, distribution and the rest of it. And then the enabling law, the happy thing recently is that they have said is deregulated. State governments and private investors can now enter the electricity market, generate and sell. So we do hope that will be a great deal of improvement, because without electricity, really, we are going to remain in the Stone Age. We cannot industrialize. Even domestically, we cannot have the comfort we should derive from electricity. We should consider all the options, whether the new sources like wind, solar in our country, so that we're able to generate enough for our consumption. The darkness is cover for any kind of nefarious activity. Yeah, so if the place is not well lit or substantially lit up, people can ordinarily hide under the cover of darkness to perpetrate just anything, not just robbery, kidnapping and whatever you have. Yeah. Don't also forget that we now have private investors. The government doesn't have so much to do with electricity anymore, apart from regulation. So they also have to maximize their profit. So it may have been a mistake in the first instance, divesting from electricity at the level of government.
Let me talk about the state where I live, where I reside. The total blackout is nothing to write up about. We really suffer when it comes to light. Edo is suffering. I think our governor is trying to, we have to do more. Our Excellency, Senator Monday, our governor of Edo, Executive Governor, you have to do more when it comes to that light issue. We are suffering. There are some of us who can provide electricity for ourselves, solar and all that. Maybe a generator, this was the case, maybe, but not everybody. And so at this juncture, I think it is expedient that our governor looks straight into this issue and solve this problem. What would I call it? I don't know the right English to use. The right English right now, we have serious problem when it comes to light. Businesses are going down. Those selling drinks, those who have koro, without generator, you can't do anything. And the J is on the high side. Those small jewelry, those are better passing. Our neighbor used to buy them 30,000, 10,000. Now you can't buy it. Then the other one is the Tiger, the LMX, 1 point something for ordinary generator. So it doesn't make any sense at all. So we're begging on our executive governor, the governor that knows what to do, to please to look into us and save us from darkness. Then when it comes to these funny BDC people, we're raising a child that came from the US and the others. The first thing they learned in Nigeria is NEPA don't bring light. Children brought from abroad, the NEPA don't bring light. Can you imagine such? And so these funny people, 2 days, they'll bring the light on and off for 2 days. The next thing they'll come with their estimated billing. They start dragging people, wires and all that. It's high time. I think it's high time we stand our ground and let them know that we're not fools. We are Nigerians. We all own this nation. It belongs to nobody. It belongs to nobody and it's for everybody. We should stand our ground and fight for our rights. This BDC, I bet may they pack, may they go. NEPA still better pass. You can't go out at night when there is no light. The security issue. Is what the government is trying. I cannot chrome them in one day, but we individual too. Like the police used to say something, say something. But sometimes when you say something, they use it as a bait. And so we need to. Edo State government need to give us security as well. Nightlife in Benin is almost gone. But I also want to say kudos to our governor. For the first time, it was December free of bloodshed. It was wonderful. Look, we have most of our people in Nigeria right now, those living in diaspora, those living abroad. Many of them came December and this January. And they came and they're enjoying it. So I believe our excellent governor Our Excellency can do more about that to give us more security. Like this travel, if you're traveling from Benin to Akure, Benin to Ifon, those roads are no-go area at night. You can't date. So I believe with all hands on deck and our governor and the police, our CP, let's hope and pray for our action governor to do something about insecurity.
ADDC, since they came in, I don't think they have done well by my own assessment. And darkness is synonymous with demonic things. And they have thrown their city into darkness, Benin City, Edo State as it were, is in darkness. And I think that the government should step into the matter to do something about the situation. Because the way I look at it is that, for me, I think it is deliberate. Because there are some areas that have light, they call it dedicated light. So why can't everybody have the same light? Because there are areas for 2 weeks no light, for 1 month no light. Some people have 3 hours a day, some people have 1 hour. And if they bring light in these 20 years, people shout, hey! They'll be saying up NEPA instead of up BEDC, which is BEDC. So the thing is that government should step in and help us. People are dying, and most people are paying for darkness. They go there, they threaten people, they bring light when it is mountain for 3 days, 2 hours, 3 days, they come and collect money and they shut it down again. So I think the government should step in. If they are going to be thrown out, they should be thrown and bring people who can give us light, who are ready to pay. It was privatized. That was a good intention by government, but the people that did it, I'm sure they gave it to their cronies who does not know anything about the management of light, and that's why we are where we are. It has really hampered nightlife because you don't work in darkness. And then the only thing that is helping us now is this solar, and people put everywhere. And some persons that have money to buy diesel and buy fuel, it's not everybody that have that kind of money. So it has really disturbed or hampered nightlife, but government is trying to bring it back by putting street light and everything. So we commend them. We pray that God will give government more power, more strength, more wisdom to do what they have to do. And there's individuals are also trying by helping to lighten up everywhere. So we praise them. But for BEDC, I think they should go. We need better people.
The situation of electricity in Benin here now, I will give them at least 30%. They don't give up 50% from my area. But I wish the government can improve, because if you see what they happen to us now, we all they use our hand to define electricity. Some of us they go generator for us, some of us they get solar, some of us they go generate big blister. All these people get like hotel. So I wish the government, if they really improve for electricity, all those generators will become condemned for our hand. You understand? So people no go dey go for it. That money now they need to improve, because that energy, that light will really need that. If light dey for this, imagine if you come for here for Silok Road now, come and already put light, but in the evening everywhere go be dark. So where there is light, everything, even the security aspect of itself, wetin anything concerning light is too plenty. No be one particular thing. So we need light. If I come out for office now, if light no dey, we must buy generator. At least from office I dey buy at least, if I'm not mistaken, 5,000 every day for sure. Imagine times 1 month, na big money. And na money. From then I will come see look at people dey come be like say we come dey go for solar. Make we use solar take stabilize them, because solar dey give us more savings from the fuel aspect of it. So if you get light, nothing like light, your light can carry AC, can carry everything for us. And to the noise, no go even give you that noise issue. So we prefer light more than any other thing.
The light is our problem. We are suffering for light. You can see our business without light, we cannot improve. We need light. The show of light is very, very, very low. I don't know if you get it, very low. We need light. The show of light in Edo State is very poor. Patronage is very low. You can see we import fuel at least every day 10,000, 15,000 a day. But you can stay 2 days, 3 days, no light. The show of business is very, very, very low. Very low. So we are begging government to improve the light aspect. That light, you cannot sell bulb, you cannot sell fan. You understand? When you have light, you prepare to buy fan. Not everybody can provide solar for his house. Actually, we need light.
Electricity in Benin City or in Edo State has been with mixed feelings, because to some they will give the positive nod that they are faring well with the supply of electricity, but with some become so epileptic of recent. Me personally, I have discovered that we are not paying for what we get, or we don't get what we pay for. The reason being that the regulatory body that's supposed to task the BEDC are not doing enough to satisfy a customer by way of ensuring that you get what you pay for. For those who are using prepaid meter, there are reports that suggest that even the prepaid meter is even overbilling or overcharging consumers, as against what the government is telling us. Only recently we discovered that the BDC keep complaining that the generation company is not supplying them what they ought to get, which will in turn affect the consumer. And even at a point they also raise the issue of federal government owing them. But just recently the federal government has paid a huge sum of money to liquidate what they are owing this distribution company. But looking at the experience of consumer in terms of the electricity supply, it is so appalling. They will either give you excuse of faulty transformer, which they left for the consumer to contribute money to fix, whereas it is supposed to be the onus of BDC to fix the transformer so that they can in turn supply electricity to the consumer who pay for that service. It's like you are buying a recharge card. I am not sure that the recharge card you buy is what they give you. It varies from quarter to quarter. It varies from consumer to consumer. For example, for those who have been using the analog or the estimated billing, you will discover that whatever they bring, which is not subject to negotiation, by the time you now procure your own prepaid meter, they will bring everything inside the bill and begin to roll out deductions arbitrarily without consulting with the consumer. Even the estimated billing they brought was not even discussed by the consumer. So there is nobody that is there to advocate for the consumer or to leverage on the complaints. Nobody to complain to. So that makes it very, very heartbreaking. So for me, I believe the federal government and indeed the lawmaker, the National Assembly, should set up a body where consumer can run to and lay their complaints, so that there can be an equilibrium between the consumer and the BDC, for example.
To wrap it up on Viewpoint on ITV, we're going to be highlighting some of the key issues that was actually mentioned by our respondents, which some said it is as a result of poor maintenance, gas supply shortage, and poor metering, just to list but a few. And the government at all levels, they are expected to do the needful and do the right thing to ensure steady power supply for citizens in order to boost means of livelihood, especially for business owners in the country. It is Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okunji.
ITV, certainly the best.
Some days, there comes the Uge Mobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Emobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
Yari yari, Oba Tope!
The Oba of Benin added a colorful mood to the year's celebration as he walks round the city center amidst cheers.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Beautiful experience to have you join us on the program Heritage. My name is Precious Fortune, and of course, you know how we get to do it on this program, where we get to take you around different cultural experiences, dance, celebrations, festivals, and all of that. And today is no exception. Well, today we're going to be looking at something quite unique. We're going to be looking at the Igede dance of Benue State. Now, that dance, everything about that dance, the steps, the rhythm, the musical instruments, everything is spectacular. Let's go take a look. The Igede dance is a popular and vibrant cultural performance of the Igede people of Benue State, Nigeria. It is often associated with the Igede Agba Festival, a major cultural celebration that showcases the heritage and identity of the people. The Igede people trace their ancestry to Sabongida Ora in Edo State, from where they migrated centuries ago under the leadership of a figure named Agba, before settling in present-day Benue State. The dance derives its name from the legendary founder, Agba, who was said to be a renowned native doctor. According to tradition, he was deeply connected to a musical instrument called Igede, from which the people and eventually the dance got its name. The Igede dance is a high-energy, expressive performance typically showcased during the Igede Agbanyuyam festival. It is performed to honor the ancestors, celebrate a bountiful harvest, and demonstrate strength, unity, and cultural pride. Though it can be performed at other times, it is most prominent during festive seasons. Characterized by fast-paced rhythms and dynamic movements, the dance is a spectacle of color and tradition. Dancers adorn themselves in striking traditional attire, often in shades of blue, white, and black, creating a visually captivating performance that reflects the richness of Igede culture. Igede dance of Benue State, and that dance was really an amazing one. Everything about the dance is beautiful. I hope you enjoyed all of that. Well, do join us next time, of course, same station, for another episode of Heritage. In the meantime, have yourself a productive week. Bye for now.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
The Esama of Benin Kingdom thanked the new Edion for visiting him
and advised them to always abide by the rules and regulations of their new positions. The Esama urged them to indulge in what will continue to bring development and progress to the community.
When I say it's your job, I wait to us and I know what I will. Papa. Look, Caliban, what you know, no, we say. Who paid you? Who paid you? Baba. Eko mwana sewa. Ewa ya lote nete dirwe asewa mako. Awe uwe dine. Ejo uki. Ejo na wele. Ejo na pulu. Ejo na mnuya kwa ewa kiwele. Bawe kwa ba. Ojo wele. Kaja de nena ya de wuyi. Wa wi ate wona mo no ma se lo ka yi.
ITV, certainly the best. This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Imagine this. Someone tells you, don't charge your phone overnight because it will spoil your battery. Another person says, close all your apps because your phone will run faster. And you've probably heard that you have more megapixels in your phone means that you have better camera. Now the question is, are these actually true, or have we just been repeating them over the years? Welcome to Tech Today, your number one program that's here to inform you and educate you with everything that's happening in the world of tech, and also to break it down for you in simple terms. I am Momo Lawal, and today we're breaking down popular tech myth Nigerians still believe and explaining this truth to you in the simplest way possible. Some of this will shock you, so just stay with me. When we come back from the tech update segment, we'll go into it in proper. Welcome back. Tech giants Apple Incorporated, the owners of iPhone, is preparing for a major overhaul in its voice assistant, Siri, expected to be unveiled at the WWDC 2026 in June. Report says that the new Siri will support real conversation, follow-up questions, and deeper app integration, making it feel more like a chatbot instead of a basic assistant. There are also indications of a redesigned interface and tighter integrations into the iPhone systems, signaling Apple's biggest artificial intelligence push just yet. Next on the tech update, we have that foldable smartphones are gaining serious momentum in 2026, with the brands like Motorola teasing new devices and pushing premium designs out there with other models also. The latest models are expected to feature better durability, that is stronger hinges, longer battery life, flagship level performance. This signals that foldables are no longer just experimental, they are becoming a mainstream competitors to regular smartphones. Lastly, here in Nigeria, the National Information Technology Development Agency, NITDA, has ordered the Nigerian government agencies to strengthen cybersecurity systems following a recent breach involving the Corporate Affairs Commission, CAC. The agency is now working with institutions to, 1, improve system protection, 2, protect future cyber attacks, also to strengthen Nigerian digital infrastructure. This comes as cyber threats continues to rise across the country's digital space. And that's your tech updates, where artificial intelligence is getting smarter by the day, smartphones are evolving, and cybersecurity is becoming more critical than ever in Nigeria's digital future. Now we'll go back to the topic of today, which is talking about the myth, what you should know, what is true, what is not true about what we've been hearing about our smartphones in the world of tech. Welcome back. So number one myth out there is that charging your phone overnight will spoil your battery. While charging your phone overnight will spoil your battery, we are wondering whether it is true or not. Well, it's not really true because modern smartphones nowadays are, like the word says, smart. So once your phone reaches 100%, it stops charging automatically. Think of this like your phone is not that a bucket that when you pour water inside, it will continue to overflow. What actually damages your battery nowadays is the heat, fake chargers out there, and constantly draining it to zero. So charging your phone overnight is not a real problem. It's when you have heat, or maybe you constantly charge your phone. When your phone drains to zero, then you now charge it. That is when your phone is actually having a problem. So when you charge it and it gets to 100%, most times it cuts out the power. So it should just be there and it is not even charging anymore. So that is a myth. Number two myth, we have closing all the applications on your phone makes your phone faster. Be honest out there. How many of you have keep hearing this thing that when you clear out all the apps in your phone every time, it feels like as if you are helping your phone. But you're not actually helping your phone because smartphones are designed to manage applications in the background mode. So when you close an app, your phone has to reopen it again from scratch. That also uses more battery and more energy. So instead of helping your phone, now you are even stressing your phone. Because nowadays, smartphones now have a way of killing your apps. If you're not running it over time, it then kills the app or it makes it run in the background mode where it is also being using so much of your battery. So when you close all those apps, sometimes they still reopen themselves again. If you check your recent apps, you see that the apps have come back to open itself again. And sometimes it even works on the background and doesn't even show on your recent apps. Number three myth is more megapixel means you have better camera. Yes, this one has misled a lot of people. The myth is the higher the megapixel, it means the camera will be better. The truth is not necessarily, because megapixel only affects the image size, not overall quality. It's like saying that with a bigger plate means the food will be better. Or what really matters is the camera sensor, the lighting of the camera, the software processing, because we have some phones that you take pictures now, it just tell you image processing and it takes a long while. So that is the software processing. This is why some phones with lower megapixels still take better pictures out there. So don't believe that myth. Number four, we have full network bars means that your phone, you have faster internet. Okay, when you see your network bar is full, but your internet is still slow, it can be very frustrating, I know, because it just means that the signal strength is not the same as the signal speed. So think of it as a traffic. You may have a strong road, but there are too many cars in the road. The road will be good, but there are too many cars in the road, so you still be slow. So network congestion is the real issue out there. It's not whether your bars are full. Your signal strength may be full, but your network congestion may be slow. Number five, using your phone while charging is dangerous. Yes, this is very common. I've heard it a lot of times. So you don't use your phone while charging. I know you've heard it, don't touch your phone while it is charging. The truth, it is generally safe as long as you are using YEMIO original charger or certified charger, what we call follow-come charger. The real danger here is the fake chargers and maybe the damaged cables or an overheating. Sometimes you plug your phone in and you observe that while you plug your phone and you're trying to use your phone, you see that the screen starts distorting, you start shaking. Okay, it means that that charger or the cord is fake. Next is incognito mode makes you invisible online. Now, let us clear this one. Incognito mode does not make you invisible. It only just hides your activities from your own device, and your network providers, your websites, the network that you're using can still see what you're doing. So no, you're not invisible. You know that incognito mode that we have when we are using Chrome, once you just go to some particular sites I don't want to mention, or want to do something that we don't want people to know what we are doing online, so we just use incognito mode. No, it will just hides what those information in the browser history, the cookies from your own device. It does not restrict your network providers from knowing what you're doing. It does not restrict your network to know what you're doing. People can still go there and still see what you're doing. Even Google can still check what you're doing. So incognito mode does not mean you are invisible. Number 7 myth is that you must let your phone reach 0% before you charge it. Well, this is an outdated advice because most modern batteries does not need that actually. In fact, it is better nowadays to charge between 20% and 80%. So letting your phone battery drop to 0 all the time actually stresses the phone and the battery itself. So it's not. So it's advised that you allow your phone, maybe you charge when it's from 20%, you can start charging your phone. Don't necessarily have to allow your phone get to 0% before you say, now I want to plug my phone. So you've heard it here on Tech Today that it's a myth. Next, we have that turning off your Bluetooth or your Wi-Fi will save huge amounts of battery for you. Yes, it does save battery. I'm going to give you this one, but not in a big way because modern phones nowadays are optimized. Your Bluetooth and the Wi-Fi are no longer major battery drainers. So don't expect miracle when you turn off your Wi-Fi or your Bluetooth. It doesn't actually work like that. Now you can have your Wi-Fi or your Bluetooth turned on and your battery can still work. Like personally, people then used to think when you turn off your mobile data, it then saves the battery in a very large amount of weight. No, it actually does save battery, but not that large amount of weight that you may think. It's just that it helps you to save a little amount of battery. But then you leave your Wi-Fi on, you leave your Bluetooth on, it doesn't consume like the way it was consuming back then before. Another myth is that the more RAM you have, your phone will always be fast. RAM, random access memory, yes, it helps, but it's not everything, okay? If the phone's software is not well optimized, even if the RAM is very high, it will not make it very smooth. Okay, so performance is combination of different factors. You may have a good RAM, but the processor of the phone will be very, very low. So it just have to be processing things lesser, even if it has enough space in the RAM. And sometimes you may have just good amounts of RAM. But I always tell people that if you're getting the phone nowadays, the least amount, if you want to really use a good phone, the least you can go for, what you cannot go beyond is 4 gig RAM. But if you want to enjoy your phone without having any issues with you can go for 8 gig RAM, but always check for the processor speed. Ensure the processor speed is above, say, 1.5 gigahertz or even 2.0 gigahertz and above. It's better for you. Next myth is that cleaning apps on your phone makes your phone faster. And those phone boosters apps, those advertisements we see, actually even slow your phone down. And some of them show unnecessary ads. You know that. So your phone already has built-in tools that can actually manage itself for you. You don't need extra cleaners or those phone cleaners and to make your phone faster, okay? Myth 11 is that iPhone does not have or does not get viruses. This is not true. While iPhones are more secured, but they're not immune to virus. Any device connected to the internet can be attacked. That is what you need to know, all right? Number 12. Deleting an app actually deletes all your data. This is not always true. Some of your data remains right there in the cloud. Some of them are also in your account. So deleting that app in your phone does not mean it's not the same as deleting your information all around. Like I always tell people, in the world of internet, nothing actually really dies. You don't delete anything. We always have a backdoor to getting those information. You can actually delete things from the internet. I think there was an argument I had sometime with someone who told me that he uploaded a video. One of our Nigerian artists was saying that there's a video that was going around and she paid a software company to delete those videos from people's phone. That's actually very hilarious because anything you've already seen, maybe your phone is not connected to the internet, you cannot delete what is already in the memory card of that person's phone, unless that person uploaded it to the internet or is in a storage or a cloud storage somewhere. Well, another myth we have is that software updates slow down your phone. I don't know where people get this from. This one is quite misunderstood because updates usually improve the security and the performance of your device. But older phones may struggle with these newer features because they may not be compatible, and so it's not about the update, it's about the age of that particular device. This is still Tech Today. We'll go on a short break. When we come back, we'll give you more myths and explain to you what you need to know and what is not true and what is just purely myth. Welcome back to Tech Today, and we're talking about the myth, what is true, what people say that is not true, and what is people that just say that they're just elaborating or exaggerating in ways that are not even, one cannot even imagine. We've said a lot of them, so I'm going to give you more and more as we go into the program. Another is the Face ID or your fingerprints is not safe. Actually, they are safer than using those simple PIN. Using PIN like 1, 2, 3, 4 is far more risky than using your fingerprints or your face unlock. I don't know where people get that myth from. People say that your Face ID or your fingerprint is not safe. I know people may worry that maybe whilst you are sleeping, someone can just take your phone and just input the PIN. But you know that if your phone is turned off, let me give you a live hack. When maybe you're trying to sleep at night, you don't want people to use your fingerprint to turn on your phone or to open your phone, to unlock your phone. What you should do is turn off your phone and turn it back on. It always requires that you put a password before you can even use the fingerprint. So that's a way to go around that. Next myth is that the airplane mode charges your phone faster. When your phone is on airplane mode, it means that your phone will charge faster. Well, this is partially true. It can help a little because your phone then stops searching for network, but the difference is not so huge, okay? Now, take enthusiasts out there. The truth is that many of these beliefs have been around for years. It has been passed from one person to another and without anyone actually questioning them. That's why we have programs like this. But technology has changed, and it is always important that we understand those changes too. All right? So we'll go on a short break again, and when I get back, we'll just end the program.
Are you sabotaging your tech without even knowing it? Think charging your phone overnight kills the battery? Or that public Wi-Fi will hack your life? Well, you're in for a reality check. Today, let's start with the most common myth. Leaving your phone plugged in overnight will ruin the battery. This myth made sense years ago when phones weren't as advanced. But today, your phone has built-in battery management. However, prolonged heat while charging can degrade your battery. If you tend to charge overnight, place your phone on a cool surface and avoid thick cases that trap heat. If you want to be extra careful, some phones now let you schedule charging so it finishes just before you wake up. Check your settings. Raise your hand if you compulsively swipe away apps to save battery. Bad news, it's doing more harm than good. When you force close an app, your phone has to restart it the next time you open it. This uses more resources and drains battery. Operating systems like Android and iOS are designed to manage background apps efficiently. Only close apps that are misbehaving or using excessive battery. Otherwise, let them be. Here's a fun one. Does a higher megapixel count mean a better camera? Not always. A 108MP camera might sound impressive, but if the sensor size and lens quality are poor, your photos will still look bad. What matters more is how the camera processes light and color. That's why flagship phones with fewer megapixels often take better photos than budget phones with more. Look for reviews that test cameras in real-world conditions instead of focusing on the spec sheet. Public Wi-Fi has a bad reputation, and for good reason. Hackers can intercept unencrypted data, but is it always dangerous? Not necessarily. Use tools like VPNs to encrypt your connection. Also, stick to HTTPS websites. And remember, most modern apps like WhatsApp or Gmail use end-to-end encryption, even on public Wi-Fi. If you're ever unsure, use your phone's hotspot for sensitive transactions. Ever feel like your gadgets are designed to break down right after the warranty expires? While planned obsolescence does exist in some cases, a lot of the time, it's just poor maintenance. Regular cleaning, software updates, and replacing small parts like batteries or fans can dramatically extend the life of your devices. Check out DIY repair guides for simple fixes instead of replacing the entire gadget. Think incognito mode makes you invisible online? Not quite. It just prevents your browser from saving your history, cookies or login details. But your ISP, employer, or even websites you visit can still track you. For true privacy, you'll need tools like VPNs or secure browsers like Tor. 5 bars and still can't load YouTube. That's because signal bars only show the strength of your connection to the nearest tower, not the quality or speed of your internet. Factors like network congestion or your carrier's bandwidth also play a huge role in speed. Use apps like Speedtest to measure actual internet performance. Let's set the record straight. Macs can get viruses. They're just targeted less often because Windows dominates the market. But as Macs grow in popularity, so do the risks. Always install antivirus software and be cautious of phishing scams, regardless of your operating system. While Gorilla Glass is tough, it's not invincible. Everyday items like sand or keys can still scratch it. Invest in a quality screen protector. It's much cheaper than replacing your display. AI and robots are amazing, but they're tools, not replacements. They excel at repetitive tasks, but still rely on humans for creativity, problem solving, and emotional intelligence. The real future is collaboration between humans and technology, not replacement. Alright, that's 10 tech myths busted.
So the next time someone tells you don't do this, it will spoil your phone, take a pause for a moment, ask yourself, is this a fact or is just another tech myth? Because in today's world, the wrong information can lead you to wrong decisions. And the more you understand your device, the better for you, okay? The better you make use of it. I am Lawal Momo, and this has been Tech Today. I'm telling you that don't just use technology, understand it. So until next time, I always tell you to stay informed, stay curious, stay informed in the world of tech, and always know that we do this on radio on Monday every 8:30 p.m. on 92.3 FM. Join us next time.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Top on the list of the initiates was the eldest son of the Esama of Benin and former governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nosakare Igbenedion. 11 of his siblings, namely Bright Ayamekwe Igbenedion, Honorable Charles Osemwike Igbenedion, Peter Osawari Igbenedion, Dr. Fred Osanwi Igbenedion, Barrister Mike Osarene Igbenedion, Efosa Douglas Igbenedion, Upuma Enes Igbenedion, Osawe Igbenedion, Edosa Igbenedion, Dr. Daniel Omorige Igbenedion, Agbom Steve Igbenedion, as well as the Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Ugbeide Nwonse. It was a vital aspect of Okada community's cultural heritage, which emphasized the significance of age, responsibility, and community service. Over 50 notable sons of Okada were also initiated. According to tradition and customs, those initiated, dressed in white traditional attire, were made to undergo some rituals, while the Odionwe pronounces blessings on them and assisted them to take a seat with the elders.
Ugeni Madonna, in Mazedio, Overo, Ovesni Agbe, Emanazo, or Ugeni Madonna.
You will have to serve the community for 30 years before you come to this stage. They will ordain you ordain title. Then by then you are one of the elder.
This year now, we don't read the year, so that's why we can do this year.
Historically, joining the Elders Council, an individual must have reached a certain age and must have made significant contributions to the community through leadership, service, or other meaningful ways. There was jubilation in the community as sons and daughters of Okada, both at home and in the diaspora, trooped out to be part of the ceremony with various homes of the initiates agog with festivities. Friends and well-wishers of those initiated into the Elders Council jubilated at the Ogwedion after performing all traditional rites. The elders, known as Edion, in company with their loved ones, danced to their various homes where guests and family members were entertained.
ITV, certainly the best.
Omonomba Nedo Ukwakwalopolo Ewai II, Oba of Benin, performing during the 2025 Ododua Festival. Ododua Festival is unique as it was organized in honor of Ioba Omoni Hwoyeme, Ioba Ewai II, as part of activities for her burial rites. The rich traditions and cultural heritage of the Benin Kingdom were showcased when His Royal Majesty Ewai II engaged the floor to perform during Ugie Ododua in the palace ground in Benin City. In the dance performance, the Ogbelaka Royal Drummers supplied the needed impetus and rhythm for the dance. However, tributes are paid by the head of Benin deities to the monarch, who was the cynosure at the event. The event can best be imagined as the spiritual rejuvenation, stunned, spectaculars and guests at the colorful ceremony. 7 masquerades representing 7 spirits and deities conveyed different meaning in company with the head of the deities of Benin, with the Oba of Benin, who exhibited a grand cultural dexterity in his dance steps.
the Ekoko masquerades from Ute village, whose cult is connected with Obaewari and his mother, Elere, appear on this occasion to bless the Oba. Ekoko is a ritual masquerade that dances to please the guests and the Oba.
ITV certainly the best.
Ojode aṣáájú ẹ̀ abẹ́rẹ́ tó pẹ́ ẹ̀. Àyàbá sọ́kè abẹ́rẹ́ tó pẹ́ ẹ̀. Àdàyè àtọ́jú abẹ́rẹ́ tó pẹ́ ẹ̀. Wẹ̀dúwà.
Some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Emobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
Yari yari, ọba àtọ́pẹ́. Yari yari, ọba
The Oba of Benin added a colorful mood to the year's celebration as he walks round the city center amidst cheers.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Thank you for joining us today on the program Woman to Woman. I'm Adisu Walsawagie. And today on Woman to Woman, we want to talk to you, that beautiful woman out there who may not know her rights as far as Nigerian law is concerned. You know, when it comes to some certain things, some women may know, but, you know, assessing that thing that the need may become a little bit difficult for them, especially when it comes to issues that concern lawyer, courts, your legal rights and all of that. And then how much money they're going to pay lawyers. You have never talked to the lawyer first. You're thinking of, oh, lawyer will ask me to bring 500K for this or that or that. Okay, so we've come to make you a bit happy this afternoon by talking to you about some of your rights and how to go about it. And joining me to discuss this is no other than Osama Edowa Dagmo. Yeah, she is a legal practitioner, and she's here to make your dreams come true legally. So, Osama, it's a pleasure to have you join us today.
Thank you
very much. You're looking so pretty. Are lawyers this beautiful?
Wow. Yeah, lawyers can be looking good too.
They can look
Thank
good.
you very
That's
much for having me.
wonderful. You're welcome. Now, talk to me. Is it so expensive to get a lawyer to do jobs for you, some legal jobs for you? Let me just ask, because some women will say that, let's say issue of divorce now, some women can come up to say, let me just walk away and forget my rights because I don't have that kind of money to pay a lawyer. Is it what we think?
Not completely true.
Okay.
You know, there are some lawyers that can still give indigent women out there support.
Okay.
To ensure they can be able to have their rights retrieved.
Okay.
So that they can be represented.
Okay.
So I think we have lawyers that are ready to do pro bono matters. And I give it to lawyers that do such cases for women that you know cannot afford legal fees. They get representation in courts too.
That's wonderful.
Yes.
So how do we assess this lawyers who do pro bono? Exactly where should we go to? How do we navigate that journey?
You know, we have some agencies that can assist women and societies, lawyers.
Okay.
We have the FIDA, the OLA, the NBA Women's Forum. Our female lawyers, they do pro bono cases for women.
Wow.
Especially when they know that these women's rights are being trampled upon, are being violated, and they know since they cannot ordinarily afford the legal fees,
yes,
because of what they think is so expensive. So there are other private lawyers that also take it upon themselves to ensure that these women get their rights retrieved back to them, or have their rights and whatever they seek in court, redress, given to them. And the only way they can do that is to have their case done to them pro bono. Okay. Pro bono means free of charge. They don't pay anything for it. So we have agencies in Benin, in Nigeria, and at large that recognize those women that cannot afford legal fees. So they are giving
that's very sweet to know.
Pro bono chances to express themselves.
Okay,
in court.
That's sweet to know. Okay, before I ask you my very first question we discussed about, there's this misconception now that is going on among some set of women that if you want a divorce, you can just look for somebody to type for you. Okay, somebody actually called me to say, Auntie Ade, this marriage is over. I need a divorce. Please type a letter for me, a divorce letter. And I was like, how many home video you they watch that you want a divorce letter? So please walk us through that journey, how divorce is obtained in Nigeria, because a lot of us watch home videos, we watch these Indian movies, you know, they can just, a man can just bring a document and then say, I've signed my part, you signed, that's the divorce letter. And I was like, it's not so divorce before sweet too. Please walk us through this journey.
Thank you very much. You know, as you said, that's usually seen in our home videos and our movies. Ordinarily, some persons think the way they go to the registry or to court or to church to have their divorce certificate signed, same way they get the documents handed over to the wife and say, sign, and I'm done with this marriage. But oh no, it's a whole lot more than that.
Okay.
It's not as difficult as they think it is. Go to a lawyer's office, approach them, tell them the reason you want to divorce. And let me start by saying we have different kind of marriages. In Nigeria, we have the statutory marriage and the customary marriage.
Okay.
Let me start with the customary. The customary marriage is usually done with the individual's custom and tradition from the place they hail from or their place of origin. Bride price is being paid. For example, I'm from the Benin clan, or I'm from the Benin community. Here they pay your bride price. When you are going through a divorce, you don't need to go to court. There's a route you need to go through. Though you also have customary courts that you can also go to get bride price returned. If you don't also want to go through the route of going through the courts to have your bride price returned, you can go to the family. The same family that met to collect the bride price. Then meetings ahead, families can also return
the
bride price. That's on the part of the customary marriage.
Okay, before you go further, is it possible, like I'm Asa and the bride price is not usually more than maybe 24 naira, 25 naira, thereabout, you know? Can I just put that money in an envelope, go drop in the guy's family compound and say, hey, see that money, I'm not marrying again, I'm done?
Usually, he didn't just put the money in the envelope and send to your parents.
But women are doing it nowadays. Just put the 20 naira or 15 naira and say, okay, that should change, you know,
but
and then go drop for the man.
But that's not the right thing to do.
Okay.
The right thing to do is to get the family involved, because they were involved from the onset. They need to know that this bride price is to be returned by either party. So when either of them is tired of the marriage and the woman say, I want to return your bride price, she has a family head. She had family representatives that can either join her or go themselves, either with an arranged meeting, or if there's no meeting, the man has a family head too, or a family house that you can go, that this marriage is not working, we want to officially return your bride price. Okay. I think it's neater that way. And you see that both families now know that my daughter is not with them and my son is no longer interested in this marriage, and they are living apart. And it naturally ends that way.
Okay.
But back to the statutory type of marriage. you know, the court marriage is usually what we refer to as a statutory marriage.
The one people call court marriage.
The one people refer to as court marriage.
Okay.
The marriage is usually done in a registered place of marriage.
Okay.
Usually the registry in the local government of your choice in Nigeria. There is a specified certificate that is given to you at your marriage. That same certificate will be presented to court at the verge of ending the same marriage.
Okay.
That is when you file for divorce.
Okay.
You get your lawyer, you let your lawyer know the reason for your getting the divorce, and there's a law, that is the Matrimonial Causes Act, that guides the procedure of ending same marriage. And this procedure is usually stated in section 15, I think from verse A, from A to E, has the stipulated reasons specified that you must have to know, be part of them. What I mean is, the reason of your getting married, you must stick to one of them. You mustn't prove everything. You must prove one. The law says prove one out of the 5 listed.
Okay.
To ensure and enable you to be able to get a divorce in court.
Okay.
Because there are sometimes you write a whole lot of stories and the judge will tell you there's no reason, you've not been able to stick to the stipulated reason why you need this divorce. But when you have been able to go through what the law says in the Matrimonial Causes Act, section 15, sub 1, sub A to E, and beyond, you'll be able to see that you are guided through the route of the procedure that's needed to divorce. And sometimes you tell your lawyer your story, goes through the route, knows the reason why you are divorcing, in line with the law. They file your divorce case for you, your husband is served, or the wife is served, and the stipulated time is given for them to respond. So you see that it's not just getting your document to sign.
Because some persons are
adverse
getting
party,
twisted, so to speak. You don't just serve one typed document to a man and say, I'm done. And
Sign.
You're still in that marriage until it is properly done.
By a court of competent jurisdiction.
Another here, lawyer don't talk, so you have to follow all of those. Okay, now let's look at the issue of inheritance, because I've heard some women say, no, I want to marry in church, I want to go to the registry, I also want to do traditional wedding. Why? Because of the issue of inheritance. Because they have heard that if a woman marry under customary law, she does not inherit the man. Peradventure, the man, dies, that it's the man's family and maybe the children, if they are male, that can inherit. So they want to go through the marriage at the registry, the statutory marriage, so that they can be able to inherit. Is it true? Inheritance law when it comes to statutory and customary marriage.
Yeah, thank you very much. You know, in a statutory kind of inheritance, the man has to do a will. In drafting his will, automatically, because you're his partner, his tendency of making you part of his will to inherit his property is there. But the fact that you are married to him, you have to also prove to court. It's 2 ways. Let me come first.
I beg, we are very patient. Go ahead.
Firstly, you have to prove to court that you are a contributory factor to the property that you intend to inherit.
Okay.
He buys the property, he builds on it, you live there. The next thing you say, because I'm his statutory wife, I'm an heir to it. Not completely true. Not completely true. Why I say it's not completely true? I did not say it's not true, but it's not completely true because you have to prove to court that you contributed factor, something to that property.
Like what?
For example, in the deed he used in purchasing the house, is your name included? If Mrs. Osawage, this is your husband's property, and is Mr. and Mrs. When I mean
okay,
Mr. is Mr. and Mrs. Adesuwa Osawage, then you are a co-owner. You are a joint owner. So when we're talking about who owns the property, Mr. and Mrs.
Okay.
Do you understand?
Okay.
Adesuwa Osawage. So when we're talking of inheritance, because you are part of this property, you can be able to inherit. But the fact that you just got married to him, that makes you a sole heir to the property, not completely true.
So getting married to a man is not enough for you to like own his property with him?
No.
Our property now.
That's why I said not completely true.
You have to prove it.
But outside you have to prove it. Very recently, the court has seen it that as a wife that has invested emotionally, maybe financially and otherwise, you came back to children, you've grown children, as part of the man's life now, you can be also part of the property.
Okay.
I don't know if you understand.
I get you. I get you.
You can also be part of the property inheritance. You can also be, let me say in the case of divorce now, we're not talking about inheritance now, we're talking about the case of divorce. If you're divorcing a man because of your investment, so to say, into the marriage, one as a wife, as a mother, as a partner, you've invested time, resources, energy into the marriage, you can also be part of the property. We're talking about compensation. The court I've already just said that you will be compensated.
Compensated.
Yes,
that's
because
okay.
you are part of the man's life, and as so, because the man, let's say, is a very rich man and is divorcing the woman just lose at all ends because he's not. No, that's no longer the game now.
Okay.
Because, but for inheritance, you are a statutory wife. You have children. Remember, in this part of the world, you have children, and in this part of the world, our men marry. We have polygamous families, and each gate in the customary kind of relationship, in each gate have their first sons also share part of these properties. Okay. I don't know if you understand.
By gate you mean different wives?
First wife,
now.
second wife, and if these wives have their respective children, so the family comes to say the heir of this man is Mr. A's child, Mrs. B's child, Mrs. C's child, and you see all of them coming together to have a fair share of the man's property. Why the statutory inheritance is a man putting up a will to share his property.
But where there is no will,
yes,
because most African men don't want to, let me say Nigerian men don't want to write a will, because if you talk about will, it's like you're wishing the person dead. So they don't want to listen. So, and most time there is no will.
Most time. That's why you see them going to probate. When you go to probate, you get a letter of administration, and that's also going to fall back to the family again.
Okay.
To assist the children now come together to ensure that whatever the man has
is fairly shared.
That's among his children. Yes.
All right, what's another program, Woman to Woman? We'll take a very short break, and when we come back, we will continue. There's one question that I'm itching to ask, and you must stay tuned to hear the question and then also hear the reply. We'll take that short break now. Thank you for staying tuned. Now I'm still with Barrister Osama, and the question I want to ask now is this. You know, there are I want to paint a scenario now. There are times some women somehow find themselves as breadwinners of a family, right?
Very well.
They do everything. They are the odogu of the family, all right? Not because they want it to be like that. It's just circumstances that made it that way. Now, a woman is so in love with the husband, right? Love the husband so much. She buys a house in the husband's name. It's her money. Then she buys a house or she builds a house and the receipt bears the man's name. She buys property, she buys cars, she buys all of that, and none of this property has the man's name because she was in love. Then it got to that point where love disappears, through where we don't know. And the woman wants her property back. And this man is staying on the property, saying, look, these things are mine. My name is on the receipts. So how can you prove that this property are yours? Barrister, walk us through.
It's a very dicey one. But I don't pray this happens to any woman.
It's happening to women. Women are experiencing it for real.
Yeah, they are, because I think I've done a matter like this before, and it was not really easy for us to skate through this. First, I think I advised that woman to seek help of a lawyer.
Okay.
And when this type of story is being told to somebody like me, we have to go through the antecedents. Because now, you know, the court, you have to prove to court.
Exactly. No evidence to say
How am I going to
own
prove to court
this?
that I own this property?
Yeah.
Now, this property I bought in the man's name. So you understand what that means? And in court, the judge is not there. It's what you put before court that court says. Remember, as you are getting a lawyer, the man is also getting a lawyer to say you did this for him. You never say you did it, say it's his own.
That did it.
So I think the best thing to do at that point is to get a lawyer, seek help, pray, and by the grace of God, she will be able to skate through some of the facts that the lawyer or the court is going to look like. It was the antecedents before now. Was the man working? Was he being able to provide this much to aid him acquire this type of properties? So those are the things the lawyer will assist the woman to do. If it's in a scenario where the man has never worked and the scenario is glaring, he's not been able to prove that he has worked, his bank account, there has not been anything to show that he has resources to do this much as far as acquiring these properties is concerned. That also be a way for the woman to, you know, go that route. But I think it's going to be a difficult one.
It will be difficult.
A very difficult one.
Difficult.
Because before court, the property is in the man's name. I think some time ago I did something like this, but it was, the man was buying the property in the woman's maiden name.
The woman's maiden name.
Because he didn't want the family to know that he has money.
Can you imagine?
He was buying the property in the woman's maiden name. As according to you, when love now went south, love has traveled. So the only way he could resort to was to come tell the woman, give me my properties, have my property in your possession. But the woman said, which property? The man said, I have a family now. They have, fortunately for the woman, she wasn't having any child for the man. So he now had another family, another woman with 2 kids. So he just came and said, I want my property back. I did that in your maiden's name because I didn't want this and that. But now I realized myself. And the woman said, which property? Hey, let's go to court. You know, before now, the woman was working though. And he also empowered, assisted to ensure she operates a big business that she could prove to God that she can afford
all of that.
those kind of properties.
This is a typical case of one chance.
So in the end, it was really a typical case of one chance, and she won.
Wow!
Because all the evidence was to show that she has,
and she has the means to be
she
able
had
to
the
acquire all of
means
that.
to acquire same.
Okay, time is not our friend. We are moving fast now, and we're about to round up. So, if I come to you as a client to say, oh, I love my husband too much, I want to buy that property, I want to buy that property, I want to buy that property because love is shaking me too much, I want to buy it in his name. I beg, how would you advise me?
Of course, I would advise you to, if a woman in love does not take advice.
That one took. A woman in love cannot take advice.
A woman in love cannot take, because when you advise the woman will turn it against you. You see, you go and tell the husband, you see, my friend does not want me to do this for you. So that's, I said dumbly, it's very few women in our world that take advice about their husbands when they're in love.
Okay, practically now, what should be obtainable? What should a wise woman do when she wants to buy property?
Okay, okay, when we say wise woman, we advise women when you're buying a property, when there is in the home front where everything is okay, the going is good, you can buy property in your husband's name. In those days of my mother, I don't think my mother has personal property.
Of your mother. Now, this is our day.
That's what I'm saying. But we still have homes like that where every property acquired is for daddy.
Okay.
You understand? But my advice to women, when you are obtaining a property now and you want to obtain it in your partner's name, I think it should be for the two of you. Okay. And when you are acquiring it, can be for Mr. John Jones and Mrs. Don't put John Jones, you put your own name.
Your own name, okay.
Mrs. Anita Jones.
Okay.
Because anybody can be Mrs.
Anybody can be?
Yes.
Wow.
So my advice is you can do it as a joint property.
Okay.
I think by that, we have peace and then nobody will be cheated.
Is it a crime for a woman to own her own property?
No.
With her name and everything. Okay, I want to own this property in my name. I don't want a Mr. and Mrs. and I just want my own in my name.
It's not a crime.
Okay.
When you have a partner that is enlightened and understanding, you can have a property. There are a lot of women that have properties in their names. And their marriage is still going on smoothly.
Okay.
And everything is going on well. There's peace in the home. There's no problem at all in having property in your name.
Okay.
But you can afford it, and some men will even encourage you to buy the property in your name.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, there's one trending video that I watched a while ago where Senator Natasha, somebody was complaining bitterly that why should she seek permission from the husband to want to run for the senatorial seat again, you know? And it generated a lot of debate. I beg, is there a crime in a woman asking her husband's permission?
I think that's
to do something like that.
No, that's the best thing to do before you seek any political position. One, it shows the people you are intending to govern out there will see that you are already giving respect to your husband at home.
Okay.
And that will send a very positive message to the public. So she has done the right thing.
So the person says, the woman said, in the face of equality, what is it called, women liberation and all of that, why should she? Is she saying that if the husband said no, she wouldn't have gone for? She's very bitter about it though.
Okay, in the face of women liberation and equality amongst men.
Yes, can you just give us that answer in 30 seconds?
You see, even when the man, so to say, want to say no, but because of the loyalty of the woman, he will go all out to encourage her, he will go all out to support her, and in the end, there will be peace. The most important thing is peace rather than conflict, and rather than trying, because you are trying to do women equality, you want to be equal with the man. If there's no peace, can you have a smooth sail?
The answer is no. This women equality will come to this stage and discuss about it very soon. So, Barrister Sama, thank you so much for finding time to be with me on the show.
Thank you.
All right, people, women out there, we're talking to you today, as always. I hope you remember that a word is enough for the wise. So, the one that concerns you in everything that we have said today, take it, keep it, work with it, and be a better woman. Bye-bye.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
The new Edion expressed excitement as he danced and rejoiced before the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawori Benedion, who also joined in the dance. As visiting and paying of homage to various homes of senior elders continued, the initiates spent 7 days performing diverse kinds of rites as required by tradition. They were furnished with rules and regulations regarding their new office as Edion.
That I grew up in this community to the point that they have now also chosen me as an elder in this community. It's a thing of great joy. All thanks to the Esama of Benin, my people, my family, everybody, all Okada community for this great honor. I am very, very grateful.
Well, this is my brother. I'll call him my uncle because he grew up with my father. I'm so proud of him because we are doing the same rituals as the Edions of the Okada. It is our duty for us to make this place a greater place, for outsiders to come and see the goodness of God in Okada. And I'm proud of every one of us here. So shall it be to each and every one of us in Jesus' name.
Obalazi Madio Malawe Mari Orisama Junena, the Mado Pomisama, the Mado Bekan Sama, and Manadio Warena, the Sama Magbekan, Osaba, Obuyabitone, no get Tony Maga, not Yami Magame, Manido Bekan, the Lena, Ima Yafe, Ima Hato, Ima Agmo, Arokai Uduri, Ima Dia Orene, all the Tiagoyano, Emi Magame, religious question of me are fun.
In this summer, in our father's house, in respect of our initiation to elders at young level. As tradition demands, we are here today to come and also pay our homage to him, for him to also pray for us, for long life and prosperity.
The climax, after 7 days, was paying of homage again to the Odion Way, where he gave the initiate the full rights to function and to henceforth participate in meetings with Edion. It will go down in the history and minds of Okada community, Ovia people, Edo State, and Nigeria in general. The ambience, style, and the colorful ceremony associated with the 2025 initiation into the Edion Council of former Governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nosakari Igbenedion, his brothers Bright Ayamekwe Igbenedion, Honorable Charles Osenwige Igbenedion, Peter Osawari Igbenedion, Dr. Fred Osawuni Igbenedion, Barrister Mike Osane Igbenedion, Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Gwede Onwunse, Honorable Efosa Douglas Igbenedion, Ukponwa Igbenedion, Osawe Igbenedion, Edosa Igbenedion, Dr. Daniel Omorige Igbenedion, as well as Agbong Steve Igbenedion, among other sons of Okada.
Ẹgbẹ̀júwà. Ọba àtọ́pẹ́. Ẹgbẹ̀júwà. Ọba àtọ́pẹ́ yìí. Ojúde aṣáájú ẹ̀ abẹ́rẹ́dọ́pẹ́. Àyàbá tọ́jú ẹ̀, ọba àtọ́pẹ́ ẹ̀. Ọ̀dàyẹ àtọ́jú ẹ̀, ọba àtọ́pẹ́ ẹ̀. Ẹgbẹ̀dúwà.
Omonoma Nedo Ukwakwalopolo Ewai II, Oba of Benin, performing during the 2025 Ododua Festival. Ododua Festival is unique as it was organized in honor of Ioba Omoni Hwoyeme, Ioba Ewai II, as part of activities for her burial rites. The rich traditions and cultural heritage of the Benin Kingdom was showcased when His Royal Majesty Ewai II engaged the floor to perform during Ugie Ododua in the palace ground in Benin City. In the dance performance, the Ogbelaka Royal Drummers supplied the needed impetus and rhythm for the dance. However, tributes are paid by the head of Benin deities to the monarch, who was the cynosure at the event. The event can best be imagined as the spiritual rejuvenation, stunned, spectaculars and guests at the colorful ceremony. 7 masquerades representing 7 spirits and deities conveyed different meaning in company with the head of the deities of Benin, with the Oba of Benin, who exhibited a grand cultural dexterity in his dance steps.
The Ekoko masquerades from Ute village, whose cult is connected with Obaewari and his mother, Elere, appear on this occasion to bless the Oba. Ekoko is a ritual masquerade that dances to please the guests and the Oba.
ITV, certainly the best.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Market Survey. On this edition of Market Survey, we are here to know the current price of palm oil and groundnut oil here in the market. It is no longer news that the increase in fuel prices has affected sales, as traders are now lamenting over the increase in transportation due to fuel prices. So we are currently in the market to get to know the current price of palm oil and groundnut oil, if it has reduced or it is still on the high side. I am Stephanie Notoriua.
In recent times, the rising cost of living in Nigeria has taken a new turn, with the prices of essential food items continuing to increase across market. Among the most affected are two everyday good cooking staples, palm oil and groundnut oil. Once considered affordable and easily accessible, these products are now becoming increasingly expensive, placing a growing burden on both traders and consumers. On this edition of Market Survey, we'll take you around the market to get to know the current price of palm oil and groundnut oil. But before we go into the market, palm can be quite heavy. After harvesting, the palm fruit bunches are gathered and transported to processing sites. In many rural areas, this transportation is done using motorcycles, wheelbarrows, or small vehicles. With the increase in fuel prices, moving this fruit from the farm to the processing point has become more expensive. At the processing site, the first step is sterilization. The palm fruit are boiled in large drums or metal containers. These help to soften the fruit and make it easier to separate them from the bunch. It also helps to reduce the risk of spoilage. Once boiled, the fruit are removed and allowed to cool slightly. They are then stripped from the bunches, either manually or using simple tool. This stage requires time and effort, especially when done in large quantities. The next comes the pounding or digestion stage. The softened fruit are pounded using mortars and pestles or processed using mechanical digesters where available. These steps help to break down the fruit plump and release the oil. After pounding, the mixture is transferred for pressing. In traditional settings, this is done manually where the pump is used to extract the oil. In more modern setup, manual machines are used to press out the oil more efficiently. The extracted oil is then mixed with water and heated again. This allows the oil to separate from impurities and water. The oil, being lighter, rises to the top and is carefully scooped out. Finally, the oil is fitted and stored in containers such as keg or drums, ready for transportation to the market. Each of these stages, from harvesting to processing and transportation, requires labor, time, and energy, all of which are affected by rising fuel costs. Groundnut oil production also begins at the farm, where groundnut are cultivated and harvested. Once the groundnut are ready, they are uprooted from the soil and left to dry. Drying is an important step as it reduces moisture and makes the nut easier to store and process. After drying, the groundnut are shared to remove the outer covering. This can be done manually or with the help of machines. The shell nuts are then cleaned to remove dirt, stones, and other unwanted materials. The next stage is roasting. The groundnut are roasted to enhance oil extraction and improve the flavor of the oil. This process requires heat, often generated using firewood, charcoal, or fuel-powered equipment. After roasting, the nuts are ground into a paste using grinding machine. This paste contains both oil and solid particles. The paste is then not subjected to pressing. In local setting, manual pressing may be used, while larger producers using mechanical presses to extract the oil. This stage separates the oil from the solid residue, often called cake. The extracted oil is not yet ready for consumption. It undergoes filtration to remove impurities. In some cases, it is further refined to improve its color, taste, and shelf life. Finally, the clean oil is packaged into bottles, keg, or containers and transported to market for sales. Just like palm oil, every stage of groundnut oil production depends on transportation, energy, and labor. From moving a vested nut to processing centers, the operating machines, and distributing the final product, the cost of fuel plays a major role. Today, producers and traders say the cost of processing this oil has increased drastically, from moving raw materials from farm to processing site to transporting finished product to the market. Every stage now requires more money than before. In many markets, traders explain that the price of a keg or bottle of palm oil has risen sharply within a short period. The same can be said for groundnut oil, which is gradually becoming a luxury from some households. For consumers, the effect is immediate and personal. Families are now forced to buy in smaller quantity or seek cheaper alternative. Food vendors and restaurant owners are now adjusting their prices as the cost of cooking oil continue to rise. But beyond the market stall and kitchen tables lies a deeper story, one that connects production, transportation, and economic realities. The increase in fuel prices has created a chain reaction affecting not just how goods are moved, but how they are produced and sold. On this edition of Market Survey, we take a closer look at the rising cost of palm oil and groundnut oil, exploring their journey from production to the market and examining how these changes are affecting traders, producers, and customers alike.
A groundnut oil gallon is 35,000. Then we sell per bottle 2,019.
That's what they carry before.
No. Inside last year it was around 20 something. But later it increased. But now it's not 35.
What about red oil?
45.
How much did they carry before?
Last year it was around 50 something. Later it now dropped to 45.
So now the thing they don't come down with the hard price.
It has come down. It has come down. Unlike before, it has come down.
So how much they measure the smallest bottle?
300.
For which one?
Chelsea bottle.
For groundnut oil or oil?
The same price.
Okay, 2 of them might be 300.
300, 500. We have measurement of 500. We have measurement of 300.
Okay. So now this palm oil not be the season with this, so?
It is the season now. This is the season of palm oil. I strongly believe that it's the season, but I don't know. I don't know why the price is so high.
So you feel saying that the cost of fuel and transportation that make it high like that?
My sister, no. Maybe go out to Nubu. Now Tinubu that get that question to answer. Maybe we'll go drop Tinubu from the city. She come and give us the answer.
But if you say like in any moment from now, maybe like next month, 2 months time, it will come down the price.
Hopefully now.
How much now they say groundnut oil now?
Groundnut oil one is now 1.8 for can. And the medium size 800.
How much affected they sell them before?
Before now, the thing they come up like they rise, they come down, so depends. Like when we buy last now 1,000, but now it still come down small, so it not get stable price.
Okay, but now for market it don't cheap.
Yeah, it's cheap now.
What about red oil?
Red oil, yes, red oil is still cheap. Still they different from before.
Okay, how much until they sell bottle now?
Bottle now still 1.8. Before now 2,000. Come down small.
So the groundnut oil, how much until they carry on for jerry can?
Depends. 40. Now 38. 38. So
compared to until they carry on before, it don't reduce.
And come down small.
So if I want measure for Chelsea bottle now, like how much?
600, 500.
So groundnut oil, I get different type of groundnut oil. We say okay, this one no they sleep, this one they sleep.
Yes, it did.
So the one where they sleep, the price is different from the one where they sleep.
Yes.
So how much until they sell them?
The one when they sleep, they more cheaper than the one when they sleep. Yes.
So for red oil, no different price, different type now, just one.
Yes.
Groundnut oil and red oil before market, their price don't come down.
It really come down. Truth to not say me they not talking. It come down. Oil come down, groundnut oil come down. Garri come down, but now only last market now garri go up. Rice come down. Things come down. That it try pass about 2 years back. till last year to this year now they really try things come down but na money not dey market not dey. You see say the market since now no market be like say na street market people no dey buy they say money not dey but something cheap so na we dey.
So how much na they sell groundnut oil na the bottle? The
bottle now we dey sell 1817. The true price be that. All year we dey sell 15, 14, 13. Depends as the customer sit buy am. He really try groundnut oil come down. So many things he come down, he try. The government really try for this one, but na money na not dey. People not dey market at all.
How groundnut oil and oil before market now they don't come down. The price don't come down.
Never come down. The market they wave up and down because of the fuel. And they say transport where they take around coin too much. Now maybe the thing where they battle.
How much now they sell groundnut oil and oil for bottle?
Like bottle now for groundnut oil they sell for 1.8. Oil they sell for 1.3.
So that be the last price?
Yes. They're not the less.
So how much did they carry the oil for gallon before and now?
When I buy last, I buy 48. No. They put 500 on top. They say because of transport for fuel.
For red oil, be groundnut oil.
Red oil. Groundnut oil, we buy that one with gallon 37.5. Now.
How much na fit carry am before?
As we say, if rain dey fall, anything they dear. We they buy like 50, 55. Now we they never start now. Now they buy for that price.
They say groundnut oil na two type. The one where they sleep and the one where not they sleep.
It's there now.
So both of them are the same money that they buy am.
A different price. Like the one where not they sleep, we they sell that one for 2.5. This one where they sleep, so they sell that for 1.8. But they see the price, oh, the money not they correct.
So how much na cut they measure for Chelsea bottle?
Like Chelsea now, they sell Chelsea groundnut oil 500, oil 400.
Last price for that one?
That be the last price.
So but if you say as the price they like this, if it still come down?
We don't want me come down, we they pray me come down. I bet when I help us talk to them, me come down. And they say fuel, and I fuel be the tea, oh, na fuel that they talk of. That be the tea.
Tomatoes so they buy 25,000, 20,000. Now they buy 40. They see this one for here, so 40,000. You see and say all of them don't met. The country don't tire us. So Tinubu rescue us. So the country they give us hard time at all. You see everywhere now, no customer, everywhere quiet. It's not supposed to be so. Before, by this kind of time, we don't they say. See now, no customer, everywhere silent. Money not there the country.
And you dey buy oil, abi? Compared to what you say they buy before and now, it don't come down.
It never come down. It's still the evil high. The over highness is too much. You see people see the price down. They see the price down. They know they feel buying. That oil where they there now don't reach 1 week for them. We never say. We there as we there. The country know they treat us well. May they reduce fuel.
If they say me they reduce fuel, like how much you say me they reduce the fuel to?
I don't understand. May they reduce fuel. Would they suffer?
Fuel they there, no light.
Nothing. I don't tire. No fuel, no light, nothing. All these city must will not get light. Solar now where people they use now, they have to bear now, it too cost.
Becoming more demanding, what was once a manageable cycle of harvesting and processing is now more expensive and less predictable. Many are forced to spend more just to maintain the same level of production. Traders, too, are facing difficult realities with higher purchases cost. They must decide whether to increase price or risk running at a loss. In many cases, the decision to raise price is unavoidable. The story of palm oil and groundnut oil is in many ways a reflection of a broader economic situation where rising costs continue continue to shape how people live, work, and survive. Yet, despite these challenges, Nigeria continue to show resilience, finding way to adjust, to cope, and to move forward in face of uncertainty. As conversation around solution continue, many hope for policies and intervention that will ease production costs, stabilize price, and make essential goods more affordable once again. Until then, the market remain a clear mirror of these times, telling story not just of trade, but of endurance, struggle, and survival.
We've come to the end of today's edition on Market Survey, and we've gotten to know the current price of palm oil and groundnut oil here in the market. So like I said before, it is no longer news that the fuel increase has affected trades. Now, traders are lamenting over the increase in transportation as it has affected the current price of palm oil and groundnut oil. And that's it on today's edition of Market Survey. I am Stephanie Notoriua. Thank you so much for staying tuned.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
The Igwe Festival is the colorful and crowd-pulling festival in Benin Kingdom. The Igwe Festival is an annual event that is celebrated by all Benin, both at home and abroad, to mark the end of the Benin year and to usher in a new year with a renewed hope for peace and prosperity. The annual Ugie Festival is centered on the Oba of Benin as the Oba takes the center stage. This year's Ugie commences with Otuigwoba. The Oba, sitting at his throne, gives out kola nuts to chiefs in order of seniority.
Oh, my son, my dear. We say, oh, my dear. Oh, we're not here. It's not you're not over. Yes. You're not do so much. Yes, where's it happening? Where's it happening? Oh, now here, where's it? What's my dear? It's
The Esama of Benin Kingdom thanked the new Edion for visiting him and advised them to
Thanks again for joining us on this week's edition of your must-watch and your must-listen-to program on independent television and radio, Politics Today, with your host to the most, Sonny Duke Okosun. Well, our tradition is to help you make sense of some of the stories that are trending in the build-up to the 2027 election, and so much is really happening in the country, and we'll be giving you insight into all of them. But let's begin by looking at some of the trending political stories. Former President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan yesterday fueled fresh speculation about a possible return to presidential politics after telling a large crowd of supporters in Abuja that he would consult widely over mounting calls for him to contest the 2027 presidential election. Jonathan spoke after thousands of demonstrators under the banner of the Coalition for Jonathan 2027 marched to his office, urging him to contest the 2027 presidential election. Supporters flooded the streets around the former president's office, carrying banners and placards with inscriptions such as "Goodluck Jonathan saved Nigeria," "Declare to run for 2027 elections now," "Contest 2027 presidential elections," "Save Nigeria," "One Nigeria," "One Jonathan," and "Do not forsake the Nigerian people." The demonstrators, including women and youths, chanted solidarity songs and repeatedly urged Jonathan to immediately pick a presidential nomination form. Receiving the protesters, Jonathan stressed patriotism, peaceful elections, and the need for long-term national planning, warning that Nigeria risked losing capable citizens if confidence in democracy continued to weaken. Okay, let's see how all of that will pan out. I won't be surprised in the days to come if a group of people or some individual or an individual goes out, gets the nomination form from any of the political party as part of the sponsorship of the former president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. In the meantime, the vice chairman of the Senate Committee on Ethics, Code of Conduct and Public Petitions, Senator Ibrahim Khalid Mustafa of Kaduna North, has dumped the People's Democratic Party, PDP, for the African Democratic Congress, ADC. In his letter read on Thursday by the Deputy President of the Senate, Senator Jibrin Barau, APC, Kano North, Senator Mustafa said that he was leaving the PDP because of leadership crises. The latest wave of defections made the current configuration of senators in the Senate on the platform of the various political parties to be APC, 88 senators, ADC, 8 senators, PDP, 3 senators, NDC, 4 senators, ABGA, 1 senator, Accord, 1 senator, totally 105 out of the 109 seats. Well, the APC still holds majority in the Senate with 88 seats. And we can see the PDP fortunes dwindling every time in the Senate. And then, of course, NDC's profile is gathering momentum also in the Senate. Okay, Bello El-Rufai is the son of former Kaduna State Governor, the very controversial Malam Nasser El-Rufai. His son has defected also from the ruling All Progressive Congress to the African Democratic Congress to meet his father there, yeah. The Speaker, Representative Abbas Tajuddin, read the letters of defection at the resumption of plenary on Thursday. The Speaker said Bello El-Rufai joined the ADC alongside 2 members of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, from Kaduna State, Representatives Umar Ajilo and Suleiman Yahya Richifa. He also announced the defection of Kamilu Ado, a lawmaker from Kano State, from the ADC to the Nigerian Democratic Congress, NDC. The Speaker also announced the resignation of Representative Joshua Obika, representing the Amak Buhari Federal Constituency of the Federal Capital Territory, from the APC to the NDC. So you can see the fortunes of the NDC is growing by the day. We hope it stays that way. All right. Okay, let's look at this story. Governor Muhammadu Yahya of Gombe State on Friday appeared before the party's senatorial screening committee in Abuja, where he was formally cleared to contest in the forthcoming elections. Yeah, the governor emerged as consensus candidate of the All Progressives Congress for the Gombe North senatorial seat. The screening exercise, which took place in Plateau House in Abuja, was conducted by the APC Senatorial Screening Committee, chaired by the National Chairman, Professor Nintawe Iwada. This was contained in a press statement issued by the Director General, Press Affairs, Gombe House, Ismaila Msili. Okay, the governor of Ogun State, Dakbo Abiodun, was screened by the National Working Committee of the All Progressives Congress on Friday ahead of the party's primaries for the Ogun East Senatorial District. This was disclosed in a Facebook post by the Senior Special Assistant to Ogun Governor. That was going to be a close fight between Dakbo Abiodun and Senator Daniel, of course, former governor of Ogun State. We'll see how all of that will work out as we get closer to the deadline. And speaking shortly after the exercise on Friday, Abiodun said his aspiration is driven by a desire to deepen development and effective representation for Ogun East. The screening, according to the statement, is part of APC's internal procedures to vet aspirants seeking elective positions under the party's platforms to avoid surprises. I mean, you know, that has characterized politics in recent times. Well, some of the stories we are bringing to you in the build up to 2027. Let's get into the conversation today. With me in the studio is a political scientist from the Department of Post Science, University of Benin, a researcher, a scholar, and an academician. I'd like to thank very especially Neville Obakedo for joining us this morning. Neville, good to have you on the program.
Good morning, ITV. Good morning, viewers and listeners at home. And thank you for having me this great Saturday morning.
Fantastic. Multi-party democracy is a key component in the practice of democracy. But in this part of the world, this component is always threatened. I mean, we've heard in recent times opposition saying the ruling party and the government of the day is making frantic efforts to ensure that Nigeria becomes a one-party state. Let's take the conversation from there.
Okay, democracy is a phenomenon that many nation states pride themselves as practicing, including Nigeria. And democracy, if you look at its origin, from the Greek city-states of Athens, of Sparta, of Megara, of Corinth, of Mytilene, and so on, the people used to gather at a village square to elect their leaders. But as population keeps growing, people decide to adopt various forms of democracy that looks like what was practiced in the Greek city-states that you call democratia, that is the rule of the people, or democratus. Now, because of so many variables such as, or factors, such as religion, such as culture, such as ideology, and so on, we see that more often than not, societies that are heterogeneous or multi-ethnic societies, they go with multi-party democracy. So many African states prize themselves as multi-party democracies. But as we speak, we see that the Nigerian state is tilted towards a one-party state. People have been saying it. Some people say it is true, some say it's not true. To my mind, I can say that there's element of it, but it's not true that the state is going towards or gravitating towards the direction of one-party state. Why did I say so? The Democrats in the Greek city-state, the purpose of emphasizing and clamoring for democracy was for them to address the issues of their society. What were those issues? They were facing the crisis of justice at that time, period of Socrates, of Aristotle, of Plato, and so on. They needed people who will support justice, who will set modalities for bringing justice as a yardstick for running the affairs of the state. During that period, difference because they were different. Athens was a state of its own. Sparta was a state of its own, even though it was just like a federation. They did not want, for example, Sparta would not want Athens to outwit it politically, militarily, and otherwise. So it means the Democrats in Athens were ensuring that they promoted national interests, which is the security and welfare of the people. As we speak in Nigeria, there is a constitution, a state constitution, that talks about the fact that the primary purpose and aim of government is security and welfare of the people. Now, people are in different political parties. If we have party A before, because when we started democracy in 1999, in this Fourth Republic, it was PDP, AD, and All Progressive Party, APP, and so on. Now, one expected, for instance, if PDP, as the ruling party then, did not emphasize security of life and property and welfare of the people, that ADC or AD then should say, we are going to pursue vigorously security and welfare of the people. so that people will now say, okay, since PDP refused to do this, we'll follow AD. That's the essence of having multi-party democracy, where the people will have option of choosing between and among political parties, depending on the one that represents their interests. Yeah. But what we have here is not what's supposed to be associated with multi-partyism. Why did I say so? Politicians in Nigeria, they are aware that we are having insecurity in Nigeria today. Politicians in Nigeria, they are aware that banditry is affecting almost all the states of the federation. I have not seen many, including the office of the president, organizing from state to state or from one geopolitical zone to another town hall meetings on how to tackle insecurity in different parts of the country. And yet, we are talking of 88 senators representing APC in the National Assembly. What are they representing? Are they coming to Abuja to just get their allowances and their whatever they are getting and forget that their houses are on fire? That raises the fundamental question of whether the politicians that we have or the Democrats that we have in Nigeria, whether they know something about democracy and whether they know something about governance.
So doesn't this lend some credence to some scholars' perception that democracy is a fraud and a deception, because it may appear that people are coming to power by the populist opinion, whereas in actual fact, it is those who are in power that determine how things goes and it favors them. Take, for example, in the last few days, was on Wednesday or so, or Thursday, we saw a war of words between the senator representing Edo North Senatorial District and the Senate President over a Nicodemus change of some rules in the House that make some senators eligible to occupy principal positions. And that was a clear case of somebody trying to create a rule that will favor him in going into maybe the next Senate, the 10th Assembly, as it were. I'd like to get a perspective along those lines.
I don't always like to, well, since you have mentioned this matter, let me just talk about it. First and foremost, we should be very careful the way we say things or the way we do things, because sometimes the chicken will come home to roost.
One day.
Yes. I happen to be close to one of these two people that you mentioned, and one of them was, the two of them were former governors and they are now senators. One of them told the other one, while they were still governors, they were governors almost at the same time. He said, I would like to add over to my deputy. He said, no. Don't add over to your deputy. Don't know that politicians would like to go and dig into your past. I will add over to somebody that is not a politician. So this other former governor, then governor, now both senators, now borrowed that idea or got that idea from the other one. And two of them are in the Senate now, that I will not add over to
my deputy.
I will add over to somebody that is a technocrat. Both of them added over to technocrats, and both of them did not add well with the technocrat that they added over to. Are you getting it? Now, the two of them were not democratic by choosing their leaders, by choosing their successors. The reason is because it is the party that determines who should fly the ticket of the party.
Okay.
You may have your influence as a city governor or outgoing governor. Your own is to influence others by whatever means to toe your line, not to insist.
And not to impose.
Yes, not to insist and to impose. And then those who oppose you in the process, if they have appointment, you crumble them by removing them from the appointment. These were the things that both of them did at that time. Now they are both in Senate now, and they are grumbling. They are struggling for that position. One is there, one want to enter there. Now, talking about democracy, you see, democracy, as I said earlier, if you go back to the Greek city origin, the Greek city state origin of democracy, is the fact is democracy that is supposed to be based on the rule of law. The people who gather from different places to come and democratize or to vote, they were there to ensure that there was rule of law in their various states. So if you say that you are practicing democracy and there's no rule of law, then there's no democracy. That's number one. Number two, when we are talking about democracy, the democracy that we talk about in a multi-party system, it's not just democracy of election day. PDP will feature a candidate, APC will feature a candidate, NDC will feature a candidate. That is general election day, or off-cycle election day. ADC will feature a. That is not democracy. Democracy is the democracy of the party, the internal party. That is the democracy, because that democracy is supposed to be a democracy that goes with the freedom of choice.
Okay.
Then what we see today is that somebody will sit in Abuja. Some people are like his lieutenants. They will say the leader has spoken. That so person will be the councillor for so ward. This one will be the local government chairman. At the end of the day, they say it's consensus. They say it's consensus.
Yeah, that's what's trending now.
Yeah, they say it's consensus.
But it's constitutional.
That is not democracy. Now, if you say it is constitutional, fine, no problem. But the constitution raises a caveat that if you are going to agree on the consensus candidate, the other candidates you agree with that process of.
Or the other candidates should be part of the
consensus.
Consensus.
They should be part of the consensus. Not that they will sit down in their houses. They will hear that political leader A has said that it's consensus, so others are in quote legislated out of the process. That is not democracy.
We have seen one of the highest movements, defection in party politics in Nigeria in recent times. Can you comment on that?
When you say defection, and it reminds me of what you told me yesterday when you were inviting last night when you were inviting me for this program. Alignment and realignment. Now, if you are a politician, you want to align or you want to realign, the first thing that should come to your mind is national interest. And that brings us back to the issue of welfare of the people and the security of the people. So if you are realigning and it is for national interest, that does not mean that your personal interest is not subsumed in the national interest. But you should be seen at every point in time promoting national interest. But what we discover is that the people who align, realign, defected, and the rest of them, they are defecting, number one, to be relevant in the present dispensation. They don't want to be in the opposition, where the distributing largesse of the present ruling party will not get to them. So they will say, okay, we are members of any government in power. So any government that is in power, I just carry my supporters, I just cross over to that party. Then next time, any government that is in power, if it's no longer this party, I cross to the other side. So you see them, they are always moving in the same cycle from one political party that is in power to another. That is not democracy. They are doing that in their own interest and not in the interest of the people. And at the end of the day, you see that such politicians, they will never take one issue that is supposed to be an issue of serious concern to the nation, a burning national issue. You can never see them bring it on the table to discuss it, because they believe that when they bring such issue to the table to discuss, the people that they are benefiting from, they are going to be injuring their sensibilities by that discussion. And so they just keep quiet and allow impunity and insecurity to pervade our land.
The challenge of intra-party democracy has continued to be like a recurring decimal. Just when you think that in a political dispensation we'll get it right, but it's read its ugly head again, like we've seen in what is happening. And then you have instances where, I give you a state like Nasarawa State. The governor has his anointed candidate. Everybody is queuing up, you know, behind the governor's anointed candidate. In some states at the senatorial district level, the governor has his candidate and is giving support to that candidate. Every other person is asked to step down. How do we, you know, extricate ourselves from this kind of structure and system to have a better society?
The first thing, that will take me back to the issue of the NSAS that was held in the year 2000. I think there was NSAS that youth in several parts of the country embarked upon when President Buhari was still the president. During that period, I said, let me embark on a research expedition from here to Lagos. Even though there was no movement, I had to maneuver my way to Lagos. Every particular major place I get to, like Ore, like Shagam, like Djibouti, I will stop and ask the people there, the young people there, who are your leaders? They will say, no leaders. Even in Benin here, up to Unibem, Gate to Wasota, you ask, they say they don't have leaders. Up to Guste, then to Lagos, they don't have leaders.
Maybe because of the fear of being apprehended or arrested, as it were.
Then back to Benin again, they said they don't have leaders. And I said, you fail to learn from history, you are condemned to repeating it. If you go and check the, excuse me, the revolution that was led by Fidel Castro in Cuba was led by him and his lieutenants, fellow comrades. Until this very moment, you still see the influence of Fidel Castro in Cuba. The revolution that was led in China by Mao Zedong and the Kuomintangs was led by himself and his comrades. The state that they were fighting, they knew that these were the people fighting them. On and on and on and on like that. Even up to Mozambique, where you have Samora Machel, you go to Angola, where you used to have Jonas Savimbi and the rest of them. The people that were holding sway to power at that time knew their enemies. Even up to Yoweri Museveni fighting the government of Uganda, starting from the government of Miti Obote to that of Idi Amin, from there to General Tito Okello, until he took over government with the support of Paul Kagame of Rwanda. So, any people, any group of people who believe that the system is shortchanging them, who believe that the system should be displaced and replaced, they should have their own, number one, they should have integrity. Number two, they should have an alternative to what is obtainable. If they fail to do so and they don't have element of citizenship combativeness, they are bound to repeating history. I'll give you an instance. In 2023, there was a third force, obedient movement, and people really wanted change. Not only change from the ruling party, people needed a paradigm shift, younger generation of people becoming leaders. And many people who featured as candidates of Labour Party in certain Labour Party struggles in Nigeria, they went to the National Assembly as senators, as House of Rep members. They did not spend up to 2 years here before they abandoned Labour Party. What Labour Party stood for that made them to say they were going to the National Assembly to effect a change, they failed to do so. They followed the same party that they were contesting against in 2023. So who is fully wound there? That's number one. Number two, during that 2023 national general elections, I was talking to people that I knew were Labour Party stalwarts across the country that we are close. I said, okay, if Obi did not win presidency, yet he came third, it is a sign that he should not take the back seat from that time to the next election. Because if he takes the back seat and come when the other election is around the corner, he is not likely to also make any impact. I also told them, those of them may be watching now, they will say, yeah, this man said this thing. I said, okay, if Obi did not win presidency, but Labour Party won seats in the National Assembly, House of Rep, why can't you just put the same effort so that all the states that Labour Party won in their presidential election, Labour Party will win their governorship elections, win the House of Assembly election. Then you will make it easier for Obi to win election in 2027. As soon as Obi did not win the presidential election, their revolutionary zeal died in them. They became so frustrated. They don't know that if somebody is oppressing you and you know that he's oppressing you, unless you put up a very strong resistance, the oppressor will oppress you till you die, and the oppressor will start oppressing your children and generation after you. So they fail to understand that, and they are condemned to repeat history, and we are here in 2027. 2027 is around the corner. So that is the point. The reason why you are having mass defection and there is nothing, and there is no eternal democracy in political parties, it's not because people are not aware of it. That yes, if you say you don't want to support okay, if you are not allowed to contest for a political position in party A or B, You can go and form alliance with other people to make sure that that person that they stole your mandate for a quote, the person did not win the election. But now they will just say, okay, you see, the reason why we say Mr. B should go for that position is because one political godfather brought him. What is going to happen is that since it's a chairmanship position, we are going to give you a secretary to the local government, or we are going to give you supervisory councillor, and the person agrees. Then the person will still come and say, I'm a Democrat. You are not a Democrat. Because when obstacles are put on the role of Democrats, they create another alternative to ensure that that democracy that they were not able to get in Party A, they will get it in Party B.
All right, Neville Obagedo, our guest analyst today on the program Politics Today on Independent Television and Radio. We'll take a quick break. When we return, we're looking at some of the critical issues that will shape 2027 election. Please stay on Politics Today on the ITV network.
ITV, certainly the best.
Joining me on the second half of the program Politics Today on Independent Television and Radio. Don't forget, you also have the opportunity to contribute to the discussion on the program today through our phone line. Of course, will be open in just a moment. Let me get back to my guest in the studio, a political scientist, researcher, and a scholar, Neville Obagedo, political science from the University of Benin. Thank you so much for coming on the program. Now, you talked about the inability of the obedient movement and the Labour Party to sustain the gains of 2023. What do you make of the intractable differences which came, when the party momentum has been built, which some also trace to the ruling party in terms of the court injunctions, intra-party squabbles and all of that, which is always what we see in our political system.
You see, when what I like about the judiciary is that judiciary is the hope of the common man. The common man in this case is the person, no matter how highly placed, that may be disadvantaged in a process. All the political parties have their own constitutions, and each of the political parties is supposed to abide by its own constitution in doing anything, whether it is calling for congresses, whether it's calling for national convention, whether it's calling for primaries and the rest of them. Each party is supposed to follow their own constitution. And there are also built in these constitutions eternal mechanism for resolving conflict. So the question is, before these people go to court, most of the people that go to court that are aggrieved, do they exhaust the eternal mechanisms of their political parties?
And some of these people are moles within those political parties.
Yes.
Yeah, so which means they really will not, whatever they are doing, they are not serving the interest of the political party, but the interest of whoever has assigned them that responsibility.
As a party, that's why when I was much younger, even though I'm still very young now, I used to study the African National Congress, where they were still having their headquarters as a liberation movement, not as a political party. When they were still having their headquarters in Lusaka, Zambia. That period, Oliver Tambo, the president, was still alive. Nelson Mandela was in prison. Walter Sisulu and all the other leaders of the party were different parts of the world clamoring for the abolition of apartheid in South Africa and the rest of them. In the course of studying the African National Congress, I saw that they had wings. They have youth wing. They have military wing. The military wing of African National Congress, they still have it, even though they are not wearing uniform, they are not fighting anybody. Military wing, they call it Umkhonto Wesizwe in Swahili. They have intellectual wing. They have legal wing. So it is those that have passed through the furnace, the test of trying to see whether these people are actually members of this party or they are moles. When they are established and they are seen to be committed members of the party, you put them in these wings, because you know that at every point in time they are there to represent the interests of the party. So it's not a question of so person has come to our party now, give him national, give him chairman, give him this, give him that. When you don't even know, you have not done your own work to know whether this person is a mole or not. So you now bring enemies within your party, you bring them to come and be people that occupy leadership position in the party, and they are working with your enemy. So they create crisis, not just creating crisis to dismember the party, to disaggregate the party, but they create such crisis to affect the processes of throwing up candidates in that political party. So any party that want to compete with APC, that is the ruling party now, should not allow that to happen. If it is PDP that is in power, any party that want to compete and drag power with PDP should not allow this thing that we are discussing to happen. That is the point.
Okay, let's talk about, one of the growing issue in the build-up to 2027. In some political parties, take Edo State for example, you had at some point the APC held sway, and then there was a change of guard. PDP came on board, and now today APC is holding sway. Now you have this arrangement where in the defections you have the legacy groups, and then you have the new groups coming into the party. It does look like in some cases the new entrants are favored. In some cases it looks like the legacy groups are favored. How do you think this can be synchronized so you have a stable polity in the build up to 2027?
You see, because this is an international television station, there are certain things that we cannot say on air because of the implication. There are so many things that go into politics. There are so many things that go into politics that we cannot be discussing here. Otherwise, it does not make any sense for me to remain in a political party since 1999, and I've been consistent. Then somebody will now come in the name of a group and just say, I'm coming to your party today. And then you give the person a lucrative position. Those who have been there have been consistent, who have paid their dues from 1999 to 2026, they don't have anything. That is fundamental culture about some of the things that happen in political parties. It is not abracadabra, but there are certain things that happen from behind the scene. There was a time I was close to one or two politicians, and I'm still close to them, but as at that time, they were in power. And one of them was making a call to another person in another party to say, come to our party. Come to our party. Say, if I come to your party now, we'll go and take back seat. He said, no. So are you a member of so thing for nothing when we are here? We are the one to go and plead your cause before the people that control the party this day, so that they can give you your position. Forget about those who are there before you came. You understand what I'm saying? And within a week, that person came to the party, got a vehicle, he got contract, they gave him some appointments. They gave him appointment, then they gave him some appointment like special advisor, SSA they gave to him, and he called his lieutenant.
And they joined him.
Yes, and they joined him.
Meanwhile, there have been people in the party who have been staying in the queue.
Yes. So these are the things that so.
So does that mean really that a lot of the things that shape the outcomes of our elections are unique to Nigerians, as it were?
It's not that they are unique to Nigeria. It's just that what we are seeing in Nigeria is on the basis of the prevailing political culture. If you go to Zaire, which is a Congo Democratic Republic, or the Democratic Republic of Congo, DRC, you will see that for some time, let me just say right from the time of Mobutu Sese Seko till now, two families have tried to rule that country. The family number one, family of Mobutu Sese Seko Ubede Wazabaga. Family number two, the man that Mobutu appointed as prime minister, Etienne Tshisekedi. Then later, Lord Desire Kabila. Then later, the son of Kabila, Joseph Kabila. Now the son of Etienne Tshisekedi is president. Now the people of that country, they are being socialized into a political culture of father to son or family rulership of their country. So you cannot compare that with Nigeria, where you have different people from different background, different people from different ethnic groups, different people from different religion coming together for the purpose of politicking. It is their interest, and they may have paid certain prices behind the scene for them to achieve that interest. So if you go to the other day, we were talking about Djibouti. Since Djibouti became independent in 1970 something, two people have ruled the country. A man that ruled the country died, and the brother's son became president. From that time to now, just one family, two people from one family have ruled the country till now. So the people are being socialized into what they call subjective political culture. That is what they are going to transfer to their children. So for you to now come and want to cause a revolutionary change in that country, whether through mass movement of democracy and so, it will not work.
Okay, let's open our studio line 08077700300 is our studio number. You can dial that number and let's get your contribution to the discussion so far. Hello, caller. Good morning. What's your name and where are you calling from? Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Sonny Jukokoso.
This is Solomon Ataga. Please go ahead.
God bless you.
Thank you.
Mr. Sonny Jukokoso.
Yes.
The progress of ITV today, it depends on who can deliver the system of broadcasting to the nation, the state, and the worldwide. Not who recommend who can deliver. So the ruling party today, they made this primary, they made this democracy on the reign of primary, where I will line up As far as from the Duke Okosu, I know him in ITV. He has been sincere and transparent to the people. Let me vote for him as an honorable House of Assembly or a local government chairman. That people made this system, that's the system, based on the Maradona of the game. They not turn it to delegates. Delegates whereby those who have served the party as club member, not ideology member. Because all about party is your idea to change the country or the nation or your state. Different from the past government. Now they are going to the system of what do you people call it now? Not delegates against consensus. What is the meaning of consensus? Consensus, these people are acting democracy as if we the common citizen does not have a say. Consensus is whereby maybe the past governor or the past leaders have wherever they have served the nation or the state is not concerned. They will be the one to appoint to say this is the one representing the people. Without the say of the people, for God's sake, under the president of His Excellency Tinubu, what is democracy turning onto in Nigeria? Is democracy not turning to my personal interest, my squad in my language, or whatever I say must be, or the choice of the citizen? That is just my main problem.
Okay.
Because you cannot tell me confession. I want to use this medium to advise the governor. If you allow somebody to play in those states, don't follow them with this consensus process. Let the doctors decide who will go and represent them. We are talking this now, they will not take it. Because when you people are there, you feel your autonomy of everybody. And Edo is very wide. If it comes to election, they may shout hallelujah with you. The day of election, they may eat you and decide not to follow you. If you are not following the right track. It's an abad. Solomon Ataga is my name.
All right, Solomon, thank you for your contributions to the program. The studio number is 08077770300 on the program Politics Today. Good morning, caller. Let us know where you're calling us from. Please tell us your name. Turn down the audio level on your television or radio to remove the echo. Good morning.
Good morning, sir. Dr. Tony.
Good morning.
This is the Oracle.
The Oracle, please go ahead.
But I'm in Kokava now.
Go ahead.
I think I salute your guest. You have really demonstrated the qualities of the scholar.
Thank you.
Wait, I can talk now. Power does not easy to get. You are just thinking that you just come, jump from party to party, that's how you want to get power. That's a mirage. You are making a big mistake. Amen, Brother Tinubu, you have paid the price. He saw it, he worked towards it, which is vision, integrity, good communication, empathy, and accountability. So, Baba don't tell us everything. So that you go back to the drawing board and do the needful. I wish Peter Obi have not joined from AP, what is it called, Labour Party, would have been there, one alliance with Atiku Abubakar. From there, they will go Baba. But they could not put their house in order. They are looking for power. They go ahead and move. Well done, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. 08077770300 is the studio number. Good morning, caller. What's your name and where are you calling us from?
Good morning. My name is Maxine. I'm calling from Delta State.
All right, Maxine, go ahead, please.
Well, I appreciate the very fantastic analysis of politics and democracy of your guests over there. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
I sometimes when I comment in this public forum, I think Nigeria is drifting towards a state. That's why we are grappling towards a one-party state. You see, the purposes of any government, call it whatever name the government is coming to power, is for security and the welfare of the people.
Okay.
Presently now, if you look at our country, where is security? Where is welfare? Where is our economy? We don't have that. Our leaders are grappling with how they want to win the election in 2027. That is their primary business. Governors are gone behind backseat. That's why you see what is happening in the National Assembly. They are fighting to amend the rules so that they could perpetuate their themselves forever. They will perpetuate themselves forever. After 20 they will who will decide, who will not decide, who is not qualified. That is the reason why our people are dying in South Africa. Why you have a serious issue of security and welfare of the people. Our parties have been jumping, political parties, founders have been jumping from party to party for interest, personal interest, not national interest. Not national interest. That is why this country needs to be taken back by Nigerians, not politicians.
Okay.
Because politicians are all, they are not telling us what they want to do for us. Whatever they told us, we cannot hold them by it after they won election. So Nigeria needs to take Nigerians from politicians.
Oh, all right.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'll be coming back to Neville Obahedo. I mean, in this race for 2027, let me just take this call. I'll come back to you in just a moment. Hello, caller. Good morning. Yes, good morning. What's your name and where are you calling us? Please turn down the audio level on your television or radio.
I love you watching television. I
Ultimately, great. Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Yes, I am my brother, and you were talking about the open format. Yes, that's supposed to be. That's supposed to be open format, but I don't think Nigeria division is open format because for them, all that happening in our moving people, the money, the big plan, I can't say it, but the record to go and defeat their case. Why not again? We can actually have your fashion. I think we can
Ultimately, great. I don't know. Maybe it's your network. We can barely hear what you're saying. It's a bit distorted. Maybe you can call back again, be able to bring you on board. Hello, caller. Good morning. What's your name? Yes, good morning. What's your name and where are you calling us from?
Chris on the line from Benin.
Chris, go ahead, please.
Yes, we are getting so wrong in this political decision we are under this administration. When we are so much of these party classes we are now having, because they are so a sort of discourse more in other parties.
Okay.
That's why we are getting so wrong. Now, not everybody wrong, and most of these parties, they are no manifesto. Maybe you have manifesto, it's what I believe. If I believe there will be security, there will be food for the masses, and the other parties are producing, I will campaign with that. Then we will follow. If they need security for themselves, if they need food for themselves, they will not follow it for that party.
Okay.
But these people are just talking, just to get power. I'm here today, tomorrow, and the other side. Look at those people, most of them who get through the grace of Obi, they become the national member of National Assembly, National Assembly. So far, in all of them move to the same party. The same party, what to reason now moving to that political party? What is the ideology that make you to move to that party? Otherwise, want to gain yourself, to protect yourself, to protect your interests. That is not the way to play politics, the way I think it. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Neville, I mean, you've gotten the perspective of some of our callers, and also in reacting to those shared perspectives. Talk to me about legislators always looking for third term at the Senate and the House of Representatives. And I also know that even in civilized climes like the US, where we borrowed the presidential system of government from, you have people who have stayed in the Congress for up to 30, 40, 45 years. But back here, they say third term is Ebola. I'd like to get your take on that.
You see, the art of lawmaking is something that you need to learn, you need to acquire. And you need to acquire that and look at the environment that you are operating from to be able to represent your people at the National Assembly or State House of Assembly, because the purpose of even getting to that elected position is to represent your people. Represent your people as a voice, you speak for them, and then if laws are going to be made, you ensure that laws that are made are those that will favor your people.
Okay.
That is the reason why in America you see people, somebody becoming a senator like President Barack Obama. After some years, the person become president, or senator, wife of Bill Clinton, Hillary Clinton, becoming senator and now becoming first lady of the state, then first lady of the country, now wanting to becoming senator, and then wanting to become president. Because they have been tested and they are proven to be people that have the interest of their people at heart. Now, what the problem that we're having here is this. If you want to go to House of Assembly or want to go to Senate or House of Rep in America, it's not on the basis of APC and PDP. There you just copy. They say today we have a Central, we have a Edo Central campaign. The senator, the House of Rep, candidate, all of them, they will just go there. They will just everybody will go home. The constituency that you are going to represent, if you are going to represent Esan Southeast, Esan Northeast, and Esan West federal constituency, you will go there. You will go from community to community. You organize town hall meeting. Number one, to know their problems, and you let them know that as you are going to the National Assembly, you are going to represent their interests to solve their problem.
Okay.
Then the people on their own will come out and vote for you because you have spoken to their problem, you understand their problem, you have experienced their problem.
Okay.
Then when you go there, you represent them, and you come back to say you want to go back there, they will still return you there.
They will reward you.
Yes, by returning you there continuously. But what we have discovered here is that they will say that, for example, they will say, like me, I'm from Isako Federal Constituency, where you have Isako Central, Isako East, Isako West. Some people will say we are going to rotate that House of Rep position. Let one person from Isako Central go there, maybe after 2 tenure, in the case of Ogumana. Then somebody from Isako East will go there. In the case of Abaka Momo, who is now Minister for Regional Development, they will say somebody from Isako West will go there. Abbas Brahma was there from Isako West. Then Finishabu was also there. Then on and on like that.
Yeah.
Somebody from the East is there now, Anameru. Now, it is good for the people to be represented, but the process for that representation, the process of getting to that position is what is missing. Because it does not matter, even if Isako, for example, Isako Federal Constituency consists of 3 local government areas, and one person has been there for 15 years, or he has been there for 20 years.
And then he's living up to the expectation.
Yes, that's the bottom line. If he's living up to the expectation,
all right, let me take
not say want to remove him.
Let me quickly take some more calls before we call it a wrap. 080. Hello, caller. Good morning. What's your name and where are you calling us from? Please turn on the audio level. Yes.
Good morning, Mr. Tito Koso.
Good morning.
Thank you for your good representation and analysis for your best.
Thank you.
Yeah, this is JB Dennis on the line. I'm calling from Silokoro right now.
All right, JB Dennis, go ahead, please.
You see, the ideology of our politicians is the ideology of their political interests from A to Z. Now, you see political alignment here and there. That ought to be from Labour to one party to the other. Some of us are saying, is it the same problem that was in Labour that was also in the other party from that same party now that we went to now? Are you sure that not going to be some liquidation or problem there that make it to leave everything? So the problem is that they should play politics the way Awolowo and other people, our father, play this politics where they remain in their party. Everybody know their ideology. They are the people that will give up free education here and there.
Okay.
And look at the people that even come the back of Obi, especially in the Dusa there. Where are they today? Are they not the cast to the ruling party?
Yeah.
So this some of them, they are still looking for that. They are now running to where Obi is now so that they can pay. So this is not the real politics we are playing. That's just my conclusion.
All right, JB Dennis, thank you. I know that our time is fast spent. Let me just get parting words, a parting shot from you, Neville.
Parting word from me is that our politicians should wake up and save this country from the looming crisis of insecurity and the economic crisis, because we have a growing youth population that does not have anything to do that is meaningful. So it's like a time bomb
waiting to explode.
Yeah, waiting to explode. So politicians should be alive to the national interest of getting elected into any position in the first instance, whether at the Senate level, where Comrade Adams Aliyu Shomole is having issues of survival of leadership succession with Godswill Akpabio. So that's my take.
Thank you very much, Neville. Always a delight to have you here on the program, Politics Today, on independent television and radio. I want to say big thanks to all our viewers and listeners who our expectations as part of welfare, as part of security. If the answer is yes, then of course reward them in 2027. If the answer is no, also reward them come 2027. I'm Sonny D. Kokosun, thanking you for staying with us. Have a great weekend ahead. And of course, we just want to pour our hearts out to the family of our late colleague, our departed colleague, Kingsley Uchegbu, especially his young wife and his young children who will never see their father again. As citizens of Edo State, we also have a responsibility to be our brother's keeper. Whichever way you can help and support that family, we definitely will appreciate it. Have a great weekend.
Good morning and welcome to another exciting episode of Tech Today, the program where we break down technology in a way that truly connects with your everyday life. Now, let me paint a picture for you right there. Okay, say you wake up in the morning and the first thing you do is you reach out for your phone. You want to check for your messages, you want to scroll through social media, or maybe catch up with the news. But today is different because WhatsApp refuses to open, Instagram is not loading, Google is not responding. You assume it's your data. Okay, you check your balance, your data is active. You switch airplane mode on and off, still nothing. You restart your phone, nothing changes. Then slowly you begin to realize something is wrong. Not just with your phone, but it's everywhere. No one has internet. No messages are going through, no apps are working, no websites are loading. Nigeria as a nation is completely offline. Today on Tech Today, we are exploring a powerful and important question. What really happens if the internet goes off for 24 hours? What really happens if Nigeria loses internet access for just 24 hours? All right, before we go deep into this discussion, let us take a look at tech updates. What is shaping the world of tech? What is shaping in the world of tech? What is the new thing happening in the world of tech? After the short break. Welcome back to Tech Updates segment. Number one, we have that Apple Incorporation, the owners of iPhones, the makers of iPhones, iPad, and so on, they have hit a record revenue amid leadership shakeup. Tech giant Apple Incorporated has reported a massive quarterly revenue of over $100 billion, driven largely by strong iPhone sales and growth in the service segment. However, alongside this financial success, reports indicate a potential leadership transition, with longtime CEO Tim Cook expected to step down in the near future. This creates an interesting situation where the company is performing exceptionally well, yet preparing for a major change at the top. Analysts say the next leader will face one big question. What is that question? How to push Apple further into AI era while maintaining its dominance in hardware. We'll be here to bring you more updates on that. Next in the Tech Updates segment, we have the artificial intelligence, AI. We always talk about AI. There's no time to talk about tech updates and we don't talk about AI. It's moving beyond just applications. It's becoming part of everyday technology because it is rapidly evolving beyond chatbots and mobile apps, and is becoming deeply integrated into everyday tools and systems. Experts are predicting that by the end of 2026, a large portion of software and devices will include agentic AI systems capable of performing tasks independently without constant human input. This means that AI could plan your schedules, AI could respond to your emails, AI could make bookings, even complete work tasks automatically rather than simply responding to just your commands. So AI is now shifting towards acting on behalf of users rather than just, responding to commands. So in simple terms, we are moving from using apps to AI doing the things for us. That is quite interesting. Next in the tech update, we have that Meta Platforms, the parent company of Facebook, WhatsApp, Instagram, Threads, the all lots, is experiencing a notable drop in daily active users, with reports indicating a loss of millions of users within a short period. This decline reflects a broader shift in how people engage online. Many users are moving away from traditional social media platforms towards short-form video content. They're moving towards private communities and increasingly an AI-driven platform and tools. Industry Watcher says that this could signal the beginning of a new phase in the internet where users prioritize utility and personalization over passive scrolling. So whether it's the record-breaking company preparing for change, artificial intelligence taking over everyday tasks, or social media platform losing their grip, one thing is very clear. The digital world is entering a completely new phase. We'll take a short break now and we'll go back to the main topic of today, which is what happens if we lose internet for 24 hours in Nigeria. Don't go nowhere. Welcome back to the program. Let's start from the beginning, okay? In the first few hours, I'm going to explain to you what may be happening when we lose internet for 24 hours. So in the first few hours that this may happen, maybe many persons may not panic. People will assume it's a network problem. You see MTN users will start blaming MTN, the red users will start blaming the red network, the green users will start, they may not even notice that this has even happened immediately. So people may begin to just go about their normal routine, turning their data off and on. Some persons may even switch their SIM cards. Some persons may restart their phone multiple times because they're just surprised why is internet going off? Why is there no internet? Some people may reset their network settings. Office may begin to, think that it's just a temporary glitch. They'll be calling the network engineer up and down and all of that. But something interesting will start to happen because this issue is everywhere. Banks, offices, home cafes, everyone is experiencing the same thing. At this point, confusion begins to spread. If internet goes off for say 4 hours, within 4 hours, now the reality starts to set in. From 4 hours stop, you say it's not just a simple network issue anymore. The thing is something very big. It's bigger than what they thought. Now let's talk about money. In Nigeria today, a large percentage of daily transactions happen digitally. Okay, POS machine stops working, mobile banking apps would fail, online transfers cannot even go through. And imagine walking into a store to buy something and they tell you, there's no transfer or no POS or cash only. And then you realize you don't even have much cash on you. Now let's multiply that by millions of people across the country. So small businesses begin to struggle immediately. Restaurants, supermarkets, fuel stations, many of them depend now on digital payment system. We have ride-hailing services would stop working. There will be no way to go around. Logistics companies cannot process deliveries anymore. Why? There's no internet. Dispatch riders cannot even receive new orders because they need the internet to access the apps that's on their phone because it's internet-based. At this point in time, economy will just go down, and this is just happening within hours, just 4 to 6 hours when we have no internet. Now, I want to go to the third phase where I feel we'll have some critical systems really under pressure. Okay, the stage we move now is something very serious because we have hospitals. Because nowadays, many modern hospitals rely on digital system. They rely on it for patient records, for communication system, even some diagnosis tools. So without internet access, there'll be no access to certain service provider become very slow. Airport and aviation system may even experience delay. I know that we have flights rescheduling, check-ins, and communication system rely heavily on this connectivity. What about media houses? They also feel the impact because live field, international news access will be cut short, and streaming platforms will all be affected. Even security agencies may face communication challenges depending on their systems. Okay, at this stage, the country is not just inconvenienced; it is under pressure. Now let's take a look at the social impact of this. That's the human side of this internet disconnection. Okay, this is something actually very deep at the human experience. Imagine when internet is off for 24 hours, you have no WhatsApp, no social media, no instant messaging. For many people, this is more than even an inconvenience because it feels like isolation, because many people since nowadays depend solely on the internet. You know, they are so used to constant connection that makes offline feel uncomfortable. But something interesting also happens when we have no internet for like the period. People begin to talk more, you know, face-to-face conversation returns. You see neighbors will interact more. Families will spend more time together without any distraction from their phones. For some, it may feel very refreshing. For others, it may feel really unbearable. I know that many of us out there would not be able to stand the chance of not, you know, pressing the phone or chatting or scrolling through those many social apps. It will be difficult. I just imagine myself not able to go online for just over an hour, talking of 24 hours without the internet. It's something that many persons cannot even bear. Okay, because you are constantly interacting with someone via, maybe it's a business day. It may not just be just for chats, just to keep up with your friend or thereabouts. Maybe for business. It also may for maybe you're having a job interview somewhere. It's going to disconnect you really very well. Now, this is not just a hypothetical discussion. Internet outages have happened before. There have been cases where undersea cables that supply internet to an entire region were damaged. I think sometime last year we had this issue that we had the internet, but it was really dragging, you know. In some African countries, internets were down for hours and even days due to those cable cuts. And in other parts of the world, major platforms have gone offline, affecting billions and billions of users at once. Okay, there's also been a situation where we have the cyber attacks that actually disrupt internet services. So this is real. What I'm trying to say is that my viewers out there, it can happen. And if this happens, the effects are immediate and they are widespread. Now, why do you think everything is connected? Why do you think this will affect us so much? Why does everything collapse so quickly? It's simple. Because the internet is no longer just for communication. It is the backbone of banking system, the backbone for transportation, healthcare, like I mentioned earlier, education, media, and business operations, and a whole lot more. So we are not just using the internet, we are actively depending on the internet. But then I would like to, you know, engage you. I want to ask a question. I want to just hear from you. Imagine I want you to tweet at us at ITV Radio NG. If Nigeria goes offline for 24 hours, I'm asking a question. Can you survive comfortably? And if you can, what will you miss the most? Is it your business? You think your business can even function without the internet for one full day? Let's hear from you. Tweet at us at ITV Radio NG. Whether it's on, you can tweet us on Twitter, or you can write us on Facebook. And I want to read your thoughts on what you think would happen. So we'll go on a short break. I want to show you a video of more explanation about a visual explanation about what will happen if something like this happened. And you know, we'll come back and I'll tell you what we can learn from this and how we can prepare for something like this in case it happens in the future. Don't go nowhere. Still Tech Today. Welcome back from the break. I believe we've seen the video of what may happen if this internet goes off for 24 hours in our nation or in your locale. Now, what can we learn from this? Imagine this happen. What can we learn from this? Number one, it's always good to have alternatives. All right, carry some cash with you. Don't rely 100% on digital payments. I'm not saying that the internet may go off for 24 hours. Imagine you cannot access the internet for a period and you want to make some payments, some petty cash should be in your pockets. Number two, businesses must actually plan for offline operations. It's good for a business to have backup systems. It's good for a business to have manual processes where possible. Okay, number three, it's always important for us to know that we need to reduce our over dependence on technology. It's easier said than done because technology should assist us and not control us. Okay, I always say this. Number four, awareness is key. Watching programs like this can also enlighten you, and also understanding how this system works will help us to prepare better. Let me add this. Imagine a student who depend entirely on online materials, or a content creator out there whose entire income comes from the internet, or a trader who sells their items through social media. For them, 24 hours offline is not just inconvenience, it is a loss. Okay, this shows how deeply technology has integrated into our lives. All right, I believe you've enjoyed yourself today. I believe you've learned one or two things about, and you just had a thought about what will happen if internet goes off. I want to tell you that the internet has made life faster for us, has made it easier and made us more connected. But today's discussion reveals something very important. Okay, we are more dependent on the internet and technology than we realize. So perhaps the real question is not just what happens if the internet goes off. Maybe I should ask, are we truly prepared when it does? I'll leave that question for you, because I think I've answered some of them for you tonight. Thank you for staying with us on Tech Today. It's always a delight to have this with you. And don't forget that we do this on radio on Mondays by 8:30 p.m. till 9 p.m. on radio 92.3 FM. And of course, today, every time on GoTV channel 140, 11:30 a.m. to 12 noon. So until next time, stay curious, stay innovated, learn tech any way you can, and don't fall for any tech scam, any fraud scam, any of those scams that come up and always try your best to unlearn things and learn every now and then. Until next time, I'll see you. Bye for now.
Benin Cultural Dance, a unique dance and quality dance steps of the Benin people. This dance is a vibrant mix of traditions, arts and beliefs, deeply rooted in the country's diverse ethnic groups and their rich history. The dance has artistic expressions depicting the people's history. Benin people have been famous for bronze and brass work, some of which is said to date back from the 13th century, especially ivory and wood carving. In Benin, the people dance to show respect, honor, dignity, which they honor. They dance to show royalty, as naids are seen in their numbers round their body depicting the symbol of kingship.
ITV, certainly the best.
Ojúde aṣáájú abẹ́ẹ̀dọ́ pé. Àyàbá dọ́gí abẹ́ẹ̀dọ́ pé. Àdàyè àtọ́jú abẹ́ẹ̀dọ́ pé. Ẹgbẹ̀dúwà.
The argument that they argue, newspaper.
Oga. What is the argument? What is the argument? Obi Kwakwaso trigger What is the problem? What is the problem? You are happy that Obi and Kwankwaso they don't join NDC. That's the argument for now. The thing that after they destroy ADC, Obi don't have any place to go. And Kwankwaso, thank God that now we are seeing that Obi and Kwankwaso have joined NDC. That's our happiness. Now so it just be. The moving party. What's the argument? What's the argument?
The argument is Obi have left ADC and is going to NDC. I'm forgetting that NDC also have case in the court. What's it? You don't bugger. Lie. He don't bugger. He don't bugger. He don't bugger. He don't bugger. What is here? How you see this matter? He don't bugger. The matter tire me. He don't bugger. He don't bugger. He don't bugger. Nigerians with the talk say Obi Kwankwaso na ADC go give these tickets. Now will Nigeria be interested in this combination in this new party? No. Yes. No. Yes. Okay, wait. You know, say for newspaper stand, now you hear different arguments. Is there any APC supporter here? No. Yes. Okay, come here. Is there any ADC supporter here? ADC. Any other party supporter there here? NDC. When they started to call NDC? When they born NDC? Who is the national chairman they born NDC? Who is the national chairman of NDC? Wait. He said, make I ask you now, who is the national chairman of your party? I am the national chairman of the party. We have. Hello. Wait now, Oga. We don't have people. Oga, wait now. Mona, relax. We don't get politicians. We have a recycled band of people. Either they were here or they are here. You understand? Okay, wait, before I go. Is it that Nigerians they find a credible candidate wey go challenge President Bola Tinubu? Yes. No, I dey ask you a question. Yes. Nigerians, are you people looking for who can contest with Tinubu? Yes. There's nobody that can contest. No. Obi and Kwankwaso. We don't want Kwankwaso. Obi was in Abuja. There is crisis in Abuja. He run away. He went to PDP. There is crisis in PDP. He run away. He went to Labour. There is crisis in Labour. He run away. Now in NDC, there is crisis in NDC. He run away. Then if you give him Nigeria, if there is crisis in Nigeria, he will also run away. That's your own opinion. Yes. That's your own opinion. That's your own opinion. What part of it we all say? Oh, be not fit be the whole party. You not fit be the whole party. Yes. Make it just stay one party, no it's be the whole party, so that everybody go know say this one is your party. Argument. That's what Nigerians they argue. This is the confusion when they don't cause everywhere all over Nigeria. You go Lagos they argue. Go Maiduguri they argue. Go Sokoto they argue. Go Abuja they argue. That's what they argue. Who is your national chairman? Jagaban. Obi. I pray one day make it better pass like this. Make it better pass like this. Make it better pass like this. So I pray one day make it better pass like this. Every May 1st now workers day for Nigeria. All these people they be workers. They be civil servants. Not be smart, you know. I pray one day make it better pass like this.
make it better pass like this. Make it better pass like this. So, final. I pray one day, make it better pass like this. Anyway, you there for Nigeria, you know, say every May 1st, now workers there for Nigeria. All these people, so now workers they be. I saw they talk to them. I pray one day, make it better pass like this. Make it better pass like this. Make it better pass like this. So I agree to now. Wow.
I can see my friend for information. I can see Cyril Shomai. I would like to comment this address by thanking God.
Are you saying the economy of this country presently is friendly to workers?
It's not friendly to workers at all. It's very bad. Very, very bad. It's not friendly to any workers at all.
I'm very surprised the way you take the talk.
Yes, now I not talk like that.
Now waiting we see.
Now waiting we see. Now waiting we see with that.
Every year, federal government and state government go they put John and money. They go they increase the allowance. They put the money still yet. Now we be workers say not rich.
He not rich anything. He not rich anything. Make the hard join now. He's not there now.
Like more calculate your salary. You know, go free bring 1 bag of rice, 1 bag of beans, 10 liters of red oil.
For where? I don't understand. How? I want to start. I want to start.
That's person money.
I want to start.
School run every
for where? For where? You not going to reach anything. For waiting.
Let government hear this way they talk so. That your salary cannot buy bag of rice, cannot buy bag of beans, cannot buy 10 liters of oil.
He cannot buy. He cannot buy. How much be bag of rice? How much bag of rice? How much bag of beans? And how much be my salary?
You know, how you doing? Good. What will be your message? Nigerian workers are not happy.
Make government wake up. Make Nigerian government wake up. They are not helping us. So workers are suffering. Salary cannot look at increase of everything. The salary cannot even cover you one day. That's a big problem we have. Let them wake up. Like in Edo say, look at the pensioner, the so-called PECON where they did. A retirement will go home with less than 50,000 a month. We are begging the government to revise that pension. That is the most important thing we really want.
Are you saying the economy, the present economy, is not friendly to Nigeria workers?
No, at all. It's not friendly at all. We are facing a lot of problems. It's not the truth. They are not friendly. Look at, just ask everybody outside. That is not the truth.
Look, the present economy situation is not friendly to workers.
It's not friendly. Even for the federal to the state, no friendly at all.
The government will do something in the first place to making sure they help, the small scale business holders. You understand? And by the time you empower these guys, the society, the economy will improve.
Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For our union make us strong. Anywhere you do for Nigeria, they watch us for ITV, they watch us online for Facebook, for YouTube. We must continue to thank everybody for the time until they watch us. However, when there is life, there is hope. Every May 1st for Nigeria na Workers' Day. Who be worker? Now different type of workers that day for Nigeria. Apart from civil servants, say they work for local government or they work for state government or they work for federal government, we still get people who be say they work morning, afternoon, evening. Workers na workers. Whether na keke na bike you dey ride na keke na bus, you be electrician, you be mechanical, you be teacher, you be doctor, you be lawyer, you be journalist, you be worker. But Nigerian workers, according to investigation as an area journalist, they say the economy is not friendly again to them, whether na self-employed worker, government worker or private worker. the economy is not friendly. But I deal with where chairmen of different unions, they don't deal for Samuel Gbemudia Stadium for Benin City. I go, they talk to them. I go also, they talk to the workers. Some workers, they talk, say, make federal governments as a matter of urgency, the way it be now, that their month-ending salary cannot take care of them again. Those solidarity forever, for the union makes us strong. No. Hope you don't. Yeah, the rest. No more tell us ourselves the truth.
Okay.
What the federal government need to do for Nigerian workers? Because Nigerian workers say things are not easy for them. No,
for me, Nigeria federal, they need to, I'm not sure that they feel the pains when lesser, well, I call lesser power or states, masses they feel. Oh, if they feel them, I sure say they for find the way when they will take ameliorate pains when people they pass through. People they pass through pain, so cloth na cover body fowl cold they beat am na feather not let them they see am. Maybe they think say they take they see money, that's why everybody be. That is why they know they feel am, the thing not they reach them. Or if maybe no say their family too they enjoy them. If to say their family still they decide, make that they hear am, they cry. Therefore
federal government and state government say they don't increase the money now.
Which money?
They don't put money now. 70,000 naira. You know they reach.
Person na my body, na my mouth want for hear this one. Person na my body, na my mouth want for hear this one. I beg I use.
However, Nigerian workers say transport don't already take 60% of the salary. That's true.
Yes, sir. Transport don't take everything. You know what is happening in this country now. You are not a stranger to this country. Are you a stranger?
No, I didn't say Nigeria.
So I don't think you are using the same vehicle that is using fuel in this nation. Do you use vehicle that is using fuel? It appears your vehicle is using water.
Okay, I tell you now.
Your own vehicle they use water.
And they meet with politicians every day. They say una too they complain. Nigerian politicians said Nigerian workers complain too much.
Is that so? You are not saying Nigerian workers complain too much. If you check critically, how much are they paying the Nigerian workers? The money that is not even enough to take care of their transport fare for 1 month. That's what you are paying. Then you have your children to take off, rentage, then school fees, then daily feeding. If you check, if you're even paying anybody less than 500,000 naira, the person cannot even cope with what is on ground in this nation.
Solidarity forever. But the paper there with you. Okay. Anywhere you there for Nigeria, they watch us. Anywhere you there for Nigeria, they watch us. You must complete to. Thank everybody for the time when I tell you watch us. Not be smart, you know. I want to go talk to Nigerian workers. Solidarity forever. For our union make us strong. Wow. Agree to.
Danji!
How is everything now?
I respect you.
Are you sure?
You are too much.
Is this present economy friendly to Nigerian workers?
The Lord is our shepherd. The Lord is our shepherd.
Danji!
I have no statement apart from the Lord is our shepherd.
I agree to now. How is everything now? How do you work now? Wait, can sit down. I want to sit down here. Nigerian workers. This is not the only day when Nigerian workers only tell Nigerians their mind. However, I don't talk to some Nigerian workers. Some of them say the present economy is not friendly to them as workers.
The take-home pay is not taking home again. Igi motor phone.
For salary.
Ego waffle.
So you are trying to tell me, say, with the present state of the salary, Nigerian workers are not happy?
We are not happy. Oh. They should increase it to ×2. Now, Gary with the soak for office now.
I tell you now, politicians, I don't go meet them. They say you people are the problem of Nigeria workers.
Like seriously.
What? How?
How?
That you people complain too much.
Matter.
That's what they talk. They say Nigerian workers complain too much.
They really talk and say when they carry another person dead body, they know how it be. They collect 1 million, we collect 100,000. Salary no reach. Omaba see a good guy. He no reach for a fig bomb. When he a double anymore.
When they double one.
When they double one for us.
Double one. Agree to. Okay, what is that? Agree to. How's everything? Nice to see you. How's the family? You are a senior citizen.
Yes.
Are you saying the economy, the present economy, is not friendly to Nigerian workers?
Well, it's not friendly. It's not friendly. Even we who are pensioners now, we are still waiting to get our gratuity.
Nigerian Union of Pensioners?
Yes.
They don't pay on a gratuity now. They don't pay on a gratuity now.
Ask them.
But they receive every month.
These are pensioners. And that monthly one.
What do you want to make government do?
We thank governor for the monthly one. But make it clear our gratuity and other incentive that pensioners are supposed to be getting.
Now they go inside fit now.
We dey go fit.
Before I let you now go, you know say I don't retire now.
Yes.
What will be your advice for current Nigerian workers now? Because earlier the better. In the nearest future, you become one of the leaders. So we are praying.
Yes.
Amen. Those Nigerian workers, what still they work now? What will be your advice for them when they don't retire now?
We are praying for everything to change. Change for the good. That's the advice I have for Nigeria.
But they know if you can't wait, but they not pay their gratuity. I agree to now. I agree to now. So these are pensioners. Pensioners. Senior citizens. I agree to that. I don't see you for office that day now.
I don't. Don't general.
Pensioner. Daddy. I said, it's not okay da. That's why we are here. After retirement, you are
no, they have not paid us our gratuity.
After retirement,
our gratuity, 14 years now, they are not paid. That's what I'm telling you, we are suffering.
After retirement?
Yeah.
14 years?
Yeah.
You've not received your gratuity?
No. That's the reason why we are here.
So if we talk and not let these present workers they hear. Why they not? This present civil workers not they hear.
They must hear. Let them tell the governor to pay us all that is our due.
Move.
That's it.
What should do? Receiving 42,000 a month, 42,000 a month, pensioner cannot even beg.
As a monthly pension, 10,000 naira a month monthly as monthly pension. You don't see my hair?
So if you talk, cannot let this present.
No, they do. They see.
Pensioners in the Oyo State want their pension to be paid, their duty to be paid from 2014 to 2022. Then 30,000 minimum wage should be paid, should be demonstrated in this state. And the governor.
And they are not giving us 1 billion monthly. Now lie. So we won't go there, go talk and now say that lie.
Now lie, they talk. Now they give us 1 billion.
It's a lie. Give them, make the right, make the represent. They delete and go, they forge their own. They should not lie.
All these are pensioners, they don't work. Retire.
Don't work, retire. They don't want to pay out. Our problem is gratuity and harmonization. No, they don't give a billion. No, not lie.
Also, what about you go gratuity and pay for 20 years? Really go,
Not be smarting. Nigerian workers. Yes. Politicians say Nigerian workers are the problem of their problem. But however, how the family?
I'm okay, I'm good. Thank you.
Is this present economy friendly to Nigerian workers?
Not at all. No ramifications. You want me to digest? Okay. First and first, let's talk about the current fuel price.
Don't start again.
We are buying a liter of fuel 1,300 a liter as at yesterday. You know, a barrel of crude oil is.
I know say you go school, come down to
$123,000 per per barrel for crude oil barrel. Then we are buying 1 liter of fuel 1,300.
Now Nigeria cost them. You know you're saying America and Iran matter, and I cost the matter.
It's a global issue. It's a global issue. But however, it's affecting Nigerian workers. So how do the government come into our aid? That's the question. In other Senate climes, we'll be hearing the government are coming to their aid by subsidizing some stuffs and they even give them soft loan or something. But in our country, in Nigeria here, none of it has been done. They keep promising. The president will give a broadcast, will say, I know you are going through a lot of things. I know it's so hard with you. But how long are we going to be here? We know. He knows, but what plans do you have for the citizens? That's the question.
We done they go. I agree to now fashion design be this. Hello. Now fashion designers be this. I agree to now.
They don't have anything.
How are you?
Former NSC chairman.
I agree to my Oga.
State Council.
How's everything?
Thank you for joining us today.
Good. All the journalists in Edo State.
We are good.
When you can see they watch us online for ITV, for Facebook, for YouTube online, I deal with the NUJ chairman of Edo State, Mr. or Comrade Festus Aleri. Maga, how you doing?
We are quiet.
Today now Workers' Day. And you don't see I'm saying journalists from time to time. Now with the people they call to talk to bring out their advice. I say Workers' Day today, what is your advice and message to journalists?
The advice I give say, may they continue to report the truth. Anywhere the thing happen, may they report them. You don't say that they beat us well for some areas, so and a lot of things they happen, but we not let them deter us from doing the right thing. The right thing now, when the situation happen, we will report them. Anywhere it happen, we will report them. We will let the world know. Say something don't happen, and how would they do? So we will continue to do it. So as we celebrate Workers' Day, and to appeal to all the journalists in Edo State to make sure say na only truth they will report. But when they see some when they say not straight in well, maybe they balance am. If somebody say this man don't thief my money, go find out from the man. They say you thief money, you do thief money, and that what they call balancing. So that one-sided report. Conventional journal, that's journalists when they train, they all the report on. Now this one what they call yellow journalism.
Okay. If you see the present time now from now to the end of the year now,
yes.
Now election time now.
Yes.
What will be your advice for TV and radio stations? Especially for the one with your domain for Edo State, because you don't see I'm saying this is not the time where politicians they bring one kind thing or the other.
Yeah, that make me the toyous now. It gets some jingles when they go bring when we know say they airworthy. It gets some information when they go bring when we know say that information even then when they bring and know say na lie but they just want make we report am to take blackmail the other party. So our advice be say we will try make sure say we find that properly. We do call investigative journalism. If you say this man he not finish school, say not graduate for university, you want more your reporter like that? No, we go find out from the university. We will write to the university. We get certificate. They say this man do. They say this man not graduate from that school. It should graduate. Now when the reply come, now we call report because the idea say we can't go report and say this man not go school. Later I call discover and say he go school. Now shame on that TV as well reporter now. So the truth of the matter be say we must continue to balance every report when they break on. Politics don't reach now. Some people will tell you say now lie. Now they take the gain for politics, and they don't feel use us to lie because we must also find out this lie where they give us natural.
Festus Aleri,
ABS News.
Thank you. The rising cost of
waiting they have.
Teacher say
Waiting they have.
Oga, I'm here. Oga.
Congratulations. How's everything, sir? What will be your advice to workers now?
Let them get hope in this government. And not better go come. Agbago don start employment of teachers, giving them all the shorokoto inside the civil service. So maybe they're going to pray for the government, going to support the governor.
You as the labor organ for Edo State, are you aware that workers are saying they are not happy?
Yes, because that's why we still cry to the government. If you get injury, where they treat for a very long time, now gradually go to heal. Now gradually go to heal. With this government, we will see future and we will see hope in the future.
So we will get patient. We will get patient.
We will get hope.
I thank you. What will be that your name because of people don't know?
Bernard Joman Egwahide, NLC chairman of this state.
Thank you. Wait. Mama, wait, my talk to her. Wait, madam, come on for road. Honorable Sonia, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Today's Workers' Day.
Yes.
What will be your message for your workers, especially those of that place where you say you did?
Firstly, I want to appreciate all my teachers for their dedication, for their resilience. And you can see how hard work all my teachers are. I'm so excited today, and I pray that God will continue to bless them and uplift them for what they are doing for all our states. As you can see, the chairman, all of them, everybody are here. I say once again, Happy Workers' Day.
Honorable, before I let you go, teachers, more teachers. More teachers. More teachers.
Teachers are coming. 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 Teachers are everywhere.
Waiting they happen soon.
Now waiting they happen. Now waiting they happen. Now waiting they happen.
Waiting they happen.
Paternity fraud is the intentional misrepresentation of a child's biological father. This deception can have profound emotional, financial, and legal consequences for the man who was misled into believing he is the biological parent, the mother, and the child involved. It's one form of misattributed paternity or paternal discrepancy. Specifically, paternity fraud is the intentional misidentification of a child's biological father. Paternity fraud is distinct from other unintentional misattribution which may arise from simple error, an accident such as mix-up during fertility treatment or a sexual assault. Paternity fraud is a significant and growing concern in Nigeria, driven by societal pressures, infidelity, and increasing accessibility of DNA testing. Recent reports from DNA testing centers suggest that approximately 1 in 4 men who seek paternity tests discover they are not the biological fathers of their presumed children. Paternity fraud is a situation where a woman misleads or deceives a man into believing and accepting he is the biological father of a child. It is a rampant, growing, but underexploited issue in Nigeria with significant ethical, legal, and social consequences. Despite anecdotal evidence suggesting a high percentage of up to 40% in some private DNA testing centers, there is a critical research gap in empirical data and logical provision addressing paternity fraud. Existing family laws do not explicitly recognize paternity fraud, leading to inconsistent judicial outcomes and inadequate redistribution, leading to inconsistent judicial outcomes and inadequate restitution for affected individuals. Cultural taboos connected to paternity testing further complicate the issue, as requesting a DNA test is often perceived as distrustful or disrespectful, challenging deeply held cultural values. This study examines the ethical dilemmas, legal gaps, cultural influences, and social impact of paternity fraud in Nigeria.
It's a welcome development. I don't have any issues with it at all. People don't just wake up and demand for DNA tests. It is based on circumstances and issues around relationship and trust. And that is why you see people coming up to say they want to be sure. We've had a whole lot of issues around paternity, both from the male angle and from the female angle. So we've had issues. And the only way you can draw finality or conclusion to it is when you ask for a DNA test. Now, the good thing about DNA test is that it is either 99% or 0%. So it's very easy to know that this is my child and this is not my child. Very easy. And I want to say that for me, I don't have any issues, I don't have any problem. I encourage it, particularly when there are doubts around the issue of birth. I don't see any reason if there are circumstances and you are demanding for paternity test. If there are no issues, then why are you afraid of it? You shouldn't be afraid when you know your hands are clean. So on the issue of breakages of marriages, of course it will happen. If it happened that it's negative, or it's positive, I mean, and it happened that your suspicions are correct, certainly it will lead to either divorce or separation, basically. I don't think that is a social problem at all, but it will also give you rest of mind to say, yes, either this is my child or not. We must begin to live faithfully with each other. I think that is it. If you know you are not faithful, also you should also know that you can be cut out, basically, that there is a way we can identify and find out if you were faithful in your marriage. And all these things leads to succession as well, property rights and succession rights. So it is not just only paternity issues. It goes a long way when it comes to property devolution, as well as other areas of social issues that we must also look at. You do not want another person's child to inherit your property. So those are the things. You see, it's not something that just end up with the man and the woman. It goes further than that. And you will also recall that late MKO Abiola, before he died, insisted that the majority of his children should be tested. And that happens. And you all know the result of that test. A lot of those kids or a lot of those children were not his at all. And because of that, they were denied the rights of property inheritance. You see, but of course, he would have done that probably when he was alive. So I don't see anything wrong with it. It should be encouraged in society, and it should be encouraged globally.
It has become a thing that people now practice it because of some reasons. Otherwise, before now, it's assumed that once a woman is pregnant and she's married, that pregnancy belongs to her husband, and eventually the child belongs to the husband. But within some circumstances that you now found that maybe the child is sick and the child is taken to the hospital, he needs blood transfusion, the blood does not rhyme with the supposed father and things like that. I think that's where the idea of doing DNA came about. And you and I know that it can be so disappointing that you are raising a child only for you to discover that that child is not yours. And to avoid all this, that's where they brought the idea of doing DNA. And also, when they want to travel out, well, there are also issues there. So you go to embassy with so much confidence, and at the end of the day, you find that the children you have taken to embassy to get visa, they are not yours. So it's really disheartening. But I want to advise my fellow women, let us be truthful to our husbands. If you know you can't stay with the man, instead of jumping around, just get out of the marriage so everybody know that you are single. Instead of pretending to be married and yet you are more of a single person. And at the end of the day, you bring other men's children for the man to take care of. And at the end of the day, there are issues. So instead of putting yourself in that disgraceful manner, just stay on your own and they know that you are not married. And you can do whatever you want into your life. Nobody is going to ask you, why are you doing that? In every action, there are always consequences. So everybody should stick to what belongs to them so that the children you have will know that they are yours and things like that. But even the men, they do it with recklessness, except when the man eventually dies. You see people coming from every angle that this man was my father and all that. And I think that is not healthy. So let us believe morally. God says, if do not fornicate. So, and you know the punishment of fornication. So let's just avoid it and be faithful to our partner.
Findings reveal that economic insecurity, societal pressure on women to bear children, and restricted access to affordable DNA testing contribute to the problem. Key causes of paternity fraud include marital infidelity and concealment. Women may hide that a child was conceived with someone other than their partner to avoid divorce or abandonment. This can also happen when a woman gets pregnant, probably for her ex. In order to save her marriage and family reputation, she will cleave to an unsuspecting, innocent loving partner, especially when the wedding date has been fixed. It does happen when the woman's husband lives abroad for greener pasture. Perhaps he stays out of the country for a couple of years and occasionally comes to visit once a year or once every 2 years to 5 years, leaving the woman lonely and vulnerable to temptations from other men. These ladies sometimes sleep with their house help or security guards. The brothers or best friend of the said man abroad may be lured into their net if they are not careful. Another factor is financial motivation, a desire to secure child maintenance, inheritance or financial support from a financially stable man. Sometimes desperate ladies go a long way to tie the man of their dreams with pregnancy. They know fully well that the pregnancy does not belong to the said man. Due to the financial stability, they can get pregnant for any man of their choice to remain relevant in the scheme of things.
In our mother's days, they don't even know what is called DNA. Because when you are married, you are married. You live with your husband and your children. It's one family. There's no looking out. And if you look out, they have punishment for it, grave punishment for it. So that was like a standard control that our parents used to sustain friendship in marriage, to sustain respect in marriage, and to sustain oneness in marriage. But these days, it's so unfortunate that young people no more take marriage very seriously, no more take relationship very seriously. They no more take oneness of the family very seriously. And all our culture and traditional effects of such misbehavior is no more in practice. So the best option is to go for DNA. And now we show anything that is not made by God may not be 100% correct. That is the truth about life. Anything that is not made by God is not 100% correct. So even the DNA, how we show is 100% correct. The person that is doing the test in the lab, any little mistake will give a bad name to a dog in order to hang it. So the way forward is that all those our cultural practices, traditional practices that are healthy should come back. We should effect it. What is important is your heart, your mind, your conscience before looking at deterrents from outside. In marriage, your heart, your mind, your conscience. This will guide you in order for you not to go astray, either as a man or as a woman. Then when these virtues are lost, then we begin to call for DNA. Of course, that's the last resort that will solve the problem. If a woman is accused innocently, then the woman can confidently say, let's go for DNA. And that woman will be vindicated. That's the last resort for now that we have. People are ready to go and swear
Even if you say go and swear, people are ready to go and swear. After swear, they go and do other things to counter this swear.
If it is done sincerely, it brings sanity to preserve marital vow. And at the same time, if a man and a woman knows at the end of their journey, something will come suddenly like this, everybody will check his or herself. And the word integrity will prevail. Even nowadays, nobody cares. Nobody wants to know or care about integrity. And that is why sometimes, before you marry in those days, our parents want to know from which family do you want to marry. They go deep into it. If it's a family where you are hit and run, they will not allow. But a woman who has no manner or a man who cannot really preserve, go from one place to another, just bringing babies. And when you find out most of the children, they are sick, you don't need the cause. It's because Fanta face and Coca-Cola body. You find out the father is from another person, the mother is from another place. So how do we go about it? So it's in order to allow integrity to prevail in marriage, I think it is very good and better. And also people should always know that anything you do in secret will come up one day. So I think I personally encourage it. We don't start what you cannot end. When you don't want your house to be broken, we must allow the truth and the honesty. When your marriage is tailored by your parents, they pay your dowry, fine. You are being attached to yourselves. And you need to grow into yourself and then bring out children. That's what the Bible says. But the child you want to bring out, or children, are they from one source? They are not corn that you grown up under. So we pray that no broken home. But if your house is broken, you want to find out why. If you mess up your bed, how do you want to lie on it? I encourage it. See if anything come contrarily, you will find out if it is really not. I'm not talking about short course test. You do tests that is not a Yahoo test, retest, and whatever it comes out, fine. What brought this matter of DNA test is reality. Yeah, because sometimes hunger can kill faith. At the time that there is hunger in the land, a stupid person can just come and dash current of pounds or dollars, then you fall off, you derail like trail. So that is why it is good this should be done, and then it's a legacy they want to follow. Where for sincerity we are talking, and integrity will prevail. That will prevail in a marriage. Sincerity, integrity is what we are talking. Now when you have this, you may not bother, but in order to be properly sure, go ahead doing it, so that you have rest assured, peradventure anything happens.
Social stigma and pressure, fear of stigma, pressure to produce children, or pressure from family to have a father figure present. In Nigeria today, some ladies, in order to save their marriage, go extra mile to bear children for their partners, sometimes due to cultural pressure of having a male child or just to have children. Some religious women sleep around with the heads of a religious organization to bear children. Some ordained pastors and imams, traditional worshippers, some working class women get intimate with their colleagues in their places of work just to have children or male child in order to save their marriages.
I am fully in support of that. In terms of this, our modern living, why I really say I support it is that a whole lot of men have trained children for other people, being that they don't even know if they are the actual fathers of the children. The kind of lifestyle most of our ladies live these days, I will encourage that the government should make it reasonably affordable for every man or every child to have his DNA done. The reason for me, again, is that if you know the DNA of your child or you know the paternity test of a child, it gives you an in-depth responsibility for you to cater and do what you expect to do for that particular child all through life. But when you don't do it, or when you are not able to do it, when you start seeing some traces of abnormal character emerging from a child, you start imagining, what is this one coming from? And when these things keep happening like this, you see that you will lose trust. And at the end of the day, the psychological effect is enormous. It can even derail the entire system of the man or the family. So that is just one of it. We also know that it has so much negative effect in doing it. Because sometimes there are certain stories that don't need to be told. in the cost of living. So I will say that we have some things, some people can manage a family. They may have some maybe limitations in terms of their production and all that from the men, and the woman tries to go out of her way to balance the entire house. And when she goes out of that way and gets the house balanced, perhaps bringing the child or something like that, and then the man eventually find out that this is not my child, it derails the man. For me, sometimes we allow slide, but majorly it is better we call a spade, we iron things out and make things work. Let the man know if he's adopting, let him know he's adopting. If he's not adopting, let him know the state he is. I will stand with that. But that doesn't deter us from telling us that sometimes certain things have to be kept quiet for peace to reign, for the entire community to be at peace.
Marriage is built on trust. And when you talk about DNA is like a breakdown of trust. When there's no breakdown of trust, DNA won't come. The reason why DNA cannot be ruled out, because you are living with human beings. You cannot also rule out the issue of trust and distrust. So it is there to clear doubt. So DNA naturally should not be compulsory for everybody. DNA test should not be compulsory for everybody. It should not be optional. When there are issues of doubt, then DNA cannot clear that doubt of paternity questions. So the point I'm making is that DNA came to solve a particular situation where people had doubt on the paternity position of their kids. And we find out from results that most time the DNA prove 99.9% no paternity. So we have also found out that DNA comes out to say that paternity correct. So the point I'm making is that DNA should not be made compulsory by government. DNA should be the last resort to clear doubt when there are issues of trust. It's very important. Okay, so that's the reason why we encourage couple. This extramarital activity can actually lead to this issue of doubt. When there is trust in marriage, you've married your wife, you have cohabited and begin to raise children, the issue of DNA would never come up. Yes, but when there are this issue of cohabiting extramarital activities, you will discover that when there are issues, that will come in. Secondly, we have seen that, a child is sick, come and donate blood. And at the end of the day, the blood is not matching. What do we do? Then those are questions of that. So we have also seen situations. This guy was sick. The child, 5 years old, took the child to the hospital. The father was to donate blood. They tested the blood is not matching. It was questioning. And after the shouts and all of what that comes through all of that, the woman also did a DNA and discovered that it was not also her. And when they now went back to where they discovered there was mistake from when the child was given birth to, they had mistakenly exchanged that child. And because the woman knew herself, the woman insisted and went through all the rigorous, and they were able to find those people who they gave birth same time in that same facility, and they find her own child. So the DNA naturally cannot be ruled out. There are issues of doubt that it has come to solve. So this is my position. Number one, it cannot now be a must that you just have your child, you go and do DNA. No, it will create doubt when such an accusation against the wife. After the result, such marriage can no longer be as it used to be, because there's already doubt, there's already breakdown of trust, and one of the power of marriage is trust. So we must ensure that this trust base is kept. It is only when the trust is no longer there, then the paternity test becomes very important.
Emotional relationship security. The intention to trap a partner, keep a relationship together, or create a two-parent household. This is where the woman picks on any man of her choice that she felt will be able to stand the test when she gets pregnant, not minding that she's already in a relationship with another man that she intends to get married to, or she's already a married woman living in her husband's husband's house. This may not be the same for every woman, because we have most women in Nigeria that respect relationship and of course respect the tenets of marriage, irrespective of the pressure built upon by society and family to bear male children or still to have children. Other case is uncertainty and concealment. In case where the mother is unsure of the biological father, she may choose a partner to be the legal father. This goes for women with multiple sexual partners. They may not know the guy that got them pregnant. On realizing they are pregnant, they choose from the range of sexual partners, especially the one they feel is financially stable and responsible to be the father of the unborn child. Cultural factors. Pressure to have children, particularly male children, in some cultures can drive women to hide the true paternity. This can happen in a traditional setting when the line of succession must be maintained. In order to maintain the lineage of the throne, some women will go out of their way to bear a male child or children to maintain the rulership of the clan. The question that is somewhat difficult to answer is whether families should be encouraged to go for paternity tests when the children are born to prevent a foreseen heartache. To ensure clarity in raising a family, a man is sure of. Another nagging thought is how many Nigerians can afford the money to go for a paternity test. It's quite expensive, and an average Nigerian will not be able to foot the bill for a child paternity test, talk less of 2 or 3 children. With a high level of infidelity in Nigerian society today, how can a man secure his home without doubt, know for sure that the children he's fathering are his? There are causes and effects, actions and reactions which are equal and opposite. Men, if you must travel out of the country, try everything within your power to take your wife along. After some months or years, let it not be for too long. Women, the choices you have to make as a mother goes a long way to affect the family. Maintain your dignity as a woman or a mother. Put your emotions in check no matter the pressure. Family members, do not put undue pressure on the husband or wife because of the absence of children in your son's marriage. Remember, be it male or female child, they are all gifts from God. Do not put yourself under undue pressure because you want a male child. Men have died of heartache or heart attack on realizing that the children they raised as their children were never theirs. Families shattered on finding out that though they grew up together, did everything together for a long time, were never of the same father. Look around families in Nigeria today. Men are divided beyond recognition as the battle for paternity is tearing the fabric of the society apart. Trust dashed, love thrown out of the window, husbands and wives of dagger drawn, children confused on how to relate with the man they once called father. In all of this commotion, some men do not mind if the kid is theirs as long as they were the ones that the child gets to call father. Men have died of heartache or heart attack on realizing that the children they raised as their children were never theirs. Families shattered on finding out that though they grew up together, did everything together for a long time, were never of the same father. Look around families in Nigeria today. Men are divided beyond recognition as the battle for paternity is tearing the fabric of the society apart. Trust dashed, love thrown out of the window, husband and wives as dagger drawn, children confused on how to relate with the man they once called their father. In all of this commotion, some men do not mind if the kid is not theirs as long as they were the ones that the child gets to call father. Some families choose to bury such dark secrets to keep the family together by living with the pains of betrayal in each of their waking days. As for the ones that cannot take it, they head to court for divorce or return the bride price of the woman if the wedding was based on tradition. Look at that son or daughter of yours. Is he or she truly your blood as a father? As a mother, look at him or her very well. Is he truly the son or daughter of your husband? That man you call father, is it truly your father? Don't you think it's better to go for a paternity test? Who's your daddy? Who's your dada? Who's your pappy? Don't you think as a child you need to know who your father is? Wilson Omasha reporting.
ITV, certainly the best.
And the camp sublet panic through the area residents over and residents who the spot according police where war played out January now the way to end the Gaza conflict, including steps from the ceasefire towards a demilitarization, technocratic administration and reconstruction. Now, U.S. President Donald Trump says Russia and Ukraine agreed to a 3-day ceasefire from May 9 to 11 around Victory Day plus 1,000 for 1,000 prisoner swap. He further said it would be nice if Russia-Ukraine ceasefire holds beyond 3 days. Now, columns of Russian armed forces personnel marched across Red Square on Saturday as Moscow marked a Victory Day. Footage shows a serviceman marching in formation and carrying flags. Cadets from several Russian Defense Ministry academies also took part in the parade. This year marks the 81st anniversary of Victory Day, commemorating Gaza Nazi Germany's surrender to Allied forces in 1945. Victory Day is observed in Russia and several former Soviet states on May 9. Victory in Europe Day is marked in many Western countries on May 8, reflecting the time difference when Germany's surrender came into effect. The Kremlin said this year's iconic military parade on Red Square was downsized over the terrorist threat from Ukraine, while the Defense Ministry warned of a massive retaliatory strike on Kiev in the event of the attempt to disrupt celebration. Now, furious Tenerife residents and dock workers gathered at the islands sought to protest against the arrival of the MV Hondios after a deadly hantavirus outbreak on board raised a fear of the wider health crisis. Some locals drew parallels with the COVID pandemic, saying they fear that another lockdown of authorities failed to contain the outbreak. Footage shows protesters chanting, waving Canary Island flags and holding placards as they warned they could try to block the vessel from docking. Residents said they feared local authorities did not have sufficient safety measures in place to accommodate affected passengers, while some accused Madrid of shifting the crisis into the islands to keep it away from mainland Spain. They claim the islands risk of being left isolated if the situation worsens. Protesters also said they were worried the ship's arrival could trigger a wider health crisis and raise the protest of another lockdown. The MV Hondios, carrying 150 people, is expected to reach a Tenerife on Saturday. 3 people have died, including a Dutch couple and the German nationals. The WHO confirmed 3 cases and flagged 5 suspected cases. Away from that, members of the Spanish conservative Phalange movement rallied in central Madrid on Friday to against the government's new action plan aimed at granting legal status to half nationals. Some demonstrating the migration plan to Spain's arguing subsidized housing should be Spanish and to maintain public order in a busy tourist area. You're still watching the World News on ITV. We'll bring you more stories after this time out. Please stay tuned. Many thanks for staying tuned. Now moving on, Laura Fernandez assumed the presidency of Costa Rica Friday at the National Stadium in San Jose before thousands of attendees and international guests. A footage shows Fernandez arriving at the stadium alongside outgoing President Rodrigo Chávez and other world leaders before taking the official oath and receiving the presidential sash as supporters waved Costa Rican flags. The 9-year-old oath for a 4-year term and delivered a speech focused on structural reforms, public security and institutional modernization, advocating for political models on concrete results. The new president spoke about the security crisis facing Costa Rica, a country historically recognized for its stability and low levels of violence, which in recent years has experienced an increase in drug trafficking and organizing, announcing the measures to strengthen the system and the governmental policy. In foreign policy, Fernandez stated that Costa Rica will maintain its diplomatic tradition of peace, democracy, and defense of human rights while seeking to strengthen commercial ties and attract new economic opportunities. Laura Fernandez became the woman to govern Costa Rica after winning the election on February 1 and the departure and our Vice President of the Arab and the Prime Al-Nahyan met the Turkish President Tayyip Erdogan during a visit to Turkey on Friday. Footage shows the UAE Vice President descending the aircraft ramp in Ankara as Erdogan is seen receiving Sheikh bin Zayed alongside scenes from the meeting between officials of both countries in Istanbul. In a post shared on X, the UAE Deputy Prime Minister said, strengthening partnerships and receiving new opportunities for cooperation remained a consistent approach in the country's relation with partners around the world following talks with Turkish president. She shared that in focus on ways to further develop operations between the UAE and Turkey and expand its horizon in various fields the two countries all in. The Deputy Prime Minister added that the discussions were aimed at supporting and property for the both nations with deepening bilateral ties. And out of it, all the local news, the Nigeria Union of Journalists, NUJ Edo State Council has described the late government house correspondent of independent television and radio, Mr. Kingsley Uchebu, as a core media professional whose contributions broadcasting in big Edo State NU Chairman Justus here mentioned with other members of the union to consult the management and staff of the station at their corporate headquarters, Glasshouse Airport Road, Benin City.
During my young age,
to commend the ITV radio management and staff. I wish to be very brief because it's a very sad one. All we can praise such things should not happen here again. Amen. Nobody here will die. Amen. We will work here and retire.
Amen. The managing director of the television and radio, Elena Elvis Obaseki, appreciated the union for the visit, noting that the late star served while alive. He urged workers to always pay attention to their health through routine medical examination, stressing that early detection remains important in preventing health complications. He also appealed to the NUJ and well-meaning Nigerians not to forget the children of the late Kingsley Uchebu, noting that support for the family will help sustain his legacies.
I also Kingsley was taking to government as well as also the decision made in error, and the instructions given to him, Kingsley followed it to the letter. It might have been a very short life. For Kingsley's very few years of life were meaningful, and this is a lesson to us all.
The condolence visit was attended by other management staff. The highlight of the visit was prayer for the bereaved family. From Benin, Donald Ehimi.
That's much we have for the world news on the independent television. But before we go, let's have a recap of our top stories. Trump said it will be nice if Russia-Ukraine ceasefire holds beyond 3 days. Appeared here through Gaza's al-Shati camp after reported Israeli strikes. Russian troops march across Red Square as Moscow marked Victory Day. That's it for the world news on independent television. I'm Abigail Adiran. Many thanks for staying with us.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best.
Good afternoon and welcome to an amazing Friday afternoon here in the studio. It is Itches and Voices. And remember, Itches and Voices is brought to you by NAVID, Network for the Advancement of Persons with Visible Disabilities. And also, happy Workers' Day to all the workers across Nigeria. I hope the Friday is going amazingly well for you. For a couple of weeks now, we've been talking about the current fuel hike and how it's affecting persons with disabilities. But we've not yet touched on how it's affecting students with disabilities, and that's what we'll be doing in the studio today. Our guest for today is Mr. Chinemere David, and he's a teacher in the special schools for kids, and also is also the chairperson for the Association of Technology Inclined Visually Impaired in Nigeria, the Edo State chapter. And to do justice to our hearing impaired community, we have Mrs. Cynthia Godwin Aya, who is our sign language interpreter. Welcome to the studio, Mr. Chinemere.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Okay, for us to dive straight into the conversation, can you please introduce yourself to us and what you do properly?
Well, my name, like you've said, is Chinemere David Iwala. I'm a teacher currently at School for the Visually Impaired here in Benin City. Also, I am the chairman of Association of Technology Inclined Visually Impaired Persons of Nigeria, Edo State chapter.
Okay, that's amazing. Can you just give us a little bit into what your association is about? Just a quick intro.
Basically, just like the name implies, we are a technology inclined association that tries to see how we could leverage on technology, either modern or traditional technology, to see how we could equip our people to empower them for today's world. Basically, that's just what we do.
So that means you guys work with students with disability also?
Everybody.
Okay. Yeah, now diving into the matter of the current fuel hike, I feel like it's a topic that is on everybody's lips, and it's a matter of concern. So can you tell us, before this current fuel hike, what is the challenges or one of the challenges that students with disabilities face, maybe coming to school in the process of learning and maybe in their daily lives as students before the fuel hike? Can you give us an insight of what some of the challenges they face?
You know, like I say always, another word for disability is limitation. So, which means for the mere fact that somebody is already going about with a form of disability or not, shows that that person is already facing some very severe challenges, other than what every other able-bodied person, like we'll try to call them, faces. So, ordinarily, a person with disability is already facing challenges. If I have to go somewhere, for instance, I would need a sighted person to aid me or assist me to the place. And that will mean an extra cost for me. So now we're talking about the spike in the price of petrol due to the Iran-US war, the closure of the Strait of Hormuz and all of that. You could see that it becomes even worse, because one of the first things it affects is transportation price. And just like it is with every other person, transportation we've discovered have gone higher, maybe by 100 or 200, 300, 500, depending on the location or the distance you are to cover. So, naturally, disability in itself comes with some very severe challenges.
Like what and what for students with disability now, to be specific?
Commuting to school. Okay. Commuting to school, you know, it became very, very serious. If you see like when we took, what will I call it now? When we tried to understudy what happened when they relocated us, for instance, we were at a place, though we've been promised now we'll be taken back, and that is a temporary measure. We were relocated from our former location at Iviore Primary School, that's close to St. Augustine, around that Ukege area. We were located to Uwa Primary School and Izevige, which is along First. And you could see that from then on, it became extremely very challenging, because many pupils had to drop out because of the extra costs that they had to pay coming to school. Many pupils had to drop out. So that if you even check our books, you'll see that we had a reduced student attendance in school from then on until now. It's maybe now some people are trying to find a way around the whole situation, and maybe some are beginning to come back and all of that.
Okay. Oh, okay. So now that the current fuel hike is an issue currently, so is there a different challenges that has been faced by the students, or is it the same? Is there a difference?
Of course, okay. Of course. It naturally follows that. It's just like, for instance, most of our pupils are from remote parts of Edo State. We have pupils from Igara, we have pupils from Urumi, Irwa, and all of those other parts, Oronigbe, all other parts of Edo State. So now it's a no-brainer. Let's just try to estimate how much it will cost to bring somebody from Igara, the capital of Akoko Edo, for instance, or Auchi. How much the price is now. And that person will have to come, because this, for instance, is a primary school, which will mean that, oh, these are young people. Yes. These are young persons. So that person, you cannot leave a child. Well, I have a child in my school who's just 7. She's just 7 years. And she comes from, is it Opoji? Yeah, something Opoji. That child definitely cannot come herself. She will have to come, sometimes she comes with her grandmother or one of her aunties or something. So that child will have to come with an extra person. So you can imagine how much it is now. So naturally, even without thinking too much, you just discover that, of course, that puts an extra burden on the person's already strained finances.
Yes, that's very true. But is there something that the school is doing currently to help, the school or the institution, to help these students?
You know, there's another danger will come from somebody who's being carried on the back cannot carry on that person. The school itself needs help. So how can the school who needs help the pupils? The most we can do is to try to see how we could advocate call on well-spirited individuals, corporate organizations who have persons with disability at heart, and maybe the government, to try to see how we could help some of these pupils. I personally, I have to solicit cash from my friends to even transport some of my pupils sometimes home or back from school or back from home. Yes, personally, I've done that in the past. So, except we just want to go out of our way personally to do some of those things. The school does not have any structured plan or any of all of those resources to be able to carry out that kind of activity.
Well, the thing is that what you just mentioned now is also a means of helping. Even though it is not well structured, it's still a means, and I'm sure that you're not the only teacher who is going this extra means to help some of those students. But then you made mention
But the problem with that is that that's not sustainable.
Very true.
That's not sustainable.
That's true.
If, for instance, I do not have enough at the time, or all of the teachers are just faced with some kind of financial challenge at the time.
Yes.
So the question is, what do we do? So we have to look for sustainable measures to try to see how we could always get these people to school. Because for me, I just don't see another way a person with visual impairment in particular, or persons with disabilities in general, can go about life without education.
Yes.
For me, education is a leveler. Education is a leveler. If you, the most sure, the best pathway I feel for persons with disabilities to be able to come out of the shackles of poverty, for me, is simply education. There could be other ways, but
that's like the number one.
That's like the number one.
Okay,
yeah.
That makes a lot of sense. My boss, Barrister Melody, will always say that education is a leveler. When you said it, that is one of his favorite words, because a lot of times people act like persons with disabilities are liabilities, but education is a way to even change that.
Exactly.
That is a stereotype. Education is one way to change that. And now going back to what you said about the school, you mentioned the fact that the school on its own needs some things. Can you help us with some of the things that are like shortage in the school, some of the challenges that the school is facing itself? Or let's say special school generally, like some of the things or challenges that they might have that is quite different from the normal school, or if I should put it that way.
Yeah, I think now we're talking about the spike in the price of petrol because of the crisis and all of that. So the immediate thing would be that the school needs, like our school, for instance, used to have a bus.
Okay.
But it's been very challenging. Something's happened recently, and that bus is no longer, it's not been on the road for more than 2 years now.
Wow.
So, also very importantly too, I think these whole special schools in Edo State needs a boarding facility, needs accommodation. That is a very pressing need. Something I think whether corporate organizations, whether government, just need to find a way around. Very seriously, the special schools in Edo State needs boarding facility. It's very, very important. Because people's commuting to school every day, it's quite very risky. Very risky, especially for persons with visual impairment. We've had stories of where persons with visual impairment were either hit by a vehicle or fell into a drainage or something. You could imagine sometimes, we're about approaching the rainy season now. That makes it even more challenging. So, very importantly, and as a pressing need, the school needs accommodation, like a boarding facility.
Okay, well, I really wasn't referring to the accommodation and boarding facility now. I was talking more of like
materials we need in school.
Yes, like the school outside persons, outside the kids now, like the school itself. But then you made mention, before we go back to that, you made mention of the rainy season coming, and it just drew my mind back to a situation where some kids, I think a child drowned during the rainy season when they were coming back from school. It just throws more light to how this transportation or a means of transporting for these kids is very important, because these are special kids and they need them. But then I think we need to do more justice to that. Can you throw more light on the means of transportation or accommodation as a way to rectify the current challenges that are being faced as a means of this fuel hike?
You know, I would not want to talk too much without preferring solutions.
Okay.
I'm thinking in my head while we were having this conversation that maybe in the short run, I'm thinking in the short term, the government should, the government should find a way to maybe talk to maybe all these public government-owned transport companies. I am aware those states, for instance, has a DO line.
Yeah.
Like those who are coming from other parts or very far distance, maybe if they are able to show cause that they are persons with disability and they are pupils, maybe the government should be able to talk to all of these people if they could bring them down free of any cost. That's in the short term. In the long term, I'm thinking that persons with disability should have a disability identity card with which they can access government services, whether at very subsidized cost or free of cost completely. I don't think that's too much for the government to do.
Actually.
Because the question we always ask is, how many are we? How many are we? We are a very infinitesimal percentage of the entire population. So I'm thinking that the government this is something that they can do for persons with disability to assist. Or like it is, for instance, in Lagos, you are aware of the BRT buses. If a person with disability gets on the BRT buses, you are paying no dime. You're not paying a dime for getting on the BRT bus. So government should look at things like this to cushion the effect. For instance, I am a teacher and I'm a person with visual impairment. If transportation is taken away, if the cost of transportation is taken away from the money I have to spend from time to time, of course that will help me a lot, for instance, and other persons with visual impairment and disability too.
Okay, so we're going to come back to that, but right now we will be going on a very short break. We did an interviewing a couple of persons, including teachers and advocates for the disability community, to talk on this same matter on how the current fuel hike is affecting students with disability. So we're going to play it right now and we'll be right back. Thank you.
With the recent fuel hike, we spoke to educators and disability advocates to understand its impact on students with disabilities, and here's what they had to say.
I am Chinemerem David Iwala, the chairman of Association of Technology Inclined Visually Impaired Persons of Nigeria, Edo State Chapter.
Good day, everybody. My name is Igudu Clara. I'm a teacher.
My name is Ignoma Yorobosa Timothy, a member of Nigeria Association for the Blind, Edo State Chapter, and the Edo SAC coordinator, NAB.
It's having a huge impact on them. You see, as a child with visual impairments, specifically, a child needs the assistance of the parents or a guardian, and that will require paying for two persons. So if they're supposed to pay 300 naira, for example, a person, 600 for two of them, it will now require maybe 500 naira for one person, making it 1,000. And now the parents will have to drop the child in school, go back. When the child closes from school, the parents will have to come back. So imagine how much the parents will have to pay to bring the child to school. The parents will go back, then come back again to pick that same child back home before going to wherever he or she is working. So it's a huge challenge. It's having so much effect on them. And my prayer is that this hiking should not affect these children's academics.
Clearly, without even racking your brain, you will know that for persons with visual impairment, it's going to be an extra burden on their finances. Because these people are already strained. You already know there's just a natural price in the cost of transportation when you're commuting around town. And what makes it more interesting is that many of the people who come to school in Benin come from other parts of Edo State. There are some who come from the Edo Central part, there are some who come from Edo North, and you can imagine what it would be on the already strained finances of their parents, for instance. So for us as visually impaired persons, you will know that already, automatically, it's already an extra cost for us.
Thank you very much. We say these fuel increments are really affected. A person with disability, most especially students. You see, for example, a parent is bringing his or her child to school now. He or she will first of all come with the child to school before going back. Coming back again in the afternoon to come and pick that same child. Where you normally take a vehicle before 200 naira, it's now 500 naira, 600 naira. And because of this now, most parents, to eat 3 square meals is difficult, talk of affording those transport. The thing is really biting hard on the community, person with disability.
And by way of recommendation, I would suggest that just like it is in Lagos and other parts of the world, or you see all over the world, because of this increment in the price of petrol, for instance, many countries all over the world have been putting measures. So by way of recommendation, I would suggest that maybe for students or persons with disability, for maybe public buses, transportation should be totally free or subsidized for them. Or in the long run, we would like to ask that accommodation be provided for especially students. I think that is a very pressing need. It's been on for a while. We're trying to see how we could push that accommodation so that these people don't have to travel far to come to school on a daily basis.
Well, the way forward in all this is for the relevant authority to please look into boarding facility for persons with disability, so that the student will have a hostel where they can stay and learn effectively, so that the burden of coming from home will be reduced from the part of the parents, because many children they are at home because of no boarding facility.
These insights reflect the real challenges faced by the disability community, with students with disabilities being even more affected. This also highlights the need for a more inclusive and thoughtful support.
On the break, one common thing that everybody was saying is how a subsidized means of transportation, maybe with buses, should be made available for students, and also the need for accommodation to be made available for students with disabilities. And sir, we would want you to maybe in a few words, is there any other thing you would like to add to the things that they've said already?
Nothing much to be added, but research has shown that there is a correlation between poverty and disability. And I would want to appeal to the conscience of well-meaning individuals and the government that somebody is already facing some kind of challenge because of a disability is enough. Now depriving that person of the chance of being educated becomes even worse. So please, we are appealing that on the basis of the price hike in petroleum products, no child should be denied a chance at getting educated. So all hands must be on deck to ensure that we'll find a way to cushion this effect that this hike in transportation price has on persons with disabilities. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. You've spoken very well throughout the session. And also, lastly, I would like to say that the main thing right now is providing, as I've said earlier, a means of accommodation and also a means of transportation. It is what we've been singing throughout today's session for students with disability. And as we're bringing this series to a close on the fuel hike and how it's affecting persons with disability, I would like to say that there is a need for us to put persons with disabilities in decisions that matter when it comes to fuel hike or every single economic decision that is being made in our country, as they are also a huge part of our society. And to wrap this up, I'll be saying again, happy Workers' Day to all our workers across Nigeria, and remember, spot a each and be a voice. Thank you.
This is Aqua Game, a popular game in Africa played by our ancestors to entertain themselves after each day of farming. It is also relevant in our coronation in Africa. It is a sport and indeed very interesting, as every seed had a role in the game. Playtime is 45 minutes per set. There is no age limit as long as you can spin Akwa seed. Ayo or Akwa game, known as the game of intellectual. This game requires a lot of mathematical skills. Akwa game is played with carved wooden box containing 12 holes.
The Ugewe is the final ceremony of the series of festivals. It is one of peace and lightheartedness, following the more solemn of the ritual year. Ugewe is the festival of the Ewe leaves, a symbol of good luck and joy. It is the most popular of all that heralds the dawn of a Benin New Year, new vow, newness of life and freshness of life, and a new hope for the future. In the evening, the Ewe leaves are presented to the Oba of Benin in grand style in a colorful ceremony. The Ihogbe society, amidst singing and dancing, bring the sacred leaves that symbolize good luck, blessings, peace, and prosperity. Each of the senior members of the Ihogbe proceeds to give the sacred leaves directly to the Oba of Benin, and others put theirs at his feet.
Obala tokpe Osanore Umadogemo Akmoye ni awode wae Ewae nori oba Osanore oba Umadogemo Akmoye ni awode wae
Good afternoon and welcome to Law and You, a program that treats legal issues that meets everyday life. I'm your host, Philip Omo-Gyupo. Today we have a very important and sensitive topic, sexual offenses and punishment under the Nigerian law. And we look at this every day, it happens every day, and leaving their victims with psychological, emotional, and physical scars after exploitation, and all of this go a long way to search for answers about questions being raised on, do we have laws in this regard that can tackle issues about the punishment for sexual harassment, or are these laws effective? Well, you agree with me that basically under the Nigerian law we have very, very appropriate laws in this regard, but how effective are these laws? And again, what can we say about the challenges that we are faced with in securing justice under the Nigerian legal system? Well, as usual, we have a legal expert that will help interrogate this basic and sensitive topic, and he is Emmanuel Obakpolo. Big thanks for joining, Emmanuel.
It's a delight to be here.
Well, let's first of all take a close look at what the Nigerian law has to say as regard what sexual offenses are.
Okay, with respect to sexual offenses,
in Nigeria, sexual offenses is governed by a multi-jurisdictional framework comprising of the Criminal Code Act, Southern Nigeria, the Penal Code Act, Northern Nigeria, the Violence Against Persons Prohibition Act, which is for the federal and a central of the laws. And also we have the Constitution, which is the ground norm. So, by virtue of the provisions of the Constitution as encapsulated in Section 34 of the Extant Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, which provides us that every person shall have the dignity of the human person. So the law protects the dignity of the human person. And by virtue of that provision, it shows that every human in Nigeria is protected, has with respect to his dignity. But then, when you look at that provisions of that law and every other laws with respect to sexual offenses is measures to the provisions of Section 34 of the Extant Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Now, let me take, for instance, the Criminal Code Act, Section 315 to Section 351, rather, to 361 of the Criminal Code Act provide for offenses of sexual offenses.
But again, we should know what a sexual offense is.
Yes, sexual offenses is an offense wherein an immoral act is carried on a person with or without his consent.
With or without? I think it's better to say without the consent.
No, I will expatiate.
Okay.
With or without his consent. The person may give consent and along the line withdraw the consent.
Okay.
Are you getting me?
Okay.
So it becomes an offense.
As at the point it happened, it's without the consent.
Even where he gives
Even
consent.
though at the beginning there was a consent, but at the time he or she now refuses, it's now without the consent.
Yes. Even if
so, better put this without the consent.
Even if the person gives consent, what if the person is a minor? What if the person is an infant?
Okay.
What if the person does not understand that act, but yet consent was given? And consent can also be gotten by fraud.
Okay.
You get it?
Okay.
So it can be with or it can be without the consent. Okay. It becomes an offense. Hence, it contravenes the provisions of the law. Now, like I did say, sections 351 to 361 of the Criminal Code Act prohibits sexual offenses. Section 351 defines sexual offenses to be a misdemeanor. That once that offense is committed, it is a misdemeanor. And the punishment for that, the commission of that offense, should be 3 years. But with time, it becomes obvious that sexual offenses is now a day-to-day activity
in our society.
People are now engaged in it. Maybe because the offenses, the punishment for the offense is so minor. The punishment is not grievous. So people now engage in it. Maybe out of the influence of some other thing, maybe drugs and whatever they use to influence themselves to commit that offense. So the law with time began to evolve, and that was the reason why under the administration of President Goodluck Jonathan, this law, Violence Against Persons Prohibition Act, came into existence, so that the law became more stiffer to the extent that sexual offenses just now the punishment for sexual offenses can be life imprisonment. So you can say that sexual offenses can also be equated with other strong offenses committed, grievous offenses, because it is against the dignity of the human person.
Okay, you just said it can sometimes lead to life imprisonment.
Yes.
Okay, but again, because in the process of prosecuting such persons who are victims or such persons who are accused or alleged to have committed such crime. Would you say rape or sexual offenses could be bailable?
Yes.
That you can bail, the alleged accused.
Yes, but it is within the discretion of the court to so grant bail. Once the offense, sexual offense, is alleged against the person, the court does not even want to hear the issue of bail with respect to that person.
But the accused can be bailed.
Can, if upon the prosecution of that person or as upon the proceedings of trial, and the court discover that really the person is not really tied to the offense so charged, though on the face of the charge is sexual offense or offenses so alleged to have been committed by the person, but along the line the court discovered that this accused person or defendant just now is not really, did not really commit
or guilty of such.
The court may use its discretion to grant the person bail. That is one.
So that's at the discretion of the judge.
Yes. Two, on the other side, if the prosecution is not diligent to prosecute the matter, the court may look at it and say, okay, let me grant this person bail because it seems that so much time is being taken to prosecute the person. This may be a condition or circumstances where the court can grant bail to an alleged offender of sexual offenses. However, it is within the discretion of the court to so grant bail. But it is a very Herculean task to grant bail to any person who is accused of sexual offenses.
Okay. But don't forget, we are under the Nigerian law. We are looking at it under the Nigerian law.
Yes.
And again, questions could be raised about the challenges that we could be faced with in this part of the world in securing justice. Are you not bothered about that? Can we say there could be challenges where someone who is a victim, who is emotionally, harassed, psychologically harassed, by virtue of what happens to that victim, how can that victim seek justice without having these challenges of issues that we face basically every day in Nigerian law under the justice system?
Yes, the court has been so diligent to allow the proceedings in the prosecution of an offender of sexual offenses.
What about if the accused is a public personality, for instance, or a political figure?
No matter your position in life, your status in life, the court does not look at your status. The only situation the court considers and not to make such proceedings or prosecution of such person to be public, to be in public space, is where the victim is a minor. It's where the victim is a minor. The court, at such situation, the court may not allow the proceedings of such prosecution to be in public space. For instance, the court may only allow some staff of the court
to witness the proceedings.
Then the counsel of both the prosecution counsel and the defense counsel to be in court. That's what the court does. So the court will not, because the court will look at the stigma, the social stigma that follows even after, during, and before the prosecution. So the court look at the stigma where a minor is involved in, or a minor is a victim.
Okay.
So in such situations, the court, like I did say, the court doesn't make it public. The court try to ensure that such victim may not be stigmatized.
Okay. Again, let's look at this in total. At the point where you were expressing, you mentioned the fact that there could be a point where a sexual offense can be punished with life imprisonment. At what point can we say a sexual offense? And what could be that kind of offense that could make the, laws of the land, to make that punishment, pronouncement as life imprisonment on such an accused?
One, where the victim is a minor. Two, where the victim sustained grievous bodily harm. Three, where the victim was between life and death. And four, where there are medical examination to show that the victim has suffered a lot from that act, from the activity of the offender of sexual offenses. So in such situation, the court is likely, the punishment that the court may likely visit on the defendant is a life imprisonment. Also, the court has the discretion within the law to so do, particularly where the offender is somebody who is a recidivist with such offenses. He is somebody who is always involved in the commission of that offense. Okay. The court might not say, okay, this may be your last bus stop. You just go there and remain there perpetually until death do you part. So in such situation, there are some other factors that the court may consider discretionary to arrive at life imprisonment as a punishment or a sanction to be given to the offender of that offense at that time.
Okay, but let's see how the challenges that we could be faced with in securing justice for such victims. Have you been in a situation where you see challenges in the justice system in tackling that issue where, the accused could be seen to, leave the hook of being properly prosecuted in court by virtue of proximity to a high figure, in the political realm? Have you engaged in such challenges, and what could such challenges be?
Our environment is a very unique environment that gives room to social status, that looks at the social status of every person. Yeah. So, we have some allegations or accusation that has political flavor. So even when they are true or false, the situation the court may consider may be different, particularly where the prosecution fails to really prove that kind of or establish a prima facie case against the defendant on such situation. That is one. Two, the investigation that is carried out with the agency that has the constitutional responsibility to so investigate that kind of case before it may also lead to where the matter may not go further or may not go on as the case may be, and they may have a political way or a political solution to ensure that such prosecution is not carried out. But
let's look at the case between the Senate President Akpabio and Natasha, for instance. How do you see that case?
That has a political flavor.
Okay.
So in such situation, I do not think that a prima facie case was established, particularly where the agency that is vested with the constitutional responsibility to investigate whether or not such situation, such thing happened. And also, because of the bias, the political umbrella that covers that kind of situation, it didn't see the light of the day, because the parties that are involved have earlier been seen in different situations, even joyfully, happily
in that them.
Yes.
As that close?
Yes. Even to the extent that one of the party even said that the husband was even aware of such situation.
Of such business.
Yes, and if the husband was indeed aware or is on the know.
You're talking about of such platonic closeness.
Closeness, yes.
Without any sexual
yes.
attachment.
And the husband did not raise any alarm.
Or we can leave that to them to talk about, not basically what we can discuss.
I don't think that is...
Because we may not know how close they were.
Yes, I don't think in such situation it is really the duty of the court.
Okay.
Because like I did say, the investigations, first you start with the investigation. Okay. Those who carried out the investigation, were they able to establish a prima facie case of sexual harassment?
Okay.
That is the thing. So if that is not established, why bother the court or burden the court with the prosecution or the proceedings of such trial? Right. To my mind, I think it's a waste of time.
Well, the program is Law and You, and we have been talking about this aspect of sexual offenses and the punishment under the Nigerian law. You agree with me that in the process of this, the victims, they suffer physically, emotionally, and psychologically as these scars remain indelible on their minds. Again, how do we provide security or justice, making sure that we tackle challenges that may be hindering justice for the victims. Another point where we look into this is where we delve into more intriguing aspect of matrimony. Some could say, well, is it possible for a man to rape his wife? Well, you hear that after the short break. Do stay. Good to have you join. My name is Philip Omo-Gyukpo. I still have my legal expert, Emmanuel Obakpolo. Well, a lot of dust has been raised on our minds. We know that we are not in the Western world, but under the Nigerian law, can a man rape his wife? Because by definition, rape has to do with, sexually violating a woman or a man without his consent or her consent. So at this point where a woman is already married to a man, and then the man goes into that without her consent, can he be accused of rape?
Well, that is not common in our criminal jurisprudence.
Oh,
it is not common.
You mean it's
though generally it is accepted, it is agreed that a man can even rape his wife rather.
Generally, it is generally a man can rape his wife. But under the Nigerian law, let's be strict about it.
Yes.
Under the Nigerian law, is it accepted?
Yes.
That a man can rape his wife?
Yes, generally. So, but there are exceptions.
Because we seem to live in a man's world in Africa, for instance, where
I don't think that
is always difficult for the woman to present a case against the man, most especially the husband. So in such a case, can the woman file a case against the husband under the Nigerian law, and then the husband will be accused and seen as guilty as charged?
Yes, it can happen.
Have we had examples like this?
That is why I say it is it's a difficult one. We may not have a case in hand.
Exactly. We can't have tangible examples.
But there are situations where if a prima facie case is established to that effect, it's just for instance.
How do you establish matrimony case? That becomes a queer.
In a matrimonial issue now, for instance, it is the responsibility, the duty of the woman to always submit to the man, and the duty of the man to love the woman.
To always submit to the man.
Yes. Now, we're in a situation where...
So consent doesn't count here? When you say submission,
consent counts.
Submission to the man.
That is the general understanding.
Whether she's ready or not, she must submit.
That is generally, yes, that is the general.
Well, but if she isn't ready and she doesn't want to submit,
for instance, if she's sick,
exactly.
Good. Does that general assumption applicable to her? The answer is a no.
But sometimes we believe that if the woman doesn't attend to the man at the time the man needs it, the man can go elsewhere.
That's no longer
so again, this is Africa. So how do we guide against that? where, you know, men could be seen to be raping their wives. And again, where women can also retain their home, not doing anything that will make their husband look the next door.
In the first place, Mr. Philip, it will be difficult for a woman to cry out to say, my husband raped me. That is the first.
Under the African law.
Yes, it will be very difficult.
In the African setting.
Yes, it will be very difficult for a woman to cry out, my husband raped me. Very difficult.
Because our culture here does
not, yes. But where a woman cries out, an investigation has it that such thing happened.
Yes, such husband raped his wife.
He can be charged. Particularly if, for instance,
what could be the evidence?
The man, if, for instance, both parties, both the husband and the wife, are aware that the man is diseased with a terrible disease like HIV, and the woman is free, and the man is now forcing himself on the woman.
That's a different case entirely. That's a different case entirely. That's a different case entirely.
What do you call it? It can amount to rape. It can amount to rape. So, generally, yes, a married woman can allege that the husband has raped her. But it is very, very difficult in our setting.
Okay,
in this environment.
Let's explore possible punishment for such a husband that could be accused, if found guilty, of raping the wife.
The law is there. If it is the one that
so
the
it could
law
be applicable
can sanction him,
it could still be applicable to what is
the provisions of the law.
Yes, to provisions of the law as regards someone raping another person.
Yes.
Outside matrimony.
Yes.
Or that of the matrimony could be a little bit easier in terms of facing the punishment.
Rape is rape.
Okay.
Whether it's in the matrimonial home or outside the matrimonial home.
Okay, but like you said, we've not had tangible evidence.
It's a very difficult one
in the Nigerian practice.
Yes, very difficult one, because our culture may not even give room for that. However, the law captures it.
Okay, well, let's look at the possible ways in which we can enforce quick justice in the process. Because sometimes they say delayed justice is justice denied. So how can we have an effective justice system in the Nigerian practice where we can see justice being meted out so quickly? Because such a case could be basically, thrown overboard if it takes too long.
Justice is a three-way traffic. Justice to the court, justice to the parties, and justice to the public. So you must consider all of this in your dispensation of what is called justice. So, and in most times in such situation, even the court look at the public in delivering judgment with respect to arriving at justice. So the question will be, this justice, has justice been done to the court? Has justice been done to the parties? Has justice been done to the public? So hence justice is a three-way traffic. Then the court must consider all of these factors in the determination of every matter that comes before the court. And that is why you see that most times when the court arrive at a judgment, most persons will shout, oh, why is this judgment like this? This judgment has been brought over. Oh, our eyes on judiciary. No, you are not privy to what transpired in the court. You are not privy to the facts and figures before the court. You are not privy to the evaluation of all the facts before the court. Because the court must do proper evaluation to arrive at justice.
Okay, again, how important is medical evidence in proving a sexual offense case?
Well, before now, medical evidence is an important ingredient.
Before now?
Yes. But just now, medical evidence is still medical evidence is still an ingredient. But whether or not there is medical evidence that specifies that this act took place, because the act may be for a very long time. Like there is a matter of
so also have medical evidence, it has to be quickly examined.
Yes, and it must not be more than 48 hours, if my memory judges me correctly. Okay. And most times the offense must have been committed some 4, 5, 6 days, weeks before the complaint was made. In such situation, must medical evidence be an ingredient? The answer is a no.
Wow.
However, medical evidence is also an ingredient or an essential part.
But in such a place that you just made mention of, if we can get medical evidence, then what could be the evidence? Circumstantial.
Circumstantial.
Can circumstantial.
The oral evidence has
circumstantial have a way in the law?
No, the oral evidence has led.
Okay.
The oral evidence may prove. If in course of investigation, the offender agrees that yes, I did this, but it was once. I did it, it was twice.
If the offender agrees.
Yeah, agree. Then do you now need the medical evidence to prove it?
Thank you so much. I believe it was quite a cool and having you to really look into this case. Big thanks for that big one. And we hope you oblige us in our next interview. This is much we can take on to this episode of Law and You, and I hope you found it very interesting. And this is basically where we should ensure that if we see something, say something, and never you allow any stigmatization to affect you, from doing what is needful. Sexual offenses happen every day, and it's a crime that we've been faced with in our society. It's an everyday thing, and so Law and You helps to bring light into these areas in order to tackle this headlong, so that we can have all of these abuses tackled and offenders punished appropriately according to what the law says. I am Philip Omog-Yukmo. We'll do more intriguing topics same time next week. Bye for now.
Viewers, once more we welcome you to Message of Islam, reaching you from Independent Television. I'm your uncle Al-Aji Alamin Alaw. Inshallah, we are looking at another very relevant topic in our society, and that has to do with greed. It is framed thus: position of Islam on greed. Position of Islam on greed. To take this vital topic, I have in the studio this evening regular participants. Close to me is Al-Aji Professor Bunyamin Ade. Assalamu alaikum, welcome to the program. Alhamdulillah. And we also have in the studio this evening Malam Nuruddin Asunoge. Assalamu alaikum, welcome to the program.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi.
Alhamdulillah. Position of Islam on greed. When we talk of greed, Malam Asunoge, what exactly are we looking at?
Well, greed will simply mean when an individual is narcissist, it doesn't believe in other-centeredness, it is all about self-centeredness. wants resources and everything to coagulate around its person. When an individual manifests this kind of proclivity, he is said to be a greedy person. Simply put, a self-centered person. Just me and myself alone. Other interests are irrelevant.
Alhamdulillah. Professor Budamede, if you have anything to add, let's know. Looking at the position of greed in Islam, I've been told that greed has to do with self-centeredness and so on and so forth. Now, can you please tell us what Islam, the view of Islam on being greedy? Let's start with that.
The Islam as a comprehensive religion that regulates the lives of everyone that believes sincerely in the oneness of Almighty Allah, who claims Islam to be his religion, regulates the lives, everything that we do. So also is the issue of greed, which is an attribute that we see mostly in human beings, or let me say, along with some other creatures. It's something that is condemnable, and Islam condemns it in totality. The issue of greed is not something that is that is tolerant, that we are tolerant to in Islam, because of the fact that it has to do with the way we define individuals. Whether someone is satisfied with what he has, or it does not show high level of satisfaction. And as just earlier defined, it's an attribute that has to do with accusation of what is abnormal, particularly what does not belong to an individual. Islam condemns it.
Thank you very much. Islam condemns greed. In a particular tradition, Islam said that a generous person is close to Almighty Allah, is close to the people, is close to paradise, and is far from the hellfire. And conversely, a miser, a selfish person, is far away from Almighty Allah, is far from the people, is far from paradise, and is close to the hellfire. Mama Sunoli, can you please help us make sense out of this tradition?
Yeah,
because the miser really mean a greedy person too.
They could be used interchangeably, even when they could also stand independently of each other. But what the Prophet ﷺ was saying was the fact that the one who practices generosity, the Quran likens it to a tree. There's a paradise that had quite a number of branches, and that when it gets old, of the practitioner of charity, it holds that individual so firmly until it pulls the individual into paradise. Conversely, for the one who is greedy and who is niggardly, gets hold of a tree in hell, and that tree holds him so tightly until he is pulled into hellfire. Now, the issue of all of these will revolve around the absence, or so to speak, of the appreciation of the essence of one's being. One of the later caliph in Islamic history was desirous of knowing if there existed anyone who either had seen those who saw the prophet, may Allah be pleased with him, or those who saw those who saw the prophet. Then he got the intimation that there was a man who had become so old but lived far away from the city where they were of Baghdad. He sought to meet with the man. He asked that the man should be brought. He was brought in a stretcher. And the man narrated something that revolves around the whole issue of greed. It was a double-barrel story, which was that the Prophet Islam had said that for the one who is greedy, as he ages, the desire to continue to live grows stronger, and the longing for the things of the world equally is deepened. He was appreciated by the caliph, and when he was to leave, he loaded him with plenty of gifts. Those who brought him took him back. But somewhere while they were returning, he said to them there was a thing he needed to ask the caliph. And he alone was going to be in a position to provide an answer. These persons didn't find the courage of disrespecting him because they feared the consequence. No. If the caliph got to know that the man wanted to meet with him and they didn't bring him back, that would be a problem for them. So they took him regardless of the difficulties that was associated with that. And when he got there, he said, yes, I'm deeply appreciative of what you've given to me, except that we did not conclude whether I should be expectant of this at this same time every year. And so what the caliph said is that you have spoken the truth about the narration of the Prophet Islam which you gave to us. You are a living proof. You have given currency to that which you just told us. You gave life. You breathed life into those words that you spoke to us. I promise you, you don't even need to come. We'll send those things to you every year. They had not gotten to half the distance they covered when he passed on. And so, for one who is greedy, you never get satiated. You want more, even when what you already have had not been of any use to you, no utilitarian value. But it's just that you get crazy, it becomes an addiction. You just want to have more without you even being in a position to explain why you are desirous of wanting to have more. And in wanting to have more, of course, you are pushing away others who should have benefited. Because what Islam requires of you is not just that you have, including what you eat. It says by moderation. Whether you have legitimately acquired food, you become greedy to the extent to which your neighbors go to sleep ululating on account of hunger. You didn't share with them. You become greedy to the extent to which you feel, because the Prophet said the tummy is the worst vessel to be fed. So he says, divide it into whatever. So it's not just that, well, it's my food, whatever I choose to do with it is nobody's business. It is somebody's business, because ultimately Allah will require you to give an account.
Thank you. Viewers, if you are just joining us, we are looking at the position of Islam on greed. Position of Islam on greed. A greedy person is even when he attends a party and they are serving, he may take 10 plates while the rest have not even been served. Doesn't care, doesn't give a damn. In another tradition, Prophet Islam says that if the son of Adam is given a valley filled with gold, he will long for another. Just free of charge, you are just called. Now this valley filled with gold is meant for you. Instead of being appreciative and saying, oh, I never expected this, thank God, you'll be wishing that, I wish it is 2. And if it was given 2, you wish it ought to be 4. If it was given 4, you wish, I wish it's 8. And if it's given 8, and so on and so forth, he's never satisfied. Greed. Professor William Aide, let's look at this tradition that Mama Sonobe spoke about. First, Islam said that tradition, as a man grows older, 2 of his desires continue to grow younger. The desire to live longer and the desire to acquire more wealth. Why is it like that?
Of course, it describes the real nature of human beings, particularly those that do not have control over their desire. Of course, in 2 passages of the Quran, Almighty Allah says that وَمَنْ يُقَشُّ نَفْسِهِ فَأُولَٰئِكَ هُمُ الْمُفْلِحُونَ. Whoever is saved from his own greed, such individual is, of course, among the successful ones. Those that will be saved, both in this world and in the hereafter. And then when you look at the nature of the society that we are, if you use our leaders or supposed leaders as example, the moment you see someone who happens to be a local government chairman, his aspiration will be to become the governor of the state or a member of the House of Assembly. The moment he leaves there, his aspiration will be to become either a member of National Assembly or the governor of the state. Even those that have been governor of those that have been members of National Assembly, their aspirations will be to become the governor of the state. You know, looking at all these positions, the entire strata of the positions, you can have someone who will spend 8 years on each of these positions. If you are chairman of local government, you are 8 years. House of Assembly member, 8 years. Governor of the state, 8 years. You become a member of National Assembly, 8 years. That's 32 years that you have spent. And the person, at the end of the day, will still aspire to want to become the president of the nation. This real example of greed. Such individual will probably see himself as the most qualified person to be in any of these positions. It could also happen in terms of the way we really acquire wealth. You see someone, and that's why sometimes we ask one another, how much do we feel we need? After which we will not request for money again. No. If you request for 2 million, you say, God, give me 2 million naira. After 2 million naira, I will not request for anything again. The moment you acquire the 2 million naira, the aspiration will be to double it and go beyond that. So we will be in this race till we enter the grave.
Alhamdulillah.
Those that are able to curtail their own aspirations.
We will be in this grave until we enter our graves, except those who are able to curtail their own aspirations. He's referring directly to Surah Al-Quran, Surah Al-Takasur, where Allah says that Al-Hakumun Takasur Atta Zuritumul Qadr, that rivalry in worldly gains distract your attention until you visit your graves. Please take it up from there. And very, very importantly, as teachers, we have people who are referred to as pious men, as righteous men, pious bondsmen of Almighty Allah, who are referred to as ascetics, who have renounced the world. And the example of them was Muhammad himself, Isa alayhi salam, Jesus Christ, then some companions of Prophet Sallam, like Abu Bakr, Umar, so on and so forth. Now, these people, you'll be surprised that when worldly things come to them, they are not interested. So how are they able to attain that? They are not interested. Look at Abu Bakr, when he was the Khalifa, and they were paying him meager allowance as the Khalifa, as the president. He ordered that his allowance be cut down by the amount saved by the wife. And Umar frowned at the suggestion that they wanted to increase his allowance when they saw that he was not eating good bread. How are they able to attain that?
Yeah, the investment you make or sacrifice on a particular object is a fixation of the value that is placed on that object. So it naturally will be proportionate. If an individual, for example, tells you that my goal is the hereafter, the life after now, all the activities will be geared towards the fulfillment of that goal. And so you can tell where the individual truly belongs. Umar bin Khattab had visited the Prophet on a particular day and was troubled when the Prophet rose from the mat he was lying on, and the marks, the traces of the whatever were all over his body. And he said, the king of Persia, who is not worth a fraction of what you are in the sight of Allah, lives a life of opulence, is in clover. How come you will live this necessitous life? And the Prophet Islam was more worried for Umar, and asked the simple question, are you in doubt as to the faith you profess? And so, for one who appreciates that the hereafter is the real honor, that the hereafter is the real goal, that individual does not bother itself. All that the world does for it is to play an ancillary role towards the realization of that ultimate goal, which is the hereafter. Yes, he would have to eat, he would have to drink, but you see, he does all of that in moderation, no desperation. It explains why there were days the Prophet Islam would go without food, and that would be a normal day for him. He was not bothered, because the fact of the matter is, whatever you have accumulated that you suffer the misfortune of not spending while you are alive will become a burden for you when those who come after you misuse them. If they misuse them, the burden goes to you. If they use it well, you have absolutely no benefit, because you are not the one who spent them. And so when you go on accumulating, it's just because you do not trust in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, you trust in fleet-footing things. So if I build houses all over, I occupy a position of authority. So when I become old, I will subsist on all of the houses I have built. Within a twinkle of an eye, Allah could cause the movement of the earth, and all of those things you believe in will come crumbling. So if the individual has that belief, and it is to address the issue of greed that in one of the strong traditions of the Prophet ﷺ, Allah had said what you refer to as Hadith Qudusi. Allah had said to the Prophet, he said, "O you children of Adam, I have not asked you with regard to the worship of tomorrow." Because you can't even tell whether you will see tomorrow. So I have not asked you with regards to the worship of tomorrow. Therefore, do not ask me for the substance of tomorrow. And he says, for as long as the heavens remain and earth, Allah's sustenance would never expire.
Thank you very much.
So it is for you to trust in Him.
Thank you very much. Allah's sustenance will never expire. Allah is not only the creator, the originator, the creator, and the sustainer. He originates creation and is able to sustain everything that He created. So I'm coming to you again. First Islam said in one tradition, beware of living in luxury and comfort. For the pious bondsmen of Almighty Allah, do not live in luxury and comfort. In one tradition, we are told that until some of us are buried and the sound of the grave enters his mouth, he will continue to be greedy. Position of Islam on greed.
Of course, just as we said earlier on, greed is something that is condemnable in Islam, that is not that cannot be tolerated. And as far as one is concerned as Muslims, we do not have any rights to say we want to express greed, because greed is an expression of bad traits in an individual. And the moment you have that in an individual, there is no way Almighty Allah will love such individual. There is no way fellow human beings will love such individual. And whatever we want to do, we cannot use, we should be able to use our attitude, our character, our dispositions to attract people into our religion. So therefore, greed is not an attribute of a good Muslim, and therefore it's not something that we can encourage in Islam. It's condemned and not tolerated by Almighty Allah.
Greed is condemned and Allah does not tolerate it. Ensure that you limit yourself to what you need and not what you want. Keep to moderation and not desperation. As we round off, last advice for viewers.
Yeah. What we need are clear. Let us not convert our wants into needs.
Thank you very much. Let us not convert our wants. So all those things you say you want, you don't really need them. Important thing is strive for the hereafter. Whatever you give in charity remains for life, and whatever you keep to yourself as a greedy person is of no use to you when you get to the hereafter. Let us avoid greed. Let us be generous, so that the world can be a better place for us to live in. Viewers, this is all we can do today. The time is not our friend. Thanks for coming. Al-Aji Professor Bunyamin Aide and Malam Nuruddin Asunoge. Viewers, I remain your uncle Al-Aji Alamin Alau. Let us avoid greed. Let us avoid greed, because greed is very destructive, not only in this world, in the hereafter. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Abba!
Ọba àtọ́pẹ́. Ó kò wọ́n tuntun náà yóò bá yọ fẹ́. Ọba àtọ́pẹ́.
Hello and welcome to WIC, Women in Conversation. This is where women sit together to discuss things that are happening amongst us, especially the women. Do we talk about men? Yes, we do sometimes, when it is very, very necessary, especially when we're talking about marriage, talking about DNA and all that. But this is a room for women where we discuss, where we'll laugh, where we'll chit-chat, as you might call it. Anyway, it's a new episode, new production, and I am saying Happy New Year to you viewers. It's been a while, so we say Happy New Year and thank God we made it to 2026. Anyways, like as usual, I don't do this alone. I have my pretty women, my guests, always here to analyze some of the topics that we'll be discussing today. And on my right, I have Princess Edith Madejemo, who is a household name. She is the CEO Golden Touch Collection. Edith.
Good morning, Happy New Year, and thanks for having me.
Happy New Year, and welcome as usual. And to my left, we have Ayo. The thing about Ayo, let me talk about Ayo before introducing her. I have been pursuing Ayo to join us on WIC because she has a lot to talk about. She has a lot to educate us on. But of course, Ayo is a very busy person. Thank God she made it through to us today. She is Ayo Ali Balogun. Ayo Ali Balogun is a management consultant. Ayo, thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
You're so pretty. I told you behind the camera, I like your earrings, so I'm going to take it. Anyway, thank you for joining us again. And let's just go straight to today's discussion. Ladies, it's been a problem, mothers, especially these young mothers these days, they shy away from discussing the adult talks with their daughter. And so the question is, when is the right time to start the discussion with your daughter on adult talks? I know you understand what I mean when I say adult talks. Princess, let me start with you.
Oh. I'm actually on that table right now.
Wow.
And at times it gives me goosebumps when I'm talking about it. But the way do we have to talk about it? As an intentional parent, you just have to be open to some extent. I don't think there is a perfect time for it, in as much as you watch your child or your girl child growing from 7 years, you can start at least educating her about herself. Then thereafter, from 10 years, I think you can start introducing some talk to her. Especially, I have this topic I introduced to myself and my daughter, mom and daughter night. We used to do it every Friday or Saturday night. At times, once or twice in a month, we do it. And that is the time we talk.
How old is your daughter, if I might ask?
She's almost 10. She's 9, going to 10. So we have mom and daughter nights, and at times, these nights are the nights we talk. At times, she would jot some things down about me that she want to tell me. Or about me, because I used to tell her, what do I do that you don't like? You know, we parents, we can be somehow at times. So, and she will put it down. She's looking forward to that mother and daughter night that she'll tell me, Mommy, you used to do this and I don't like it. It makes me sad. As those points that she pointed out to me that makes her sad, I have to look into it. At times give her excuse. Then that is the time I have to talk to her about this adult talk. It's never too late when you start from 8, because you don't know where they go. You can't be with them all through. They go to church, they go to children party, you may be there. They go to school, you may be there with them at that children party, but you won't be playing with them. You know, maybe you just sit at the corner where the parents sit, and they will mingle with their friends. They go to school. You don't know what the other parents are teaching their children. And some of these things come from school. Do you understand? So I would say from 8 years, because from 8 years, an 8-year-old girl child should understand what you are talking about. We're able to get the message. You understand? So I would say from 8 years, you start telling them their body and how to associate with the opposite sex.
Okay. Thank you, Princess. Now, Princess had said from 8 years. But some mothers will tell you, 8 years child, is a baby. I'm still, bathing for her and all that. I don't want to start talking to her about the adult talk at 8 years. Do you agree with her, or what exact time do you think is the right time for one to start discussing adult talk with the children? Let me remind you that some children, like you said, at 8 years are fully blown with everything. Everything, when I mean everything, I have seen a lot of them. So when do you think is the right time to start talking?
So personally, I think much earlier.
Okay. Earlier than 7?
Earlier than 7. And I must mention this. I don't know if you remember this lady, Auntie Jessica Obioma. She used to be there. And she told me many years ago and said, have you educated your daughter on her body and private? My daughter was 4 years at that time.
Wow.
I thought, strange. She said, no.
She's a child, because you still have some children wearing Pampers at 4.
Right. So I remember visiting her and she said, no, you tell her here, if anybody touch you, no. Because abuse, someone who is looking for a prey would not leave children under 8. As long as a child begins to, the cognitive, develops and the child can assimilate, you understand, you begin to, in the language that the child would understand, you get. Even when they're playing, nobody touch you here, don't, like that. Break it beat by beat. You'd be surprised that by age 8, like you said, a lot of children, I know when I was much younger, a girl had started her monthly period at the age of 8.
Wow.
So you can imagine such a girl. Of course, she has womanly body and everything. Now, what do you think would happen if that child hadn't been well groomed?
Okay, that's it.
You understand? Now you also have some children are very adventurous. They're curious. There's so many things online today that they see and they want to explore. You see young children, you know, I query a lot of the Nigerian movies where, you know, they're very explicit when it comes to trying to describe adult scenes. And I think the Censors Board should look into that. I think it's just too much for me. So I think the earlier, as soon as a child can recognize and assimilate, 8, 2, 3, nobody touch you here, okay? Anybody touch you there, you tell mommy. Because it starts to, a predator starts to groom a child. I say, if you tell your mommy, I'll beat you. If I tell your mommy, I kill you, I'll kill your mommy. You understand? So you want to start building the confidence of that child as early as possible. And I love what you do, Princess, with your daughter, the mother and daughter. I wish, I mean, I had
talk.
The mom, yes. I wish I knew that when my child was that age. But I think that's brilliant. And I'm going to like propagate it. It's brilliant. And I love the fact that you are encouraging her to pen down her thoughts about your actions.
You, yeah.
You know, I remember once my daughter said to me, I was like, tell me, and she was like, no, I don't want to tell you, because if I tell you now, when you're angry, you say it.
Oh shit. I know how you feel that.
I know.
And it never left me. It never left me.
Okay, so let's come to that. What did you think you did wrong that made her to, you know, get to that extent of saying, if I tell you this, the day you're angry, you bring it up to use it against me? Where did you go wrong in this?
So, you know, with parenthood, nobody has a manual. So you come up, and then life has a way of, you know, forming you. And you, the kind of person you are, determines. So this is me, who is a go-getter, and then my daughter at that time was a very quiet introvert. You know, you could hardly hear her. So I mean, I become very exasperated. You know, I told her.
Because you're not acting like me.
Like me.
Why are you this quiet?
And guess what?
Yes, firebrand now.
Firebrand.
She was just forming. She was just forming.
No, that's language, forming. No, I don't think she was forming. She was watching you.
Yeah, no, so
that was her forming stage.
You know,
molding. Yes,
was
molding. That's what I mean by that.
Okay.
See, it comes in, sorry, darling.
Yes.
It comes in different way. Like your daughter said, if I tell you what you do now, if I tell you what's happening, you use it against me.
Yeah.
I just imagine how you feel. It has happened to me, actually. My own was smacking. So, like, you did something, I'll smack you. So, there was something happened in school, and she didn't tell me. I get to know, I think the third day or the other day, and I queried her. She said, I said, you told me everything. Because I made it a point of duty that when I come to pick her, right from the car, we're already discussing.
How did the day go?
Even if I'm on call, once I drop that call, start telling me, start talking. Don't wait for me to ask you. We started it when she was little. So start telling me what, the things I couldn't enjoy when I was growing. I want my daughter to enjoy it. I learned, I enroll in all these different platforms, just to learn how to be a better mother, a better parent. I do. So I ask, I say, once I drop my phone, anything you think you should tell me, start talking. Don't wait for me anymore to start asking you. So I got to know 3 days after, and I asked her, why didn't you tell me? She was mute. For some time, I was like, am I talking to you? She said, yes. Did you hear what I said? She said, yes. I said, why didn't you tell me? And she said, if I tell you, you will smack me. You know, that's just as you said, it got to my brain, like, so this girl can keep secret from me because I will smack her.
So how did you correct that?
Oh, so whenever she tells me things that would have made me smack her, I will not smack her. I will just hold on and correct her. That part, you know, I would have beat you. I don't want to beat you, so you can keep telling me.
Okay.
Are you getting me? So because of after that scenario, such a thing never happened.
Ayo, I have had a young lady who came to meet me and said to me, I like the relationship you have with your daughter. I have just one daughter. I have the relationship you have with your daughter, but I do not have that relationship with my daughter. My daughter was actually very grown up at the time she was talking to me about it. But her daughter was about 7 or 9. So she doesn't have that relationship that her daughter prefers to go talk to her dad. And then most times when her daughter wants to use her undies or, you know, zipper, She goes meet her dad. Daddy, do my zipper for me. Where do you think that mother went wrong for the daughter to have stayed away from her and rather talk with the father?
All right. So a lot of women, query, oh, my children prefer the father, or that this.
I don't see anything wrong.
I don't see anything wrong with that. And I think, the father also has a right to enjoy special bond
with the
daughter and with the son. So we can't tell, even as adults, we don't choose who to love or who we fall in love with romantically. And now when it comes to bonding, there's this special thing that it just happens. I don't think your mother went wrong, and I don't think she should beat herself over it. She should leverage on the father and daughter relationship to get, her own space, which is, complements that relationship, encourage the relationship. And the girl will begin to trust her enough to say, oh, mommy's chill with this, and bring her in. I want to have her as the third man in that relationship instead of trying to, form her own and by breaking it. I don't think so. I think the father has a right to have a special bond with his daughter, and I don't think the mother went wrong. And she should just leverage on the special father and daughter relationship, which I love, and promote it, encourage them, and they would naturally drag her along. I think.
Fantastic. They will naturally drag her. I just hope she's listening, because she was very worried. She came and then she was complaining. My daughter doesn't have this bond you have with your daughter. But I built that bond with my daughter.
It's not a one-day thing.
It wasn't a one-day thing. Absolutely. Just like she said, I started this mother-daughter talk. I made her to know that she has to tell me everything. She's free to discuss anything with me. And then we became very close. In fact, don't worry, you see the two of us, you think we're friends. Yeah, she's very grown now. Anyway, let's go on a short break. We will be right back to continue this discussion. It's a VIC. Welcome back. It's WIC, Women in Conversation, and we're still here. I still have Edith in the house, and then Ayo Ali Balogun is still here. We were talking about the right time to discuss adult issues with your girl child. But anyway, everybody here has said their own how to handle it and how to go about it. I just hope you viewers out there listened and learned from these two women here. So we're going to be moving on, still on the girl child. Yes, a lot of people will say it's a boy child, not a child. The boy child is also molested, okay? It's not just the girl child, but it is very common with the girl child. We have seen very recently where we see 11-year-old girls being pregnant. We see the pictures and videos everywhere, and it's beginning to become a thing of concern, so that is why I chose for us to discuss this today. A boy child is also very, very molested, just like a female child. But let's move on to the girl child. Still on the girl child, dating. When is the right time for a girl child to start dating?
Right. Sorry. So before I go into that, permit me, I'm also very passionate about the boy child. The boy child, any child, male or female, is vulnerable.
Very, very.
And must be educated. You have, boys child sodomized by older caregivers or people around, or also explored to adults things by the older female caregiver. So it is important, whether you have a girl child or boy child, to educate them on how to keep their private. So back on track.
Thank you for that. So back on track. When do you think is the right time for a girl child to start dating? We are concentrating on the girl child today.
Right.
We could bring in the boy child later on, but for the girl child, when is the right time for a girl child to start dating? Romantically.
Now, so when you say dating, I found that in recent times that, I think our generation would say dating is, immediately you're kissing, you're going to bed and all of that. But apparently when you say dating, it's just you're going out for drinks, you're going out for movies. Then from the dating stage, you have the talking stage, and then the define. So there are different stages according to the millennials and the Gen Zs.
Yeah.
So now, for the girl child, any child, especially female, who is smart enough to get into the adult space, that is the university, you know, is open to, and susceptible to things like that. Now, you can imagine a girl child, so this child goes to university at the age of 16 or 17. I think there was a law. I don't know if they reversed it now that the girl, I mean, you can't get into university in Nigeria until you're 7 age.
Yeah, that law just started last year, sometimes last year.
3 years ago. 3 years ago.
Was it 2, 3
yes,
years ago?
I think yes, maybe to 2024 or early 2025. So, but I mean, if a girl child is old enough to get into university, smart enough to get into university, and finds a guy that she finds, I mean, to be honest, all of us at some point when we were in secondary school had crush on one person or the other.
Sure.
You know, so, and, but in the university, yeah, you can encourage, because most, and from experience, I'll tell you that it's actually better for them to begin to have an open mind about having, you know, healthy relationship, not amorous relationship with opposite sex, not that early. So when we say dating, are we talking about just going on, oh, my friend is visiting me and the works? Yeah, I mean, I think 8, 16, as long as you're in the university, I'm cool with that. But even if you're in the secondary school and, you know, they do the dating, but they won't call it dating, they call it hangout. So we need to define clearly what we mean by dating.
And that is why I said dating romantically, not the hangouts. You know, it's not even hangouts. We hear children say, I'm going for a sleepover in my friend's house.
Oh.
Yes, a sleepover. So we're going to be touching the sleepover thing, because I have a friend that has a particular issue about her daughter going for a sleepover. She also came to report that case to me. But let's go to you, Edith. Let's talk about the dating before we go to the sleepover.
To me, I won't say there's a particular age frame for dating. But like she rightly said, when a girl child is smart enough to be in the university, I think she's open for anything that comes to dating. Because in the university, you have missed people, you have people, or you have people that you crush on, that crush on you, and I think at that stage you can express yourself, and another guy also is bold enough to express themselves, unlike when they were in the secondary school. At this stage they are very expressional, and you are open for that. Then you should prepare your child, your daughter, ahead of this stage. Although they should also prepare their mind ahead of it, that okay, now you, my daughter, you are going to the university. Mind you, are going to come across Peter, you're going to come across some men that will admire you. Admiring you doesn't mean they want to take you to bed. You can associate, you can date anybody, but not the romantic part of it. You understand?
Yes.
Not going to bed. Then while dating, communication, like you said, stage by stage, communication, going out for lunch, for dinner, at times you party. It's an agreement. From the beginning of that dating, you spell out what you want. You understand? We want to just be friends. I love you and I like you. Let's be friends until I get to 20.
Don't you think that word love is heavy for just being friends? I mean,
No. It can't be heavy. You can love somebody and still respect that person's opinion.
No, but that's actually what love is. Love is respect.
So I love you and I want to date you. You can accept to date the person. I'm not going to bed. I'm not romantically entangled.
And that's where...
Are you getting it? Then you can be there for each other. You can have lunch together. You can go to party together. And you can still remain clean. Until the time that appointed time that you said, okay, you can just reach an agreement like, I want to be 20. I want to get to 21. I want to do it when I'm a graduate.
Okay. We'll
come
to that. Yes, let's go to you.
It brings us back to those adult education you've been giving your child.
Thank you.
So it's cumulative. Now you now see how successful you can measure your performance by how your girl child responds to all of this. Now she has a freedom. Has she all of a sudden forgotten all the education you have given her over the years? And that is where you also don't sit back or rest on your oars as a mother. You still go on, Let the girl child be open to, exploring.
But you know that in this Gen Z age, they are actually very different, okay? Back when they get to school, all the children are coming from different homes, different upbringings, different background. What you told your daughter is not what I probably would have told my daughter. Do you know there's some parents, there's some mothers who would say, if you meet a senator, that will spoil you. Go ahead to do that.
Oh, you have parents that can encourage their children to do all sorts.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. So how do you maintain that that's good upbringing, that's good conversation you have had with your daughter before going to the uni? How do you continue to maintain that so she doesn't get to be lured by a child coming from a different background?
Constant talking. I would say, like she said, you don't relax. Like you've done your part, and the rest is left for her to decide. You still keep talking. Keep still talking, and once in a while, talk to her, call her. You can bump into her. I like to do that once in a while. Just go to school unannounced, and you know where your child is. Like all the teaching all along, she has to put them to practice. If you have been teaching her from the age of 9, 10, and now she's free. There are some children that are free. When they see freedom, it look as if you'll be caging them. They will just go haywire. But there are some children, even when they have that freedom, they will still be able to maintain that, character that they brought from the house. Like, okay, this is what my mom said I shouldn't do. I shouldn't be found in this company. I shouldn't be found in this company. But mind you, evil communication corrupts good manners. It does happen. It does.
So that's what I'm saying. How do you curb that?
Even when you divvy all the home training, all the training that you think you should give your child or your daughter, when they go out there, they do something else. Some children are actually two-faced. I'm sorry to say. Some children are two-faced. They come home, they are very innocent. They are very innocent. They are very decent. They are very calm and reserved. If you see them out there, if you have a picture of how your daughter behaved out there, you will be able to...
Let's take it from Edith saying some children are two-faced. How do you identify a child that is two-faced?
So, by and large, all of these things, the adult talks you have with your child, it's not just the adult talk you have with your child. You have other talks too. What is your value as a woman? Are you able to communicate your value as a woman to your husband, to your daughter, to your son? What is the value as a family? These are the things that you have to build over time. This family should be known to be a family of peace and integrity, accountability. It's not a function of somebody knocks and, who is that? Tell them I'm not in the house. Tell them I'm not in the house. It's the landlord has come to Your child will learn not just by what you say, but by what you do. So when they now have the freedom, because over the years you have exemplified true leadership, the type of leadership that you would want to see in your child. Parents get asked, would you want your child to act the way you have acted in certain situations?
Oh, okay.
They keep mute.
They keep mute. So it bothers on values.
Okay. We are going to be rounding off this episode. Just 1 minute, one word, not 1 minute, one word to mothers out there.
Train up a child in a way that he will grow. That when he grows, he will not depart from it.
Ayo.
As a mother, and as a caregiver, love. And be free to express love. Let I love you not be a once in a while thing. You may not have the opportunity tomorrow to say I love you.
Wow. We've come to the end of this episode. Actually, Edith said train up a child. properly. Let me, brief it there. And Ayo says, love. Learn how to love, and let the love not be a one-day thing. Continuously. That's what he wants there. Keep telling your daughter, I love you. Even your boy child, I love you at every minute. Anyway, it's been an amazing time out with these women. Thank you so much, Edith, for coming, and thank you, Ayo, for being here today. And it is a wrap here from us here on WIC. We'll see you next time.
Experience to have you join us on the program Heritage. My name is Precious Fortune, and of course you know how we get to do it on this program, where we get to take you around different cultural experiences, dance, celebrations, festivals, and all of that. And today is no exception. Well, today we're going to be looking at something quite unique. We're going to be looking at the Igede dance of Benue State. Now that dance, everything about that dance, the steps, the rhythm, the musical instruments, everything is spectacular. Let's go take a look.
The Igede dance is a popular and vibrant cultural performance of the Igede people of Benue State, Nigeria. It is often associated with the Igede Agba Festival, a major cultural celebration that showcases the heritage and identity of the people. The Igede people trace their ancestry to Sabongida Ora in Edo State, from where they migrated centuries ago under the leadership of a figure named Agba, before settling in present-day Benue State. The dance derives its name from the legendary founder, Agba, who was said to be a renowned native doctor. According to tradition, he was deeply connected to a musical instrument called Igede, from which the people and eventually the dance got its name. The Igede dance is a high-energy, expressive performance typically showcased during the Igede Agba New Yam Festival. It is performed to honor the ancestors, celebrate a bountiful harvest, and demonstrate strength, unity, and cultural pride. Though it can be performed at other times, it is most prominent during festive seasons. Characterized by fast-paced rhythms and dynamic movements, the dance is a spectacle of color and tradition. Dancers adorn themselves in striking traditional attire, often in shades of blue, white, and black, creating a visually captivating performance that reflects the richness of Igede culture.
Igede dance of Benue State, and that dance was really an amazing one. Everything about the dance is beautiful. I hope you enjoyed all of that. Well, do join us next time, of course, same station, for another episode of Heritage. In the meantime, have yourself a productive week. Bye for now.
The Igwe Festival is the colorful and crowd-pulling festival in Benin Kingdom. The Igwe Festival is an annual event that is celebrated by all Benin, both at home and abroad, to mark the end of the Benin year and to usher in a new year with a renewed hope for peace and prosperity. The annual Ugie Festival is centered on the Oba of Benin as the Oba takes the center stage. This year's Ugie commences with Otuigwoba. The Oba, sitting at his throne, gives out kola nuts to chiefs in order of seniority.
ITV, certainly the best.
Wàyà bòtà náà gí bòtà rẹ̀ sẹ́ ẹ̀níwọ̀n ẹ̀dùn ló pẹ̀ òdẹ̀ náà wáyé rẹ̀ gí bòtà rẹ̀ dì náà ẹ̀ náà ọ̀kẹ́ ẹ̀rẹ̀ náà rẹ̀ gùn àkàn ìrìnàgùn márùn ọkọ̀ tọ́ra dè nẹ̀ní ìka ó yá yìí mà bẹ́ẹ̀ náà yà dọ́là gbé máa yé ẹ̀ ẹni yà máa yìí lùkà wẹ̀ èso rọ ọ̀hìn awù yìí bàyà rẹ̀ ẹ̀ nẹ́rẹ̀ wù yìí ọ̀bẹ̀ rẹ̀ ọ̀bẹ̀ rí ọ níwọ̀n ẹ̀ ẹni máa gbà kàn ọ̀kẹ́ra ẹ̀ igi ògbẹ́ náà màmí àgbákàwé rédíò kè tẹlifíṣàn òyìn ẹ̀ má sọ mú ẹgbọ̀n ìkìnnàtẹ̀ igi ògbẹ́ wẹ ọ̀wọ̀n ọ̀mẹ́mẹ́ ọ̀tàrí mana màbùnà gbègbè yàn igi ògbẹ́ ṣùgbọ́n abẹ́ náà ẹ̀rù ẹsẹ̀ igi ògbẹ́ ọ̀yẹ̀ mú wèrè àyà rẹ̀ ẹ̀ n'ọgwụ egwu anyị na ọrịa ma ọta Victor Ibizugbe ọgbọghị atẹm.
Edonebu zọmụ ọhịa bitota wagbe ọkọtọ ngwa dan hemi na ha agụana n'ọka igi ogbe igie kene ogbe na yigie moto na lahọ na mmeke na ya weri na ahịhịa n'nwuhe gara unyime ọhịma n'ibi edo ọba atọkpe.
Ise mee ọsọ àbọ̀sẹ̀ ẹjẹ́ n'obi ẹ̀ o. Ọ̀rẹ́ dọ̀bá yẹ kọ́ ọ̀rẹ́ dọ̀ ya fẹ́rẹ́ ẹ̀rẹ́ jòtú wà yá ìyé ni ẹ o èní ẹ̀ níkà o èní awúzá mà yá èní ọba ní jẹ́ do kókó àpọ̀lọpọ̀lọ̀ yà jòtú wà yá rúdá ìyá náà èèmà náà èní kà ọ́ yá kí ní yíyí náà yóò tọ̀ nàtẹ̀ ìjógbẹ̀ èmi lọ kí náà wá náà yá sí ẹ̀ èèmà kòkó. Na ya si ẹgbẹ́ koko èyí jọ gbẹ̀hìn ìjẹ́ ọwọ́ gbẹ̀ ìjẹ́ ọ̀nà ìrìnà sóbọ̀mù ọ̀nà ìrìnà dèrò níyí èyí gẹ̀hìn ọwọ́ gbẹ̀ ọgbẹ́ nára ẹ̀wò nára ìkẹwò kéni wọn ìjọgbẹ̀ ẹni wọn ìjọgbẹ̀ náà ọ̀kẹ́ ìdọ́ arú èrè rẹ̀ na màríyé náà ọ̀wẹ̀rẹ̀ sẹ́yọ wẹ àrímígi ògbẹ̀só àrígi ògbọ̀rẹ̀ ìmọ̀nà ìjógbọ̀rẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ náà èyí ti náà kí àmì àtẹ̀rì ìjógbẹ̀ ara mi àtẹ̀rì ìjógbẹ̀ sábà náà ẹgbẹ̀gbẹ́ ni pè fún ó ní ẹgbẹ́ náà wà bọ́ ìwà èyí jógbẹ̀ èyí ògbẹ̀ kí sábà náà ògbẹ̀ orí máa wù ṣùgbọ́n àdọ́wọ́n náà dọ̀lì ìjógbẹ̀ yìí èjógbẹ̀ ọ̀kẹ́ ìwé rọ̀ ní àríwé sí mi rẹ̀ èmọ́díọ̀n ẹ̀ẹ́tẹ́ sì yẹn rẹ̀ nẹ́dẹ́ ṣùgbọ́n adérùn ní ìjógbẹ̀ sọ̀wọ́n abọ́ ayé sì yẹn rẹ̀ náà ìjógbẹ̀ ọ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ kẹ̀ náà mú ẹ̀ ẹ̀rọ ayé ẹ̀rọ wà kẹ̀ náà mú ẹ̀yí ìjógbẹ̀ ni náà mú rọ̀ ayé ni ọmọdíọ̀n bẹ̀gbẹ́ ni ọgbà rẹ̀ ẹ̀ẹ́tẹ́wẹ̀ kú ni èmọ́yìn jógbẹ̀rẹ̀ n'ọnwa ẹ̀yà wọn ní ọ̀tọ̀bọ̀ ìpa ọ̀yà mọ́ ẹ̀ ọwọ́ bọ̀ ìgbọ̀ sopa ọ̀yẹ̀rárí jógbẹ̀ òwà ìnà ìbáná bíọ́ ọ̀yẹ̀rárí tó wá gbọ́ ẹ̀ etí ọ̀nà dùn ìwé yìí ìbáni ẹ̀yìn ọ̀dùn náà wẹ̀ dùn kó wọn wà ní mi má dìnnú dẹ́ná sọ́bà ìjọba akọ̀ mi aláyọ̀ẹ́ ọ̀hánà kàwé gbé mára ẹ̀ àyàká mi ọ̀ka gbẹ wọ́n ní gènà tiẹ̀ ètí òyìnbó ọkọ̀ wà lára ọtí máa ń yànnà gbé mára ẹ̀ báyà kí ẹ̀ dé àkó ìmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀ òwúsì ìgbìnà tẹ̀ hospital ní àyà ní ẹ̀wọ̀n ẹ̀ dé ìnà aláàgé mi nínú tùnà wéwé mi nà baga u ne gbena ra abikan ladia ese na azone enu na anane ayiwe beno na egwali yobono we aya duhun aya we yano egbe we sikoko ya yemi ladia igogbe ke si egbe koko o ke si ama no kwa igogbe riga ege ese ni won tare mage Victor Bizugbe igogbe magwaka na ni wa
igogbe be na yunu kan na ike no gbe na mu igie nera isunwe era mu egbo na ugbe so era ni do pa o we gari agwa obi e no dion ori be odo ya mu aga ore baba ni obi to tayo yori be no nwa ore ogbe ni na ri ye na ni a oyewe ni e mo tila e wa ni we ba bi je ni kai ai agbera wa yin ne de ku kin a wo de gbe fun wa ni bo una wo we gbe dolo yi amaka ma wo ni we dolo yi so pon ore no kin e to no gbe bi o wa goro awa vi okwa ugbe so e mo yi mu kin e mi no gba oyewe na mi we otuni ra egbe ni iyan riro igogbe na o magina no oni ori etinu nu ya se ti ka we geke ni kere gegbe ni kere mami ebe ka gwan we e go para aro na ri oba na mama we o ma ko ma no wi eri aze o ke ke no ari ye igi ogbo ari mi ebe wo no kere ni wo ni no we de ke no igi ogbo o wa na agede mi igi ogbo igi gele bi ma we o ye wo ni no akemi ewe ewuri obo yo yeke so pe ni be do adaye na nia ni bu eye yan filigi ogbe yan akiyan na anawo ano eri no gba eri no ma hiye o amu eye eru wobo hu da we te dion wa no mo gbe ni gbo iye to mu kian agedo bai yen na ona dai ona ga ama na ya ewe e ma na egbe na kiri awe zeri ne ma inu ka ma na imani ye o ya mi awe wa ya se ri ihe bi gogbe ogbe mu gogbe we hin ne de kunu kan ari igogbe kan se wo koko no se egbe ni koko aga iga koko re wa ni emi kemi aga ta eri ma we eri ma no pa we e ba na koko du ikoni igogbe na de mu fua o ma na eme igogbe oye o ma na eme zi oye eme kino ke zore emi ekele na agi igi na o se na me we da wa de egbe eya me igogbe oyan o ba to pe
we se ya yi wada ho ni wa igogbe magun akara de kini igogbe we ye awe ogbenede ogbe no demu dia semesi we no care about them de ke we kere de ke no gogbe we de ke no gogbe me ogbe igogbe ni emi no rin ba ero ego ole ni ma ke imi re e ka na ebe o tagbon ero ani o na egbe ni igogbe igi oregbe ezie oregbe no eziegbe oni bote foundation oregbe emi no wegbe no emi na ru ese no we owa no mu igogbe gbo ona mi we yen pa ovie no dio wa no we ka ebi se igogbe nikene biebi na do aso wona e ma so we ya azukure ukure o ama no rigogbe mara ewe gwa ka ma o ama no rigogbe ikene e ma so mana yayi egbe no ye no oye no zaga o so ba na je gbo wa zaga
ise
owo ti en no dio ni be no awe mi yen ni e ho ni ezukure owo bi yen yeyire gbe ni oya arowo boy ema we do oye na mi jogbe osara o mi na adayi omodion na yi mu jogbe yi na ugbe so ayaga mi obviously ni jogbe na sara we owano jogbe obowa oribo wa ni a yegi pa owe ra ni ewu ne ra wusa ya ne ye na ga no ye okagbe begbe ni ye re bo wo bi yen ye ma ro wo bo ni ona are kan jogbe yi yegi pa oye we eri e bo wa owe ni hin e bo oyin e re no yọpọ ìwà mú ìbáradọ́ amẹ́wẹ́ ìjọgbẹ̀ àìgáì ìjọgbẹ̀ ládọ́ amẹ́wẹ́ ekene ìrọ̀láyé nàdọ́ bègé nánága ẹni aládọ́ mẹ́wẹ́ ìjọgbẹ̀ nága ẹ̀rọ abúzàmà nìyàn àìgá ìjọgbẹ̀ wíyàn abẹ́ ènìgè àìgá ìjọgbẹ̀ wíyàn èjì sọ̀rọ̀ ọ̀rẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀ ẹgbẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀ náírà ara rẹ̀ wí kéwì ìbára àjò àgbọ̀nyá àríwá yà dùkọ̀ sábà jèmí gbégbé àgbọ̀nyá àríwá ìjógbẹ̀wé rí ọ aládùnmẹ́wẹ́ ọdún ṣègbórí ọpá ọmọ ìjógbọ̀ ẹ̀mù yẹn ọ̀sàrẹ̀ ẹgbẹ̀ ní ọ̀rọ̀ ni ọdùnmẹ́wẹ́ èmi rí dùnú dẹ́ èso àárọ̀ lèkèyàn rírí èèyàn sàlóbọ̀ rẹ̀ tẹ́rìnà ọdẹ sọsọ dẹrọ ayé náà tàyè ìbáwọn náà dọmí èso yẹn ẹhà yẹn ẹnẹ yẹn ikú kú gbé yẹn dùn ó bẹ tẹrẹ nọ kẹkẹ igi ọgbẹ níwọn ẹyẹ náà tẹ kẹkẹ nọ kẹkẹ náà zàgà sábà náà igi ọgbẹ máa zàgà ìṣe àwọn anihun ń da ẹdọ bàtẹdọ mi àwọn amúgi ọgbẹ gbọ kẹ ẹrẹ adé tẹ ẹdọ miẹ wẹ akúgbe nọrọ ọ̀nà ẹgbẹ ẹyẹ nọ. Na ya rete èmi ó yànà lọ́wọ́ àgbẹ̀ na ya ya rú yòbọ̀ náà ọ̀wá àwọn èyí gbẹ̀gbẹ̀ jìnnà wọn àgbẹ̀ náà tó ẹ̀ káta sí dẹ̀gbẹ̀ náà kéré yìí ìjọgbẹ̀ ọ̀rẹ́ mẹ́ òkú nàbẹ̀ tó ẹ̀ lábẹ́sẹ̀ lámògùn lámòsù náà ọmọ ìwà náà rẹ̀ tó ẹ̀ yíyá mẹ́ ìjọgbẹ̀ rẹ̀ nẹ́dẹ̀ sọpọ̀ ìmọ̀sọ̀rọ̀ ìrẹ́ èsọ̀rọ̀ ìmátì ẹ̀bọ̀ wọn ò náà wà ọ̀rẹ́ dání ọ̀fìlì yìí yà kọ́ ọwọ́ ìjọgbẹ̀ náà wọ́n máa dẹ́ máa yẹn ọwọ́ ìjọgbẹ̀ máa dẹ́ máa yẹn ọwọ́ àwọn ọ̀tẹ̀rẹ̀ kẹwàá sùn ẹ́ ọ̀sàbọ̀ ìjọgbẹ̀ máa yà
ìjọgbẹ̀ máa tẹ̀
náà dèsì yẹn nasẹ́ àníma nasẹ́ àná lọ dèsì.
ìhó ni náà tápá yẹmẹ ìjọgbẹ̀ náà ẹ bàbá náà mú ìjọgbẹ̀ gbọ́ ọ̀rọ̀ ọ̀nẹ ẹ bàbá nì náà mú ìjọgbẹ̀ gbọ́ ègbó ẹ̀yìn ọ̀pá ẹ̀rẹ́ àlẹ́ mamie yẹn amiewe ní àwọ ẹgbà yẹn la yẹn ọdún rẹ family ní gbogbo ẹni náà sùn yẹn azọ di yẹn ọdún yẹn mẹtẹ níbẹ̀ ìpìà níbẹ̀ ńwà yẹn náà dò bíẹ yẹn gàgà rí àwùwà omi ẹ ọkìn àyìndọ̀gá ẹ nọ́wọ́ gbogbo ẹni ètò ẹ níbẹ̀ ńwà ní dín omi ẹ ní.
ìjọgbẹ ọrẹgbẹ lórí wẹtana ọmọ àná yí ẹ inú wọn ẹgbẹgbẹ yìí ọmọ owó bọ ẹ èyí ẹsẹ tí a rẹ yìí ní. ṣùgbọ́n ìbáni ayé ṣe ìbáni rẹ wàá rẹ palọpanà nana dùkọ awẹ ìjọgbọ ọmọ ìyẹn owó bọ ẹ èyí àwù rẹ. Obiera yẹn.
Obiera yẹn.
Obiera ni ọ̀nì ọ̀kágbé yìí sọ ìgbé.
Sọ ìgbé yes.
Ara yà wẹ̀ mi ọ̀dọ̀ owó yíyà ní ẹ̀yà kókò àwẹ̀ mi.
Ọkọ̀ ẹ̀ náà mi wẹ̀ ẹ̀yẹ ọ̀gìdè bá ní.
Ẹ̀yẹ ìrè bá. Ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ yẹ ni kúrò. Ó kúrò ní wàdọ́mọ̀ bàbá dọ́wọ́ wà nyọ́ ìlú tó dẹ́ mẹ́ ní ẹ̀rẹ́ okó màdódùkú òwú mà. Ìjógbé mà nà. Ìrẹ́ àwẹ̀.
Ọni wini káàkiri ẹ̀yìn jẹ́rìí.
Esoro ọ ìzukú rẹ̀. Òwò àzukú rẹ̀ ní oyè yìí gbọ̀gbẹ̀ ya biko unda ona zukure okuro leruwa o igyopo leruwa na se ai mi no ye eye o we kan e wa wo na do ami we eye ni normal we ni gyogbe ya do ayi e we no ya degbe yi e o mu gyogbo mu hie o mu hie ege ni wani no hawe obi o wa we ya na e ma ki ogun wa osaga uwa yita keka wa mi gbewo wa ga ri o sa bo na bi ko do e wa na kwa ma na mi wa
no ve lele de ga na we mi ewe igi ogbe ona se igi ogbe na se gbe obe igbo oso be ye adomi ewe igi ogbe na o wa ni odogun owo o wa ire wa ite o to wa ri no and egbe ni e an obo so e oro yin ana we ni akobo kukugbe we na do koko boy na we gbe boy no muja no gi ara gi gini ma we igogbe ri ma e na hin ana yi mi ewe eye ne na wo so egbe ona yin ku ne ibi e baba no pa yin la wa ma we tin adogun edo boy wa re wa ni re
ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn náà ìmá olùsùnmí yẹn náà tó máa pọ̀ ìmí ẹ̀ nẹ ọwá gbẹ̀gbẹ̀gbọ̀ yẹn lóhun yẹn nẹ èyí má ti dìjọgbẹ̀ yìí ọ̀nà wà tìkó ọ̀nà wà tìkó ọ̀nà ìjọgbẹ̀ yìí yẹn náà yẹn ò ní jọgbẹ̀ náà ọgọ́
no
pé fún ọ̀nà àríwó làdíà yẹn náà ọ̀nà wà bò wá ọ̀nà bọ̀yọ̀ òyìn ní àrí yìí náà kí wẹ́ igo na ya mi owana na akoko ye azigo ari ya azigo ana ya do vie e mani mo wa haya na fi oyo igo ni ani ha asa gele ha yi so kwa ana ye se ogwa negedegbe ha ni ana duko uye hure kwere wa hure kwere wa so kwa owo ere ra me na e mana bi ere ra me ìwọ́nà bí mẹ́hónà ọ̀sẹ̀ ha sí ní n'esunu bẹ́rẹ̀ ọ̀sunu ewéèrè ọmọ wa múdíá mọ̀ ẹgbẹ́ múdíá ìyàgí bíbíwá ìyàgí zàrà ìjọgbẹ̀ ọyẹ́rẹ́ òkùnàtúẹ́ ọmọdé orí orí ẹ̀dọ́nẹ́ ọ̀nà rẹ̀ ọwẹ́ òkùnà ẹ̀túẹ́ lábíyèsè lámòsùn lámògùn lábàtúẹ́ òkèké náà ni a o makawe tamana oye no iwe zaga ijogbe e magwa kana ni wa nda ijogbe e ma so e o sa lo ba so e ne ore bible ijogbe o so e ne awe Solomon awe ya fe ni magebe we Old Testament iye ya ne me ijogbe ero ijogbo ri ani eyan na igboso ya kugbe ya lehu ìjọgbẹ kí sí ẹgbẹ kòkò ọsẹ ẹwọ kòkò ẹ mà náà tẹnɛ náà wẹ ọmọ akẹkẹ náà ọrẹ dò sára ọrọ azara ènìyàn sí ọkẹ káàbọ pọ sẹyìnsẹ yẹ yorí máa gbé wẹ ẹ yorí máa ẹ ní gbé ẹ wà ní ìjọgbẹ ẹrẹ ọ̀nà lẹ́kọ ọmọ náà máa ẹ̀ wọ èmi rà lọ́wọ́ máa omi ọmọ àtúntì omi ọ̀nà gbẹ̀ẹ́sì yẹn sì dé èmi náà wégbé náà náà lèkè náà ayò lẹ́ni ìjọgbẹ náà rọ ẹdun nanu ma.
wọ́n ṣe bàbá màmí mi jọgbẹ́ ní yóò kàn án yẹn ìjọgbẹ́ wí nù sí ẹ̀wọ́ kòkó èkénù náà ọmọ àgìnà èkénù ọ̀wẹ̀ nùwẹ̀ lálàdìán àwọn náà yìí kàn án wẹ̀ ọ̀gá àrẹ́bì náà hùwà yẹn ìwí Israel gbé ìpònà gbéra èyí sẹ́ ẹ̀nẹ́ náà wúyé va ní Egypt 400 years wúyí eva wúyọ 200 so yín àgbúpọ̀ yín ẹ̀rẹ̀ Egypt so pẹ́ẹ́gẹ̀ ní ẹ̀hẹ́rẹ́ àgbà yín anáfòlù gbólókè yíyàn ọ̀rẹ́ yín àyà ní agbáre yín anáwó yín àfìọ́rí òwúwa because yín àmì ẹ̀kẹ́ ní akéré lọ ìgé ògbọ̀n yín which they left with mami edere be no wan na teti woni emi yayi yana we de no garo ni ma no salobo wa yi ebe rio wiri okeke di maya anyi na me ma mu jogbe o ma fo o ma keke ma ti lawa mara ti lawa ma ni ya o mi yen wa yen we tie ikwaro nda eri enu oporopa ari ke egbe ni bai oni egbe no ri zaga ijogbe na o si egbe kakabo wa koko that wo ya garo me mi ke no be bun na me we baba no nya wa ni ewe wuku obera yen na we gbi ogbe na le gbi yen zaga kwa ona mama we be no ye na omi yen no dion ututa yo wa ni amaya nu we wo pa nu ku le ma ni ke ko awo we ga we lu yen ga we pa e mu no bo omi yen mi wu ni ewe bi eleni no we ze ko we do take over obe alu gbe ni e mo ni wa omi wu ni ya te ya lu e gba ne akemi e wo vanbo rari ore eye ne ye ku e omi wu fua we o wa ni ri yen e wu na ni we ni ra be na bi efu era eye ni eri abi we ado mi we o we ra tu we gan o re bi no de igba gie money ya fe lu e o ke vanbo be la re ye akemi o ke wa ra ihian oni giogbe o ya to o ya pe aya mi we eri ke na wo arazi ye aga ma o ga gba ara we mi we egbe ni na fi boyi be na mi hu da we akugbe oguyan wa kugbe mi o na mi we ize o ya vu portu oba to pe
ise ni wa ijogbe na mu paro ijogbe no kia oni na do azuku re no wa owe yere ba ni igogbe ne pa we kino ye oro e ka tasi benu zama ni yan ye awero awolia awedohen ezomo yan ni buwerio igogbe orero ne nebe jamupa e kan re so no le jase gbere igogbe ni aimu epa ebi na so se no ye ukuni obi e ye uku yo ye uku unda osapa na go ado bi omo ya de no ye eyin no ma negbe iyawo ya do mo igogbe ki ege ki enike ya yin la dan we igogbo imanu ayo ya se court wo ya se kino ki una agbe egwe ki are mewo wori e uku igogbe we rio oro supon so ro wa pa o wa ni lepa o bi se lepa o ri lepa oni movable kebe immovable igogbe supon ne na ya si egbe koko emi na ya si egbe koko emi na ya si oten koko emi na ya si na we no maye egbe igogbe kini wa inedu unda kege ade kege ogi so ade igogbe ke aro emi ma idehun we ni igogbe ne saga ima we le ma we yin omo no ba ne do ku apolopolo oba ewa noro na mi we igogbe oredo obe ayewe ebe ne egware oba ya de azaga ti we egwaba ore ma ka ki o wa gba wa re dita muda nyeni ayawe mu igogbe po na mi wa emota rewo igogbe kini wa odo izaga ora lowo pati do mi we edo se ti atewo pa olowo gbe ni wa ehunda igogbe ro ana mu ma mi ma iwo na awe gbe sonia ari gelegele ari awe kenwa ari awe na iya ri ewu ma ari mi na le hotel ode yokori won ewe so wa ro eyan ni le data wo bo iya mi ma o to ni uda egbe no keke no si yen ni igogbe aro eya le kwa igogbe ezi owe na uda igogbe na mu gbo e ka na dikono e ka na du temu mame e ka na we no gba igogbe kini wa ìjógbẹ̀ mélòó sàrúbọ̀yà ìjógbẹ̀ yẹ òhìn ọ̀rẹ́ do ní ẹ̀yà mú ẹ̀gbọ́ ọ̀kẹ́ yẹ nà wá lòdì ọ̀sẹ̀ẹ̀sẹ̀ bí lọ́ọ́ tẹ̀lé tá a bá nọ̀rẹ́ báíbù ẹ̀yà rọ̀ àwẹ̀ Solomon àwẹ̀ yà ẹ̀yà mẹ̀ ìjógbẹ̀ yà ni yẹ kíá ló sẹ́dẹ̀ náà yẹn náà wà jọ ọ̀rẹ́ do wẹ̀ àkẹ́ àwẹ̀ yọ ni wọ́n ọ̀tẹ́mẹ̀ ẹ̀gẹ̀ bí gbà lọ.
ìjógbẹ̀ náà bí náà yà tà náà bán ìsàlùbọ̀ náà làhọ̀ lẹ́ẹ̀gẹ̀ ìjógbẹ̀ wí máa wí mẹ ayere wẹ mẹrẹ àwọn wọn ukuna wà bẹ tuwẹ ni ìjógbẹ ni ìyàn ni ọtọ ìgbókù náà nọtẹ ìwúri rẹ ọmọ yín ọdọ wa anáà wẹ ọwọ egbede ẹyìn ẹtuwẹ aláwẹ yàrá family ẹyẹ ìjógbẹ yẹn ọmọ ọzọlá nọdẹ màgá rẹ wọ egbebe ìlú ọbọ yẹn lè má dàtọ ẹ ìdàtọ ikú wáyà ní dàmí họ sárébọ nọdẹ bá wà ikọ hà ní pẹ wò sárébọ àfihàn.
ọmọ adìwà ìwà ìjógbè magua kan wàlá òwò etí má nọrọ mu yẹ òwúrọ̀ sí ògbẹ gbọ ọ̀nà òrógbè màkà bọ́pọ̀ wà ebèrè ọ̀nì màwé gbẹ̀nẹ́ náà yà á ìjógbè mànọ̀wé tánà màwé zi ògè ẹgbà gbàmùnọ́ba nọ́là náà tẹ̀ yọ èyí ọ̀rẹ́ do náà sùn ẹ̀rọ agbẹ̀ yóò tọ̀ ara gbọ́n ọ̀nà àrèbè ọ̀nà mùá ẹ̀ ayi yaka abeli yaka agbọn yóò tọ ni masa gbọn wéri ọnẹ masi lele wéri ọnẹ n'aya gbọn hi ọrí ma n'asọ ya agbọn yóò tọ ọni ma yìnyín ọmọnọba yẹ n'ati ko yọ n'azẹ ma yọ ìmàní asẹ̀tì gbèbè ẹ̀yìnbọ ya gbọn ẹ̀dọ́ ya gbọn o ayi yẹn n'ami wẹ èmi wéri ọ ọmọ adefua lónìí wéri ọ wọ́n tẹ̀sí pẹ́ èyí sẹ̀nọ̀dé èmi yẹn do wà bún nẹ̀yẹ̀ wù èyí ẹjọ́ wà bún lẹ́gẹ̀ ẹ̀gbù wà gàrí gbẹ́ yóò tọ̀ nọ́ọ̀mẹ̀ ilé lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀ òyì ọba àtọ́pẹ́ iṣẹ́.
Yes, welcome to Viewpoints on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji. And today on Viewpoint, we're going to be talking about the current electricity issues and situations that we as business owners, as individuals, are facing in Nigeria, as over 80% of households lack adequate access to grid, as Nigeria's electricity sector suffers from chronic liquidity trap and infrastructural decay, leading to frequent national grid collapses, with generation dropping below 4,200 megawatts, far short of the 4,000 megawatts required for its citizens and population. It is a Viewpoint on ITV, and we're going to be looking at some of the key issues affecting our electricity sector in Nigeria. I am Caroline Okonji.
In terms of security of it, we need light. And based on that, in some areas, it makes it difficult for us when we are on patrol at night. And we are even begging the state government to try and do something, at least by supplying street lights in some area that are dark in the night. In most cases in our community, there are places that is very dangerous, that without light we cannot do anything of such. For so doing, we want, as a matter of urgency, the Edo State government to try and do the needful, so that the security will be okay for us, so that we can be able to work effectively.
The issue of NEPA issue that you came from is very rapid to us, in the sense that the NEPA look as if we are not a citizen of Nigeria, because since a month there's no light in us. We have been passing through. Which NEPA, anytime they came a minute or 30 minutes to, they will come and they will bring the light to us. That is, we are not expecting them to come and collect their bill. Indirectly, we are expecting bill from them to come and collect. Within that hour or 2 hours, you will see a number of people with a ladder. They will come. They will come. And after their collection, there's nothing like light again. They will block us up. I think before we have this light, they mandated us to buy a meter, which we bought individual. We pay through the NDC, we have our transformer, not through NEPA. Before we got out this light, they mandated us to write an application of submitting it to the NEPA as a will to them. And we work for it. We should not claim ownership. And we fought for the transformer. And after that, again, they came that there is no oil in it. We pay up to 1 point something again. Before, after all that, they came up again, said it was meter issue again, that every community, every houses have to have a meter, which we did. We have to. I have my own receipt. I have my paper meter in my residential house here. So after all that again, they came up with a past bill. We, before we make that transformer, got that transformer, we've been glad out for 10 years here. They came with a bill to us again that we need to pay a standing bill. We went to Testament, their office there. After we left the one at the bypass, they were delivering us before they now refer us to the one at bypass. I don't want to mention name of the manager there. Got in there again, he said we have to go for all those things, we need to fulfill all those things which we did. After that, they now on the light for us. As they on the light, not up to the month, we were still in blackout again. So at the end of it, we went again, they said it was according to them, that the electric wiring merge. That was the cause that they now cut us off again from Iyowa again, which we not pick. Read that matter again. The Chiri community, which is Ikabetu, Igbo and Igwekimi. After that, they brought a light for a week again. After a week, they cut us off again. They said, Iyowa is owing. We now went to the office again and told them that if Iyowa is owing, does that mean it affects our community? We are blackout throughout all this. So before we sort all those things out, we have already made up our mind. We can do away with our neighbor. When our father was living with a lamp and all these things, we were enjoying it. We cannot be paying for what we are not using. We cannot be paying for what we are not using. So if they feel they want to cut us off from this NEPA issue, they should cut everybody off totally, so that we will know that we are not with NEPA. Not that after 3 weeks, they will not bring a light under 2 hours or 3 hours. They will come and collect their money. It's unfair to the masses.
The electricity issues and challenges that BEDC in the state is devastating, in the sense that as a minister, I suffer a lot in terms of electricity. As an individual, not only me, the entire people of Edo State, and not only in Edo State, Nigeria as a whole, we are really facing electricity challenge in the country, in the sense that we are not getting constant light. Even though the tariff of electricity is high, people don't even get the light. I don't know how the government will enhance constant light for the Nigerian people, especially in Edo State here. We are seeing the government are not taking a proactive step towards this direction. But if the government will be able to ensure that people are paying for electricity and they are not getting electricity, government should take a drastic step in this direction by making sure if people have constant light, people will want to pay for it. But a situation where you don't see light, at the end of the month you see BEDC personnel coming to people's house to come to cut lights, is really a problem. My major concern is that let them provide us electricity and people will pay for it. But a situation whereby we don't have constant light, out of 24 hours, people cannot boast of 3 hours light in a day. It's a problem that we are really facing. People who are doing business cannot do business effectively. People who are doing business, they want to make sure their foodstuff does not get spoiled. Nobody can preserve their food again. Even though they cook, you cannot preserve it. Even though electricity for our artisans to work, they cannot get electricity to empower their equipment in order to boost productivity for the entire society. It is really a problem. The state of electricity in our country, in our state, is very poor. Very, very poor. We don't know how government is creating effectiveness on this aspect. We say Nigeria is generating electricity and the neighboring are getting electricity, and the people that are in this country are not benefiting it. Nigerians, we are crying. As a person, I am crying. We don't say as an individual we don't want to pay for electricity. We are not saying that they should give us light for free, but let them make light available and let people pay for it.
They often tell us the national grid is collapsed. So ultimately it's to develop enough capacity, the whole process of generation, distribution and the rest of it. And then the enabling law, the happy thing recently is that they have said is deregulated. State governments and private investors can now enter the electricity market, generate and sell. So we do hope that will be a great deal of improvement, because without electricity, really, we are going to remain in the Stone Age. We cannot industrialize. Even domestically, we cannot have the comfort we should derive from electricity. We should consider all the options, whether the new sources like wind, solar in our country, so that we're able to generate enough for our consumption. The darkness is cover for any kind of nefarious activity. Yeah, so if the place is not well lit or substantially lit up, people can ordinarily hide under the cover of darkness to perpetrate just anything, not just robbery, kidnapping, and whatever you have. Yeah. Don't also forget that we now have private investors. The government doesn't have so much to do with electricity anymore, apart from regulation. So they also have to maximize their profit. So it may have been a mistake in the first instance, divesting from electricity at the level of government.
Let me talk about the state where I live, where I reside. The total blackout is nothing to write up about. We really suffer when it comes to light. Edo is suffering. I think our governor is trying to, we have to do more. Our Excellency, Senator Monday, our governor of Edo, Executive Governor, you have to do more when it comes to that light issue. We are suffering. There are some of us who can provide electricity for ourselves, solar and all that. Maybe a generator, this was the case, but not everybody. And so at this junction, I think it is expedient that our governor looks straight into this issue and solve this problem. What would I call it? I don't know the right English to use. The right English right now, we have serious problem when it comes to light. Businesses are going down. Those selling drinks, those who have koro, without generator, you can't do anything. And the J is on the high side. Those small jewelry, those are better passing our neighbor. We used to buy them 30,000, 10,000. Now you can't buy it. Then the other one is the Tiger and the LMX 1 point something for ordinary generator. So it doesn't make any sense at all. So begging on our executive governor, the governor that knows what to do, to please to look into us and save us from darkness. Then when it comes to these funny BDC people, we're raising a child that came from the US and the others. The first thing they learned in Nigeria is NEPA don't bring light. Children brought from abroad. The NEPA don't bring light. Can you imagine such? And so these funny people, 2 days, they'll bring the light on and off for 2 days. The next thing they'll come with their estimated billing. They start dragging people, wires and all that. It's high time. I think it's high time we stand our ground and let them know that we're not fools. We are Nigerians. We all own this nation. It belongs to nobody. It belongs to nobody and it's for everybody. We should stand our ground and fight for our rights. This year, but may they pack, may they go. NEPA still better pass. You can't go out at night when there is no light. The security issue. Is what the government is trying. I know I cannot clone them in one day, but we individual too. Like the police used to say, see something, say something. But sometimes when you say something, they use it as a bait. And so we need to. Edo State government need to give us security as well. Nightlife in Benin is almost gone. But I also want to say kudos to our governor. For the first time, it was December free of bloodshed. It was wonderful. Look, we have most of our people in Nigeria right now, those living in diaspora, those living abroad. Many of them came December and this January. And they came and they're enjoying it. So I believe our excellent governor, our excellency can do more about that to give us more security. Like those if you're traveling from Benin to Akure, Benin to Ifon, those roads are no-go area at night. You can't date. So I believe with all hands on deck and our governor and the police, our CP, let's hope and pray for our action governor to do something about insecurity.
ADDC, since they came in, I don't think they have done well.
by my own assessment. And darkness is synonymous with demonic things. And they have thrown their city into darkness, Benin City. Edo State, as it were, is in darkness. And I think that the government should step into the matter to do something about the situation. Because the way I look at it is that, for me, I think it is deliberate. Because there are some areas that have light. They call it dedicated light. So why can't everybody have the same light? Because there are areas for 2 weeks no light, for 1 month no light. Some people have 3 hours a day. Some people have 1 hour. And if they bring light in this 20th century, people shout, hey! They'll be saying up NEPA instead of up BEDC, which is BEDC. So the thing is that government should step in and help us. People are dying, and most people are paying for darkness. They go there, they threaten people, they bring light when it is wanted for 3 days, 2 hours, 3 days, they come and collect money and they shut it down again. So I think the government should step in. If they are going to be thrown out, they should be thrown and bring people who can give us light, who are ready to pay. It was privatized. That was a good intention by government, but the people that did it, I'm sure they gave it to their cronies who does not know anything about the management of light, and that's why we are where we are. It has really hampered nightlife because you don't work in darkness. And then the only thing that is helping us now is this solar that people put everywhere, and some persons that have money to buy diesel and buy fuel. It's not everybody that have that kind of money. So it has really disturbed or hampered nightlife. But government is trying to bring it back by putting street light and everything. So we commend them. We pray that God will give government more power, more strength, more wisdom to do what they have to do. And there's individuals are also trying by helping to lighten up everywhere. So we praise them. But for BEDC, I think they should go. We need better people.
The situation of electricity in Benin here now, I will give them at least 30%. They don't give up to 50% from areas. But I wish the government can improve, because if you see what they happen to us now, we all they use our hand to define electricity. Some of us they go generator for us, some of us we get solar, some of us they go generate big blister. All these people get like hotel. So I wish the government they really improve for electricity. All those generators will become condemned for our hand. You understand? So people not going to go for it. And money now they need to put, because that energy, that light will really need that. If light day for this, imagine if you come for here for Silok Road now, government already put light, but in the evening everywhere will be dark. So where there's light, everything, even the security aspect of itself, waiting anything for that light is too plenty. Maybe one particular. So we need light. If I come out for office now, if light no day, we will buy generator. At least from office I dey buy at least, if I'm not mistaken, 5,000 every day for sure. Imagine at times 1 month, na big money. I think na money. From there, I will come see look at this make come here say we want to go for solar. We can use solar to stabilize them, because solar they give us more, make savings from the fuel aspect of it. So if you get light, nothing like light, your light can carry AC, can carry everything for us. And to the noise, no go even give you that noise issue. So we prefer light more than any other thing.
The light is our problem. We are suffering for light. You can see our business without light, we cannot improve. We need light. The show of light is because it's very, very, very low. I don't know if you're getting it, very low. We need light. The show of light in Edo State is very poor. Patronage is very low. You can see we import fuel at least every day 10,000, 15,000 a day. But you can stay 2 days, 3 days, no light. The show of business is very, very, very low. Very low. So we are begging government to improve the light aspect. That light, you cannot sell bulb, you cannot sell fan. You understand? When you have light, you prepare to buy fan. Not everybody can provide solar for his house. Actually, we need light.
Electricity in Benin City or in Edo State has been with mixed feelings, because to some they will give the positive nod that they are faring well with the supply of electricity, but with some become so epileptic of recent. Me personally, I have discovered that we are not paying for what we get, or we don't get what we pay for. The reason being that the regulatory body that's supposed to task the BEDC are not doing enough to satisfy a customer by way of ensuring that you get what you pay for. For those who are using prepaid meter, there are reports that suggest that even the prepaid meter is even overbilling or overcharging consumers as against what the government is telling us. Only recently we discovered that the BDC keep complaining that the generation company is not supplying them what they ought to get, which will in turn affect the consumer. And even at a point, they also raise the issue of federal government owing them. But just recently, the federal government has paid a huge sum of money to liquidate what they are owing this distribution company. But looking at the experience of consumer in terms of the electricity supply, it is so appalling. They will either give you excuse of faulty transformer, which they left for the consumer to contribute money to fix, whereas it is supposed to be the onus of BDC to fix the transformer so that they can in turn supply electricity to the consumer who pay for that service. It's like you are buying a recharge card. I am not sure that the recharge card you buy is what they give you. It varies from quarter to quarter. It varies from consumer to consumer. For example, for those who have been using the analog or the estimated billing, you will discover that whatever they bring, which is not subject to negotiation, by the time you now procure your own prepaid meter, they will bring everything inside the bill and begin to roll out deductions arbitrarily without consulting with the consumer. Even the estimated billing they brought was not even discussed by the consumer. So, and there is nobody that is there to advocate for the consumer or to leverage on the complaints. Nobody to complain to. So that makes it very, very heartbreaking. So for me, I believe the federal government and indeed the lawmaker, the National Assembly, should set up a body where consumer can run to and lay their complaints so that there can be an equilibrium between the consumer and the BDC, for example.
To wrap it up on Viewpoint on ITV, we're going to be highlighting some of the key issues that was actually mentioned by our respondents, which some said it is as a result of poor maintenance, gas supply shortage, and poor metering, just to list but a few. And the government at all levels, they are expected to do the needful and do the right thing to ensure steady power supply for citizens in order to boost means of livelihood, especially for business owners in the country. It is Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji.